Initiating moisture.
Hobbs and Shaw. It's exactly what you would expect after watching the trailer. Stupid, over the top, fun. It's exactly what you get. Fast and Furious has cemented itself as the go-to series if you want to just go. You don't want to think hard. You just want to see some shit explode. You want to see some nice ass in your face being shaken around a little bit when a nice song's playing. And you want to see testosterone overflowing, big meaty hands being thrown, fast fucking cars. And that's what you get with Hobbs and Shaw. And in this movie in particular, it's like some superhero shit. They honestly should have just dropped Fast and Furious and called this like DC's Hobbs and Shaw. It'd be one of DC's only good movies. It's just like an actual superhero movie. The Rock plays basically the Hulk. Jason Statham plays basically the Hulk. And Idris Elba plays Super Idris Elba. The characters are goofy, over the top. It's a constant, bickering back and forth between The Rock and Jason Statham, Hey, fuck you, man. No, you couldn't fuck me with a dick that small. My ass is too big for your little dick. Oh, you take that back, Hobbs. My dick's 10 times the balls your dick once had. It's just that throughout the whole movie with a little bit of family undertones, becoming brothers and good friends and stuff like that. It's just a good little use of an hour and a half, 2 hours, whatever. I don't remember how long it was. Plugging this shit into the moist meter, I'm giving Hobbs and Shaw a crisp 65. I do recommend it. A lot of the dialogue doesn't really land. Some of the banter just kind of gets a little grating and really try-harding at certain points to sell you on the idea that these guys hate each other, but they might also want to kiss on the lips. It really kind of goes a little too hardy on there instead of letting it be a natural chemistry, but a lot of the times it does work too. Again, nothing overly great or overly awful about this movie. I had a fun time with it. I don't think it's a masterpiece in action, but it's got me interested enough to see where Hobbs and Shaw saga goes next. Because this seems to be a flagship for a new spin-off of Fast and Furious instead of just a one-off deal. This seems like it's going to be its own series that runs concurrently with Fast and Furious, which I like, because I did enjoy the movie. So that's about it. So yeah. The Mummy is my favorite movie of all time. The Mummy Returns is my second favorite movie ever. And one thing I've learned is that the real Mummy's curse is the fact that they just can't seem to make any other good mummy movies. Tomb of the Dragon Emperor was weak, but not terrible. Tom Cruise The Mummy was terrible. And now Lee Cronin's The Mummy is just eh. First and foremost, this has nothing to do with the Mummy franchise at all. There's not even a single tiddlywink of an Easter egg. Not that I need to glup shitto out at the screen going, oh, I get that reference, or anything. I just want to make it known that this is completely separate from any Mummy movies. This is a totally standalone film, and it bears no resemblance to anything in the Mummy franchise. What it does bear resemblance to, though, is Evil Dead Rise. I would even say that this is Evil Dead Rise with a new skin. Lee Cronin made Evil Dead Rise. I really like that movie. This steals its flow bar for bar, beat for beat. And a lot of people are praising that, like, oh, this was very Evil Dead Rise-esque. For me, I like Evil Dead Rise. I don't want to just see it done again with a new coat of paint. And I'm not just being harsh and exaggeratory. There are identical scenes in here that were present in Evil Dead Rise. For instance, I don't want to get too deep into spoilers off rip, so here's like a little spoiler warning. When they're going over the mummy's origin and like what's going on here, they even play a tape that I'm pretty confident is even the same voice actor they used in Evil Dead Rise when they play the recording about the book and what all of that means. It's the exact same lore dump moment, basically one-to-one. And there's multiple scenes just like that, including the same exact scares that were in Evil Dead Rise. Even identical, gross-out, yucky moments. Oh, whoa! Pretty much exactly the same here as it was in Evil Dead Rise. So I don't think this movie is bad, but it really is a been there, done that, because we literally saw Lee Cronin go there and do it a couple years back with Evil Dead Rise. This feels like a cash grab. It felt like he just wanted to go into, his bag of comfort and deliver something very standard and generic. So it's just a little disappointing. Now I want to get into some bigger spoilers, so here's your larger spoiler warning. So the entire film revolves around a family, and the daughter of this family gets kidnapped by a creepy woman who's using some kind of a spell, and then fast forward 8 years, they couldn't find her, but then a sarcophagus turns up after a plane crash, and in that sarcophagus is their daughter. Except something's very wrong with her daughter. She is really out of it, and a lot of very creepy, scary things start to happen when they bring her home. Spoiler alert, she's possessed by the spirit of a demon, basically, and in order to keep the demon from going hog wild on the world, they had to mummify it, and they needed a new host, and that's what their daughter was. But all hell breaks loose when that plane crash happens, and she gets freed from the tomb. There's also another character that's introduced as kind of like a side quest, who is a detective that really wants to help, and she's never been able to actually find anyone alive. Katie is the first person that they found alive, and it means a lot to her, but something has clearly gone cattywampus, and so the family, well, the husband, Charlie, is communicating with her and letting her know something's wrong, and we need to figure out, like, what happened to her, like, what did she go through? We have to know, solve the mystery. So then the side plot happens where she's solving the mystery of that mummy, that demon, and then it leads to finding this group that imprisons this demon in human vessels and has been doing so 82 times now. It's not really like a bad story per se, but it's a very standard one that isn't the most unique or anything like that. And it's unfortunately riddled with the biggest horror movie trope of just characters being dumb. Charlie is quick to recognize shit's all awry. Like, this is not right, something's going on, and he's trying to figure out the mystery. And he even suggests, like, hey, we need to maybe get her somewhere where she can get specialized treatment after she fucking headbutts the grandmother and starts peeling off her own skin and, beating up the whole family and that kind of thing. But the mom is like, no, I'm not doing that. We need to actually protect her this time around since we failed last time, which I can understand that. I definitely do get that. I don't think that's bad writing or anything. I think that's totally fine. But when the bad decisions start happening is, once the demon starts to free itself slightly, it literally starts possessing the other members of the family, the kids. So, like, the other daughter and the brother, she possesses them, and there's even a funeral where they live at their grandmother's house. The demon kills the grandmother, throws her out of the window. Coyotes then eat her body. This all happens in front of Charlie and the son, and the other daughter is already possessed, so she is laughing, watching her grandmother get eaten to death by coyotes in gory, brutal fashion. And then it fast forwards to them having a funeral in the same house with Katie and everyone still there, the daughter still possessed, and that's, get this, things go wrong. Then Katie goes to the corpse of the grandmother, bites it. The guests are throwing up and vomiting. The other daughter is pulling her teeth out, bloody, bruised, and biting someone else, ripping his ear off. And then it fast forwards again, and they're still in that house. Like, they still just don't leave, and they don't do anything to solve it. They just sit there and wait. What the fuck? They're just like, man, that was weird. That's not how those are supposed to go. That was odd. All right, let's calm down. Let's clean everything up here. And they just leave, like, the coffin turned over on the grandmother, and they stay there and just do nothing. There's just so many bad decisions is the point I'm making with that. But anyway, like I said, it's very similar to Evil Dead Rise down to what the demon can do with possessing the other kids. So the other kids start, ripping their teeth out, attacking the parents with a baseball bat. And then the grandmother gets possessed, like her body dancing around like a puppet. It is all very Evil Dead Rise, and it has my least favorite, like, nails on a chalkboard cringe horror possession shit where the demon starts talking shit. But, like, it's really, like, I'm talking middle schooler on Xbox Live type of shit talking. So, like, the daughter's possessed, and at school she calls the teacher a bad word, and then she's just always like, fuck you, doing that while possessed, and then the demon's doing like deep voice stuff. You're a bitch! A bitch! And then like when the grandmother is possessed by the demon, then it's like, oh, you wanna fuck me? Well, come fuck me. Ha 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 ha. It's just, I hate it. It's so, that cliche is so cringe. I can't believe it still gets used unironically. Oh, and then it does another massive cliche where it shows how powerful the demon is, actually force blasting the grandmother out of the window and summoning coyotes to eat her. And then, when it's the final showdown, all the demon can do is very slowly crawl. And this is after the demon has fully freed itself from its bindings. It's fully unleashed, and the best it can do is just crawl and talk shit. You're a bitch. You're not getting your daughter back. Ha 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 ha. And then, when it actually like gets in position to attack, all it can do is slap. Like actually slap box, like a cat swatting. But it's not even drawing blood or anything. So like, the husband, the father, Charlie, is like gripping as the investigator who's learned about like the curse and everything and learned the words that they use to bind. Somehow she memorized all of the words. Then she starts reciting the words as the daughter's being held and just slapping. Instead of using any of the powers, the demon just sits there slapping, going, no. And then they bind the spirit to Charlie. And then I actually do like this ending. I like what they did at the very end. When you think it's over, and it's like a somewhat happy ending, but bittersweet because they do still have the demon bound to their father, well, they then end up binding that demon to the woman who started all of this by kidnapping Katie. They go to her and put the demon onto her in order to free Charlie from it, so the family's all about to get back together, and the lady who inflicted this curse upon them is now the one that has to bear it. I actually liked the ending. I thought that was... I didn't expect that. I actually thought that was kind of clever. But overall, like I said, I don't think the movie's bad. It's definitely not boring. That's the best compliment I can give it. I wasn't bored. It is constantly trying to unnerve you with gross and gory imagery, and there's always something happening with like a jump scare or something going on. So like it's entertaining. Like I don't regret going to see it. I had higher expectations though. Like I would hope for like an evolution of like, you know, crafting it further as opposed to just being content doing like the same thing again that he did with Evil Dead Rise. But I don't think this was like a terrible movie or anything like that. Though if you have seen Evil Dead Rise, you've seen like 50% of this movie already. Because like I said, it recycles a lot from that one. In imagery, in scenes, even in story moments as well, kind of. It uses some of the same shit. It's just, I don't know. I would have expected more here, so I'm disappointed with it. I think a lot of people are probably going to be satisfied because it is just constantly gory and constantly something trying to disturb you. And maybe that's all it needs to do in order to be successful. I don't know. I just would have liked to see something more than that. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. How dare you doubt Gameshire's Stop Away? That's a banger. Hey, man. Hope it works out for you. I am not a stock market player, so I couldn't give a fuck less. All I know is that GameStop acquiring eBay is going to completely ruin TCG Player. Because eBay owns TCG Player. GameStop itself is a dog shit business. I know no one that's put money into it has ever stepped foot in there in the last 10 years, because why would you, unless you're a Funko Pop zombie. But if you want to hype it up for your portfolio, I get that, and that makes sense. Where does GameStop get their money? They got a huge influx of cash because of the meme stock pump, and they have a billionaire that's kind of a loose cannon, which is really good for meme stock enthusiasts. So yeah, they're offering $56 billion to eBay. They scam everyone on Pokemon packs. Their prices suck, their trade-ins suck. Everything about the GameStop business itself is trash. You pay significantly more money for a product from GameStop than you would anywhere else. You get significantly less value for any of your trade-ins on cards or games than you would anywhere else. They're a terrible, terrible, terrible business. But they have a lot of liquidity right now, and they have Ryan at the helm who's willing to do shit like this in order to reach the threshold to unlock his $35 billion compensation. Which is good for the, again, meme stock community. But bad if you actually care about the quality of the products. And make no mistake, TCG Player would go down the shitter, I bet. One good thing is the grading. No. No, it's not. No, they're actually really shit at that, too. The PSA grading service through TCG Player? You should look into that a little bit more. You have no idea what kind of business GameStop is becoming. Why even speak on something you're completely ignorant about? Brother, your name is Multi-Cool Dude. All you do is just browse Wall Street bets. What do you mean? Are you in the shareholders meeting with Ryan? You don't know what it's becoming either. It's just a bad business. It's been a failing business for years. It's done nothing to change that. Every decision it's made is bad. It just got really lucky with being a fucking meme stock that they were able to capitalize on. And now they have Ryan at the helm gluttonously looking to consume in order to reach his compensation package milestone. What are you talking about? You read Reddit comments. Do you think GameStop will actually succeed at this buyout? Because let's be real, an $11 billion company buying a $56 billion one, even though I have $9 billion cash on hand, makes 0 sense. That's not how it works. So eBay is valued at, what was it, $48 billion or something? GameStop is $12 billion, but they have $9 billion liquid. They have a $20 billion investment or something. I already forgot. I read it earlier. But they do have the capital for this offer, even though the business itself is declining. And people always point to like the profitability that they finally achieved. They didn't achieve that through being a more successful business. They achieved that by shutting down oodles of stores and laying off employees and getting rid of product. Their Funko Pop adventure failed. Their collectible figurine adventure failed. Their fucking memorabilia adventure failed. Their game selling and trading has failed. The only thing that hasn't is TCGs, because TCGs blew up across the board. They are a failing business. The profitability is just from aggressive cost cutting. So stop getting that shit twisted, first of all. But yeah, their money comes from that meme stock pump, and they have Ryan. They also have a multi-massive billion-dollar investment from a bank, so they can make this offer. I think there's a very good chance they succeed. And that's going to ruin eBay and TCG Player in the process. Now, if you can make a lot of money off this, then all power to you. That I have no problem with. But at least just be honest about it. Stop being delusional, saying like GameStop is a great business. You don't shop there, and I know you don't because nobody fucking shops there. It's a ghost town. So just be honest. I'm trying to capitalize off the pump. I'm trying to capitalize off the hype. That I respect. I get that. But I'm tired of these fucking booger-eating goobers coming in here about like, GameStop's actually like my favorite store. It's not, and you haven't stepped foot in there in 10 years. Stop lying. Last time I was in GameStop, a homeless man was asking an employee to use the bathroom. That's kind of sweet, though. Do you think eBay will actually take the deal? That'd be very silly. I think they absolutely will. I personally think that they will. People seem to forget eBay was struggling for a little while, too. They've also had a pretty convenient turnaround as well, with online shopping going the way in eBay's favor. So I think they are going to view this as a very positive and enticing offer. Unsolicited, but I think they're going to be pretty excited about it. That's my personal view of it. I think they probably will end up taking it. My husband likes eBay for his Warhammer figures. I like eBay too. eBay's got a host of problems, but it's been very convenient for the shit that I get there, which is Warhammer, which is also some of these statues. It's been very convenient. More so than like Craigslist. Why is Craigslist catching a stray? I've never had a good experience with Craigslist. It's always been trash. Actual trash. I'm not a big Craigslist fan. If that's true, I think some crazy shit will happen to every TCG soon. Oh, for sure. And like I said, I think it would actually tank it. I think it'd be terrible for TCG Player in particular. But that's the way she goes sometimes. You saw Saudi Arabia release massive box office flop with Anthony Mackie called Desert Warrior. Yeah, it was fun. It was Saudi funded. I don't think it was produced in Saudi Arabia. But it was a allegedly $150 million budget, and last I checked, it has raked about $490K in the box office. So that's pretty rough. It was produced. They were hoping it was going to revive the Saudi film industry. I still need to watch it. I was going to go try and watch it the other day, and then didn't get around to it. I saw Hokum instead. Which was very good. I liked Hokum. I made a whole review on that yesterday. A surprisingly enjoyable movie. IGN would disagree. They gave Hokum a 4. What? No way. What is up with IGN? Oh my god. They did give it a 4. What is up with IGN reviews recently? It has to be out of spite. It has to be out of spite. What did they give Kevin? I bet this got a 9. If they reviewed it. I don't know if they did. They did not review Kevin. I bet that would have got a 9. It's Big Mouth. It's basically just Big Mouth. This can't be real. A 4 to Hokum? Finally something like a little bit different in horror, and it gets a 4 from IGN? It doesn't even throw that much at the wall. It's very simple. It's a murder mystery with a little horror. What? It's not even like complicated, convoluted, artsy. It's like pretty simple and fun. Same reviewer gave The New Mummy a 7. Ugh. It's like he didn't even watch it. This is like one of the most important factors of the film is his guilt. That is like one of the most important components of this movie. What are you talking about? It doesn't have anything to do with the rest of the film. It has to do with the entirety of the film. I don't think he watched it. This is the same guy who gave Invincible Season 3 finale a 4. No shot. That one had me livid then, too. Holy fuck, yeah, that review had me actually fuming. What does this reviewer like? Again, if he didn't like it, that's one thing. That's totally fine. Not everyone's gonna like the same shit I like, I get it. But I think this is just like a refreshingly good horror film. And some of the things that they critique in here are just actually wrong and feel like he didn't even watch it. Saying like the character's trauma plays no role in the film or anything, when that is the entire driving force of this movie. So he didn't like the Season 3 Invincible finale, which was a banger. But he liked the Season 5 finale. Or before finale, excuse me. Very cool. I seemed to really enjoy Season 4. And then Lee Cronin's Mummy got a 7, which is kind of crazy. That movie is actual trash. Well, I guess I wouldn't go that far. It's not... It's just, you're watching Evil Dead Rise again. Oh, what do you give Mercy? Okay, good. That makes sense. So you're telling me he thinks Hokum is as bad as Mercy. He puts Mercy and Hokum in the same tier. In what world? He liked the live-action Snow White. I vaguely remember we saw that last time I looked through his reviews. What did he give him? This movie was fucking terrible. Okay. So he thinks him, Hokum, and Mercy are in the same tier. Why is Hokum there? I just don't think he watched it. I genuinely don't think he watched the movie. Based on what I was reading from his review. Did you see that interview about the canceled Last of Us multiplayer game? People who played it said it was the best multiplayer game they had ever played. I thought we talked about that. I usually don't take those kind of testimonials with a ton of stock put behind them. Because I feel like a lot of the people that are playtesting games aren't exactly like the best gauge for the quality of a game. But that's just my perspective on it. Never played the original Last of Us multiplayer, had crazy sauce. It was fun. Yeah, it was good. I definitely didn't dislike it.
Smoke him out!
Damn, this guy's cooking.
Nice!
That's John Last of Us. Yeah, this guy is good. Oh!
Mom's arm, careful.
Why is he playing so afraid?
Fuck, get in their way! Oh, one down!
Nice. He's on his last life. So what? Be a man.
Worry about it. Smoke's away! No one keeps back from that. Ice!
The 1v20 video is still so legendary. Is it? I mean, that is a very popular video. I didn't even notice. Yeah. There's actually someone trying to rebuild the multiplayer for Last of Us 2. His channel is Specializer. Channel didn't come up. Oh, here it is.
When you move around, go prone, or aim, your player state changes. We need to find the state name for when you enter your backpack. And as you can see here, it's called inventory. Since we don't have the source code for the game, I use a program called IDA to disassemble the executable.
Holy
we already found the
fuck.
function that controls the state of a process. This function is used throughout the entire game to change states on any process. Objects, scripts, players, everything. It takes two parameters. The first is the process we want to request the state on, which in our case is the player. The second is the state description. So what's a state description? Every state in the game has one. It contains functions and other information about that state. To find the inventory state, we just search for the name. We get two references.
That's pretty cool. Good luck to him. Sony will definitely shut that shit down, but good luck to him. Type of shit always blows my mind. Like, what am I even looking at? Yeah. It's very impressive. That looks good. Yeah, this looks good. He's not very smart, he's not very charming, but goddamn can he use a lead pipe nicely. God, he's looking like an anime lolly now. Perfect. Which is what I want. He looks like the annoying orange face right now. I'm not overly pleased with what I've created thus far, but I'm assuming I can make it better.
You hear me? What is this?
Oh, big shot! I entered VATS. We're going to be eating good for all of 3 seconds with that space meat. Hiya! Wow. Fucking annihilated that guy. Can I intimidate the AI? Can I just be so imposing that even artificial intelligence trembles in fear?
I understand. I will require some time to process
Jesus,
this
a
information.
robot that grieves too? Fuck, what does it also do? Sleep, fart, shit,
I
come?
am programmed.
That was easy. Who's this old bitch? You a bad guy? Oh, it's a bad guy. Thanks to the Prime page. Yeah. God, I'm strong. Don't do it. You'll regret it. I told you. Their best bet is to just not engage me if I don't see them.
No, thank you. That's quite all right. I've seen enough body parts in my line of work.
Aren't you a barber?
I'm Conrad.
What are you, like,
will
sucking
report
dick
to
for
me
free
if there
haircuts or
fails to
something? What do
make
you mean?
spacers.
I do apologize. I was given no forewarning of your arrival, or I might have welcomed you at the gates myself.
That's fine. Cool derby hat. Fucking dweeb. What, are you going to a horse race or something? Space horses? Well, let's do it. Oh, it can be really racist, I guess. Do just a full racist playthrough.
Hey, mister, can we talk?
God, what? What do you want?
Hang along. You should try some of my tobaccorn tea. I brew it in an old spittoon, but it's been cleaned.
I'd prefer if it was dirty. Sound more appetizing.
Here they come!
Oh, Parvati's getting blasted. At least I'm safe. Oh, just hacking. There we go. That'll work. Watch out, Parvati! Close call. Follow me. I can get Adelaide to take over the town. Fuck that. If anyone's taking over the town, it'll be me. I'll march into Reed's office, slit his throat, and then I'll own the Spacer's choice.
You offering to cross Reed off, huh?
Well, it's not an offer. I'm telling you I'm going to do that, and you're welcome to come along for the ride if you'd
Just looking
like.
for a chance to sow some.
You got it, Adelaide. All I know is violence. You're gonna love the birthday present I got you this year, Adelaide. I'm charging it up, Reed. If you get hit by this, it's your own fault. Reed! I quit. No, it...
You just killed
Yeah, I told you I was going to do that right in front of Adelaide. Remember? You were in on this plan the whole journey here, and now you're acting, like, surprised that I did it.
You have a peculiar comfort with violence. Killing off my garden, gunning down...
Gunning down? No, I walked in there with a machete and cut his fucking head off.
Time our flock made our way
Don't
back
spread a
to
rumor.
Edgewater. I need some time to gather my personals. Long walk back to Edgewater. Got a considerable burden to carry.
What do you mean you have a considerable burden to carry? I murdered a man for you. Yeah, tell me about your burden. Oh no, my plants. Oh no, my plants. Try chopping a man's head off in 5 guards. Oh, why did Parvati level up? I feel like she should have got a lot, like, D-leveled or something. She hated what I did. Oh, cool melee weapon. I'm stealing it from her. Fuck yeah, I stole her weapon. Thanks, Parvati. Hey, great news, everyone. You have a new home. You can say thank you and build statues of me later.
Do you know how to install a power regulator?
Nope.
Outstanding, Captain.
I guess I
Your
do.
aptitude for-
I'm okay, Parvati. You stay back. No, just stay here. Yeah. Thanks for the resub, the man of trash. Okay, maybe stay over there. Really, well... Shit. Nothing. Just the wind. Don't open it. I should have never trick-or-treated over here. Don't open it. Now that you know it's on the other side. You don't want to do that. What? Jesus, how did he open it from so far away with his fucking mind? Berkey! What's up, Berkey?
I done had enough of this shit. I'm just the fucking tarmac guard. No one said nothing about fighting no raps.
Jurassic Park malfunction again? Let's have 2 macho men square off against each other here. Your vagina hurt or something, soldier?
You're powerful free with that tongue of yours.
Yeah, I'll tongue that butthole if it's in a second if you're not careful.
You got me. Just testing your metal.
What are you gonna do about it? Make me
Not
fuck
much
you?
fight left in me anyways.
Yeah, I didn't think so. You couldn't handle me fucking you.
If you've come to end my life, let's be on with it.
Perfect!
Oh, not actually one of them, are you?
No, but I'll still take your life if you want to just give it away like that. I got some better armor, I think. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Now I'm looking like an old school, like Mad Max pirate or something.
Downright friendly with the outlaw leader.
What?
I reckon we got nothing to say to each other. You best back yourself.
I've murdered everyone I've encountered in here. I don't want to kill any raptidons, if I can help it. Luckily, my companions have murdered every single raptidon we've seen. So, they'll surely love us soon. Hey, you boys seen any gas canisters? I like how these guys can just let bygones be bygones even after I killed like a ton of their friends. I respect that, just being the bigger men. I feel like doing these dialogue options is very easy progress. Then I never have to make any choices, everyone's happy. Though I do like making choices like slitting that man, or cutting that man's head off for no reason. I don't know you, but I know enough to guess with a high level of confidence that you've been angry before. Unless I got the Dalai Lama watching or something, I bet there have been moments in your life where you've been fuming, extremely angry. It's natural, it's normal. I mean, Jiminy Christmas, earlier today, I was angry. I was driving and a spider went across my windshield. And it was a rather large spider. This puppy was set to Wumbo. And I don't have arachnophobia or anything, but I don't like them. And I certainly don't like them on my windshield. So, I pulled over, and in my cup holder had a receipt. So I thought, that'll be good enough. I'll just blast it with the receipt. And as I go to do that, it hits me with like a running back move. It hits me with like a double sidestep and then jumps on my arm. Then I fucking freak out and start like slapping my arm and screaming like a maniac. And I can't find the spider anymore. That makes me frown. It makes me angry. I'm sure there's plenty of things that have made you angry. But have you ever been so angry that you light a 1.2 million square foot warehouse on fire and will most likely spend many, many years behind bars for it and film the whole thing for Instagram? Probably not, I would say. Most likely, no. But I did just hear of someone who did. And it is a fascinating story because the anger makes sense. Like, the reason why this employee was angry, I think a lot of people can understand. But drastic measures like this did nothing except ruin his life.
Should have paid us enough to fucking live. You know, we may not get paid enough to fucking live, but these bitches dirt cheap. All you had to do was pay us enough to live. All you had to do was pay us enough to fucking live. All you had to do was pay us enough to live. There goes your inventory.
This is a Kimberly-Clark warehouse that apparently served 50 million people. It was located in California, and a disgruntled 29-year-old employee filmed these videos, posted them on Instagram of him lighting it on fire, and it completely fucking torched it. It, like, incinerated this whole facility. Pretty fucking stupid plan. Extremely dangerous. Could have easily killed people in the warehouse. The fire could have spread outside of the warehouse as well. It's California. California fires, like, that spreads a lot. This could have caused so much more damage, destruction, and death in this, like, raging inferno that he created here.
Again, thankfully, nobody was injured in that fire. No firefighters or none of the employees. They were all evacuated safely.
So, Nick, we should note you were just listening in on that news conference. That's why we couldn't go right to you. So this employee, a 29-year-old, did they say what he did there at that plant?
It's unclear exactly what he did. What we know is that they house lots of Kimberly-Clark products here. Again, this is a 1.2 million square foot warehouse here. So very large space filled with products. We know that they load the trucks up and distribute them. We don't know specifically what that man did.
I feel like we have some strong evidence to what that man did. He filmed it himself. I'm surprised it wasn't streamed on Kick. Like, this has become a very common phenomenon where people film or stream themselves committing crimes, in this case, arson. So he made it very clear what he was doing and why, the motive. He was upset with the pay, saying that all they had to do was pay him enough to fucking live, which is a very real problem, something I have yapped about for years, about how so many jobs right now in the country don't actually pay their employees a livable wage. And as things keep getting more and more expensive, it's not like the pay is being risen to try and help them, enable them to live. It is a huge problem. But the solution this guy cooked up in his noodle is not the optimal play, because now all he's going to do is land himself in jail. He's not going to be getting paid there. And on top of that, all of the workers at that warehouse, they are now out of work for who knows how long, and maybe they get canned because of it. I mean, this is a huge warehouse. This is going to take a long time to rebuild and get all that inventory and stuff back. Maybe they just start laying off employees that were working there. So now he has also ruined other people's income on top of that. So it's not exactly like the best plan that he's cooked up here, as shocking as that is to hear that arson didn't save the day. It is an issue. His anger is understandable, but this didn't do anything to solve it. It's not like that this company is all of a sudden going to have a come to Jesus moment like, oh, we didn't know that by underpaying our employees, it would make them frustrated. But now that an entire 1.2 million square foot warehouse been burnt down because of our folly, we will change our ways. We now see the light. Our third eye is open. Enlightenment. Time to raise everyone's pay. It's just not going to happen.
Do is pay us enough to live.
Chilling video posted online by the suspect appears to show the moment a massive warehouse fire was deliberately set.
All you had to do was pay us enough to live.
Investigators say the man behind the camera is 29-year-old Shamel Abdul Kareem.
He was believed to be an employee of Kimberly-Clark. However, it is confirmed that he is an employee of NFI Industries, the third-party distributor of Kimberly-Clark.
Officials say he had posted grievances online before igniting the Ontario, California warehouse on fire.
Now, I've actually seen people applauding this, saying that they need to start a GoFundMe ASAP so that way they can donate to him because he's a hero. He's standing up to capitalism. Finally, enough is enough. We need more of this across the country. That's fucking ridiculous. That's like actual dangerous, stupid brain. Like, people are saying, oh, wah, 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 crying over all this lost product from, billion-dollar corporation, that kind of thing. I don't know how people can be so, out of tune with reality. It's not even about, lost products or anything. It's about how easily people could have died in that, how it could have spread way beyond just that warehouse, and how this doesn't even really affect the company all that much. They have insurance. You know who this actually affects? Is the employees that are most likely going to be out of work here while this facility is out of commission and under maintenance, so they're going to be out income, and he just threw his whole life away for this, and it's not going to do anything to actually help people get a livable wage from this company or anything like that. It's just reckless, dangerous, jeopardizing tons of people's lives and safety and the area around him. This could have caused a huge fucking problem. Like I said, it's California. Wildfires spread wider than Kash Patel's butt cheeks. In that area, this could have easily spiraled way out of control, way beyond just that warehouse as well. This is just not something anyone should be Anyway, there is something other people have pointed out as a very surprising element to the fire itself, that a warehouse of this size housing this much supply, apparently this accounts for 3% of West Coast volume for toilet paper in particular, from what I was reading. I don't know if that's confirmed or how true that is, but it is a huge facility that houses a lot of paper product. And one thing people were noting is that the fire suppression system didn't really do a whole lot to stop this. And I was doing a bit of digging because they definitely have a fire suppression system. I don't know if they maintain it, maybe it was malfunctioning. From what I read, it apparently was working, but because he started multiple fires in multiple locations, it just wasn't effective at stopping the spread. So that's how it was able to get so out of control. And also, apparently the alarms were working because they were able to get the employees out. So I do feel like the systems were functioning how they were supposed to. It's just must have started a lot of fires that overwhelmed whatever system they have there. Or maybe they just don't have the best system there. I couldn't tell you, but I saw this earlier today, and I just had to yap about it. It was fucking crazy to see. And the fact that he filmed all of it, gathered his own evidence against himself, and freely posted online, that's become so common now. People love to film their own crimes. And this is probably the biggest display of that I've seen so far. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. With the amount of tomatoes I've thrown at Ubisoft over the last couple years, I could run Heinz out of business. It is incredibly easy to hate this company, and they make it clear that they deserve it. They are not shy about telling you how much they hate you. They've become infamous for the you will own nothing and be happy mentality. They have even point blank said that gamers need to be comfortable not owning their games. This is a company that every step of the way chooses all of the wrong options during the QuickTime events. They are not even accidentally saying things that anyone could appreciate, even the most diehard Ubisoft Formula fans, if such a creature even exists at this point. They can't even unintentionally say something agreeable. Even as their stock price plummets, fucking death spirals, they somehow dig deeper. This is the equivalent to the captain of a sinking ship turning on all the sink faucets to try and fill it up with even more water as much as possible. I cannot understand it. Today, they've gone on quite the spree here, an entire montage of bad takes from Ubisoft, and I have to make fun of them again. I actually have to. Keep in mind, this company is so misguided. They released multiple NFT games only a year ago. And NFTs are dead and buried, and somehow Ubisoft is still pooping those puppies out. It's crazy how out of touch Ubisoft is. In order to prove that the stupid juice is still flowing deeply at Ubisoft headquarters to this day, let's go ahead and show you their most recent annual financial report where they talk about their microtransactions and how microtransactions are actually a good thing because it allows their players to experience more fun. Very reminiscent of that time EA defended Battlefront controversial decisions by claiming that it was intended to give players a sense of pride and accomplishment. You can catch a slight whiff of that aroma here in the Ubisoft financial report with that statement. And I also can't help but giggle at the first line in their financial report where they try and claim that they're an industry leader in this sector. what a load of fucking barnacles. Get a load of this guy. Maybe at one point in time they were, but these days they are just a public spittoon for people to walk by and hawk loogies on. They are a sad shell of their former self. But this is all public. You can all read it yourself if you want to put your peepers on it. Down here is where you can find this statement. The adoption of monetization and engagement policies that respect the player experience and are sustainable in the long term. At Ubisoft, the golden rule when developing premium games is to allow players to enjoy the game in full without having to spend more. Our monetization offer within premium games makes the player experience more fun by allowing them to personalize their avatars or progress more quickly. However, this is optional. How delusional can you be? It's not even like a good lie. The motivator for these microtransactions that they are ham-fisting into every single game of theirs for the last decade is solely driven by wanting to hose the consumer for more money beyond the initial purchase of the game. Trying to squeeze some more coins out of the piggy banks of the players, hoping that some of the whales will pay to maybe speed progress up like they mention. And while yes, it is optional, there is a little something called pay to win, and it is a very real thing. It's not some make-believe boogeyman. But even in cases where you're offering microtransactions in single-player games, which Ubisoft loves to do, that's not exactly something worth celebrating, because now you're devoting resources into trying to find ways to get more money out of this single-player game, when those resources could have been devoted to just making the game better in the first place, something that Ubisoft seems very against. Their games fall into the same formula and have been for so long now that people are beyond tired of it, and instead of trying to find ways to breathe new life into their titles, they instead try and find new ways of monetizing them through these microtransactions and shit. It's so tone-deaf as well, and it shows very clearly that they don't even see player feedback, because every single Ubisoft game that comes out that is riddled, infected with microtransactions, like every Assassin's Creed now, you find collective sighs from even the most loyal supporters of the franchise. People aren't happy with it. And here they are just completely ignoring it and trying to spin it as a positive thing. Like, oh, it's always optional. Like, it actually like goes over really well because, I mean, it's personalized fun, right? Who wouldn't want to pay for that? Am I right? But another thing that also came out here is Ubisoft's thoughts on the real reason Star Wars Outlaws flopped. They are blaming disinterest in the franchise, which, when it was reported that Outlaws was stumbling and not performing all that well, that was cope they used back then as well, like some whispers of it being like, oh, the IP is just not as strong as it once was. Now they're just coming out here with their whole chest saying, no, the reason Outlaws didn't do well is just because no one cares about Star Wars anymore. Which is fucking crazy. They are just refusing to take the L and come to terms with the fact that the reason Outlaws didn't do well is it's just not a good game. And it doesn't even have the decency of being like a laughably horrible game where it could be like entertaining in how shitty it is. It is just so boring. It is like the most safe, by-the-numbers, bland, sterile, Ubisoft, Ubislop game. It is the same generic, open-world Ubisoft experience that we have seen 1,000 times before, and clearly people are tired of. The only difference with this one is it had a Star Wars skin on it, and also some of the worst stealth you'll find. But outside of the worst stealth you'll find, everything else was just serviceable. And it didn't even try to do anything well. It was just content being mid. And Ubisoft has, for some reason, really struggled with accepting the fact that mid just doesn't really cut it anymore. People don't want more Ubisoft open world games. It's been done 1 billion times the exact same way every time. It's tired and it's played out, and the sales show that with Star Wars Outlaws. It has nothing to do with the weakening of the IP, which is a real thing. Since going to Disney, it hasn't been as strong. A lot of the Disney shows have been super stinkers, but I think there is more evidence to the contrary that there is a hunger for good Star Wars, as demonstrated by Andor. I can't glaze Andor enough. I think that show is a masterpiece, and I think the reception and the absolute booming success of it speaks for that. People want good Star Wars. They're just not getting it often. Very rarely with something like Andor coming out. Star Wars Outlaws falls into the really uninteresting bucket of Star Wars that people just don't want to play with anymore. They don't want to touch, they don't want to indulge with. But there is still very much a lot of people wanting good Star Wars. It has nothing to do with the IP, with why Star Wars Outlaws flopped. But Goober is still trying to write it off as one of the contributing factors that the game suffered from a number of items. First, it suffered from the fact it was released at a time when the brand that it belonged to, was in a bit of choppy water, and then he acknowledges some technical problems, such as things missing polish, but they were polished and debugged early enough, but it had an effect. Which, again, yeah, there were some technical issues, but that is not the main reason that it failed, nor is it the strength of the IP during your release window here. You made basically the exact same copy and paste Ubisoft open world game again. No one wants it. Just accept it and do something different. The final little nugget from Ubisoft today is in regards to them loosely addressing Stop Killing Games, or more so, what they believe Stop Killing Games is about. And it's not the best response, but it's also being misrepresented by some publications with what he was actually saying. So apparently, Ubisoft CEO Goober was asked to respond to the movement at a recent shareholders meeting and said, "Regarding the petition, we operate in a market. And whenever we release a game, we provide a lot of support for that game. We also provide a lot of services to make sure that the game is accessible and remains playable 24/7. Wow, what saints. How unique. These heroes make sure a game is accessible 24/7, huh? That's never been done before. Holy shit. Crazy concept. Whoa. You mean even on weekends you can play your games? It's so stupid. Ubisoft does the absolute bare fucking minimum. Anyway, though, moving on. Goober says that the company provides information regarding the game and how long the game can be played, though he doesn't go into specifics about how those notices work. The crew, this is speaking in particular about the crew, did have a badge on its front box noting online connection required. You should have known better. You weren't actually buying anything. You were paying to rent. We were giving you a permission slip to play our game for however long we deemed worthy. And the notice in the fine print on the back that Ubisoft may cancel access to one or more specific online features upon a 30-day prior notice. Jumping a bit forward, he says, but this kind of issue is not specific to Ubisoft. All video game publishers are faced with that issue. You provide a service, but nothing is written in stone, and at some point the service may be discontinued. Nothing is eternal. And we are doing our best to make sure that things go well for all players and buyers, because obviously support for all games cannot last forever. The article then notes that this is not what Stop Killing Games is trying to do, trying to get perpetual support for the rest of fucking the galactic existence of these games or whatever. That is, again, not at all what it's looking for. Anyway, though, he goes on to say, the lifespan of a piece of software, whenever there's a service component, eventually services may be discontinued, but eventually the software may become obsolete over time. A lot of tools become obsolete 10, 15 years down the line. They're no longer available, and that is why we release a new version. And so we have version 2 and then version 3, but clearly this is a far-reaching issue, and we're working on it. Now, maybe I'm being too charitable in my interpretation here, but from this statement from him, it sounds more like he is identifying that this issue of games ceasing to exist once the development cycle has concluded is an issue that is not exclusive to just Ubisoft, and currently what Ubisoft does is just pull the plug and give players a notice of the impending doom. And he also makes a mention that games can't be supported by the developers forever, and then goes on to talk about how other tools also become obsolete and don't exist forever. It sounds more to me like he's just making a general statement about it, which he's right. The development on a game can't support it forever, which is why it's not what Stop Killing Games is asking for. It is asking for end-of-life plans, so that way when the development cycle is complete and they want to wash their hands of the product, what they do is they would have a plan in place in order for that game to be turned over in some way so that the community that paid for the game can still access the product they paid money for. It can still exist beyond the developer's need to support it. It is not an unreasonable ask. There have been so many game industry veterans with decades worth of experience in the industry coming forward to talk about how important something like that is and how reasonable and feasible it is as well. It is not some ridiculous request or anything. It is very much doable. And what a lot of articles have run with from the Ubisoft statement is when he just made a mention of the support for the game can't last forever. And to me, that wasn't like the whole crux of what he was trying to say. And again, maybe I'm being too charitable here to Ubisoft Goober, but with the whole statement, it seems more like he's just identifying it is a far-reaching issue, and it is something that isn't exclusive to Ubisoft, but it is something that he also says that they're working on. It doesn't seem like he was trying to harp on that statement, like, can't support it forever, as like what Stop Killing Games is about. It doesn't really seem like it was targeted and trying to spin Stop Killing Games as that, like I was initially led to believe from the articles that were talking about it. When you see the whole thing, I think it paints a little bit of a different picture. Of course, I'm still no Ubisoft enthusiast here, and of course, Ubisoft isn't exactly happy with this direction, I'm sure, but it doesn't seem like he was trying to misrepresent Stop Killing Games as demanding that we support forever. So, anyway, I still don't love the statement from him, because I still don't love the way they tackle it. I do appreciate that he says they're working on it. I guess we'll see if they actually do. But anyway, I just wanted to talk a little bit more about how Ubisoft is going these days, because, yikes. Not very good. It doesn't seem all that positive for Ubisoft. And I don't know when they're finally going to have their come to Jesus moment and start making good games again and start making decisions that make sense in the industry. That's really about it. So yeah. If you've ever gone into a YouTube comment section over the last couple months, the title immediately made sense to you what this video was going to be about. If you've ever wandered into the comment section on any of my videos or plenty of others across the platform, no doubt you have seen this at the very top about Isabella, a 15-year-old from California with cancer, and how the survival rate's really low, they're very scared, and they made a video talking about the struggle, and it'll be the last one they make. That has been the top comment on every one of my new uploads for a couple of months now. And it's also the top comment on a ton of other videos I've seen across the platform. It is always at the top because the likes are botted. It's always from different accounts because the accounts keep getting banned, because they're fake accounts. This is clearly a bot. I don't even think the most senile octogenarian would see that comment and start shedding tears about how it tugged on their heartstrings because they believed it. I promise you, the amount of people that have read that and actually, like, you know, responded like they just got a fucking Amber Alert, like, no, Isabella! They fucking sprint out the door to try and support this channel to the best of their ability is probably very low. You can probably count the amount of people that have fallen for it on one hand. But it's still very annoying. It's just a big headache that is also a symptom of a larger problem that the platform struggled with for years, which is bots. I've covered this at least once a year for the last 5 years because of how bad it's gotten, and it ebbs and flows. Sometimes it gets extremely bad, like where bots were sharing illegal material through the comment section, and then it seemed like YouTube kind of put the kibosh on it on the back end. But now those bots are back, and now even more bots seem to have infested the comment section with like the Isabella shit, and also the porn bots that'll just copy a real comment and paste it as their own. Like, it is a huge issue, and every single time, like clockwork, that it starts to get really bad, flares up, people blame the YouTuber. So right now, people for a while have been saying I've done nothing about the bots in the comments, talking about how I'm just letting it rot down there. Even leading to people putting their words in my ass about how I'm doing it on purpose. Well, you see, Charles is doing this because it helps boost the amount of comments, which is good for the algorithm. So he's clearly okay with these bots down there because it helps the video. He's totally fine with letting it go to the birds because it helps boost the comment numbers, which is a crazy take, but it's spoken with so much authority and confidence from people that are so wrong that I almost can't help but be impressed by the hubris. This is something I literally talk about once a year, because there is only so much you can do. When these bots start getting this out of control, it's not as easy as just somehow banning all of them. There are tens of thousands of these accounts and new ones being made every second. That's just not feasible. Not even Queso could ban that many accounts. So what you do instead is you ban words and characters. So last time this was a huge issue, Matt and I did this massive repository of so many words and phrases and like characters that people use to try and get like around the like blacklist filter so they could like still spam all of the terrible shit. And we blocked those. But clearly they have now found ways around it. Thus, a new solution needs to be brought into fruition here that I have yet to find. I could ban the word Isabella, but they'll just change the name. So it'll go from Isabella to Gertrude or something, but it doesn't actually solve the bot problem. It is a very difficult problem to tackle because of how widespread the issue is. YouTube itself would have to do something on its back end to try and make it more difficult to have all of these botted accounts making millions of comments all the time. It's difficult, and it's not something that I'm just like ignoring or unaware of. I clearly see it. It's just there's not a ton of ways for me to combat it beyond what I'm already doing and what I've already done. They are always getting more and more sophisticated and finding different ways around the protocol to stop them. So it's just tough. Also, another thing very interesting about the behavior of the Isabella bot in particular is you'll notice on almost all of the top comments from it, it is edited. So another thing it does is it doesn't always bot likes. It'll sometimes copy and paste a legitimate comment that was gaining traction, post it as its own, give it some kind of boost, and then people will organically like it, thinking that it was like a real person that made it. Then they edit the comment to be Isabella. So it's not always the same every single time. Oftentimes it'll be like a bait and switch, like, you thought I was just a normal bot copy and pasting? Actually, Isabella. So these bots are not as simple as a lot of people make them out to be, and they are not as easy to stop as a lot of people say they are, with just like banning them or like blacklisting some of the words. That is what we have tried, and they are still finding ways around it. And you can't ban every single bot because, again, it takes less than 5 seconds for these bot farms to just make a new one and just start a new account. So it is a tricky thing to fix. And yes, despite what a couple people will lead you to believe, I am trying to do something about it, so it stops being all over the comment section on every video I post. It's just not easy. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So yeah. Did you hear that the finale for The Amazing Digital Circus is going to theaters? I did. I've also seen that a lot of fans are very upset about that, because it's 2 weeks early to theaters and it's not like globally in every theater. So a lot of here, I'll just pull up like the announcement. So a lot of fans feel betrayed because they've been going to YouTube for free for all this time, and now it's not free, it's going to theaters, and if you're not in the area that it's showing, you have to wait and avoid spoilers is the big controversy. Wow. That actually sounds pretty fucked. I disagree to a certain extent. 2 weeks maybe is a little long for it. That I can understand. Like maybe it should have been like a week early. But this is expensive, man. The amount of money Glitch pours into animation, like purely for the love of the game, releasing for free on YouTube is astounding. No one else is doing that. And for their finale to like finally try and generate some money off it, releasing in theaters, I think is a very cool thing, actually. What better way to celebrate it than having it go to the big screen? The issue is I do think 2 weeks is probably too long, especially when people can't go see it, like, in general, because it's not playing in their theater. I think if they had done a week, it probably wouldn't have been controversial. Like, there'd still, of course, be some sticklers who are like, this should remain free forever, and all the animators should work for free, and all of this needs to be 1000% free. Glitch needs to make sure that I never have to pay a penny for this high-quality entertainment, and I don't care if you go bankrupt and lose everything because of it. It's free. Damn it, forever. Like, there's always going to be people like that. But I think 2 weeks was a little ambitious, and that does make it so it's hard to avoid spoilers for that long for the community. I think I would have done like a week. And it's still extremely exciting for everyone to go see it. I've never gotten the appeal for Digital Circus. It's not really my cup of tea. That's not my favorite Glitch production. But I understand why people love it so much and are super passionate about it. It's just personally not my favorite. More of a Gaslight District Glitch enjoyer. You saw the new YouTube report showing how many people are watching indie animations on YouTube? The numbers are crazy. I haven't seen the numbers, but I've been saying, man, we are straight up in the golden age of animation, and have been for a little while. Just extremely talented people are making animation, and just readily available for everyone to watch. It's incredible. Let's see. And that's in no small part thanks to things like Glitch. YouTube report details animation industry indie wave reveals viewership trends. Let's see. New report from YouTube reveals how the cratering of traditional US studio animation and aging of digital-first audience may be expanding opportunities for independent digital animation. Animation News Wave. Findings come from interviews with creators analyzing viewership data among 16 to 49-year-old users across the globe, not just YouTube Kids. Okay. According to the report, interest in the animation is global. 50% of online animation fans 14 to 49 reporting that they watch animated series in languages other than their own. In case of Korean series like Alien Stage, 90% of animated survival audition 90% of the animated survival audition shows viewership came from outside Korea. What are like the big numbers here though? And here's Glitch mentioned. That's when Glitch put on Amazing Digital Circus, landed on 8 out of 12 countries trending topics list. Never seen an animated series have that kind of exposure, especially so soon in its tenure. They'd only released 4 episodes at the time. Videos tagged with Alien Stage collectively earned 330 million views in 2025. I don't know what Alien Stage is, but it must be very popular. This is seemingly more into like the minutia of it as opposed to like the actual numbers. I was just very curious what total animation viewership metrics look like, but it seems like that's not what the report focused on per se. Where it says 66% of Gen Z fans watch animated memes weekly, 57% watch animatics weekly, and 63% watch YouTube-made animated series weekly. But that's only of the people that they interviewed for the study. That's not like... Well, at least based on how I'm reading this, it seems like it's only out of who they were tracking and extrapolating on. But yeah, animation is still huge. Indie animation is huge. Mainstream animation better than indie animation. Alright, whatever, Buster. But I will disagree with you to a certain extent. Yeah, some of the mainstream animation is obviously going to dwarf like indie one. Like, I get it. I mean, budget, the amount of team members that work on it, it's going to be higher quality. But then you have things like Invincible. And I think there's a lot of fan animation and indie animation that looks better than Invincible. Outside of Season 1, Invincible's animation is just really, really weak. Especially this season. Don't know if you saw the latest Meat Canyon video, but production value was actually insane, rivals actual TV productions. That was breathtaking. That was an incredible piece of content. The puppetry, the sets, that was filmed like a no-nonsense, big-budget show I would have seen on TV like 10, 15 years ago. It was very impressive. You see the Wu-Chang Fallen Feathers dev team got dissolved, and also Kazan team got dissolved too. Talked about Kazan, and the Wu-Chang one happened earlier today. I saw. We're losing some really talented studios, man. It's a shame. It's a real shame. How are these studios that make quality games dissolving? Because the budget for everything is so bloated and the expectations from the upper echelon are so high and unreasonable that no matter how good the game is, it'll never be enough. So then they end up just dissolving the teams. It sucks. It really, really does. It blows. Don't know if it's a hot take, but I thought Wu-Chang was super generic. That was kind of my take as well. It wasn't my favorite Souls-like game. It was solid, but I didn't think it offered anything super special. I didn't regret spending the 15, 16 hours, whatever it was I spent with it. I had fun, but it wasn't anything like crazy. It was still good though. And now it made me excited to see more from them. Which now doesn't seem to be happening. Leave Souls-like games to FromSoft. Every other Souls-like game not made by FromSoft is dog shit. Actually might be one of the worst takes I've read in a while. Completely ignoring things like Neo and Lies of P. IGN hire this man. It's true. You see the video of that cornhole player sniffing coke off a dollar bill upside down, then shooting a gun out his window. What? What was his name again? Dayton Weber. Yep, snorts off dollar bill and then shoots out of the window. This is the quadruple amputee that killed that guy recently.
Hey, that was perfect. You just, it's spilled. I don't give a E-bud.
Wow. Can we even show this on stream? He just snorted coke. It was blurred! What do you mean? It was blurred. It couldn't even see that, and it could have been anything. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a new chair pretty soon. My chair is so fucking cooked. I've had it for so long now that the normal spot where my ass is has indented down, which has pushed all of the other, I don't know, organs of the chair towards the back. So now right behind my cheeks there are like these giant stalactites that are sprouting up, so it's like really high there. So if I like lean back, it hurts my back, and if I sit on it, it goes like right into my cheeks and digs in. It is very uncomfortable now. Does it feel kind of good? No, it feels like shit actually. It's like, sharp's not the right word. It's like sitting on like a pointed rock. Like if I lean back. The only spot, can you see it if I pointed my camera at it? Maybe. Well, here. I don't know if you can see it, but maybe you can see like all the like spikes sticking up there, maybe. It's not comfy. It's just gotten too old, so I gotta get a new one. Too bad it won't hit the G-spot since it relocated. True, yeah, since the G-spot ran away from the ass. That's a good point. Put the chair up for sale online at an absurd price. Yeah, $5 million or something. One of a kind. It does have, like, it genuinely does have full ass print, because like I said, it's so old that where my ass typically sits is just fully indented in and pushed everything else out the back. So if ever it becomes possible to clone someone, there might be enough ass DNA on this to make it happen. Encase the chair in resin and see if an art museum will accept it. Oh, that's pretty good. That's kind of cool. No, I'm not actually going to sell it. I just need to get a new one, that's all. Can't really sit in this all that often. It is just not comfy anymore. I gotta ask my parents what kind it is, because they're the ones that got it many, many years ago. Don't throw it away. What the fuck else am I gonna do with it? I don't want to sell it either. That'd be weird. But yeah, I don't typically like throwing anything away either, so maybe maybe I will encase it in resin. I wonder how long I've had this chair, actually. It has to be like 8 years, right? Close to it, probably. Can't you just change the seat cushion and keep it? I don't think so. Not with this. I don't even see how I would do that. There's really no way I can see of making that happen. I'm just gonna get the same chair again is all. I like this chair too much. Yeah, it's like the scene in Toy Story 2 when they leave Jesse. Okay. What if instead of a chair you got something cool like a rocking chair, like a rocking horse or a tricycle? That would be very cool. I'd love sitting on that for hours. That'd feel great. The chair first appeared on stream August 2nd, 2020. Has it only been 6 years? Thought for sure I had this in like 2019. You know what I kind of want to do? I've been really getting into the idea of like restoring things. Like I got a 1886 Winchester the other day. Or 87. I can't remember. It's either 86 or 87. I got a Winchester. And it's not in like shooting condition. So I've been wanting to restore it. Because I've been really getting into the idea of like restoring things. Maybe I'll do that for this chair and try and upgrade it with like little fans and shit. Like really elevate it. Bro thinks he's Arthur Morgan. I'm sure I could find, like, someone that can teach me to restore it. I think that could be cool if I give it all kinds of really cool upgrades, like little silent fans in there for my cheeks. Eliminate the swamp ass, let that shit breathe. This chair also has like a big issue. It has like very sharp edges on like the wheels around it that I've cut my feet on quite a few times. I could round those out. That might be a fun little project. For the Winchester, do you plan on getting donor parts or remanufacturing the parts? If possible, I would like to actually remanufacture them. But I don't think that'll be possible. I don't know. I haven't done enough research on what would go into that kind of restoration project. But a family friend actually builds flintlocks from scratch. So I feel like if anyone would know what the process of restoring this would look like, it would be him. It's so sick, actually. It's very cool. I was gonna ask him to teach me how to build them. Like, mentor me. Me and my dad. My dad and I are both interested in trying to learn how he does it. Because he's an artist, man. The flintlocks that he builds are beautiful. He does his own silver carvings for them, too. It's crazy, the level of quality. Maybe I'll show them off in a video at some point. But I think that'd be a fun little hobby. I'd recommend looking into improved parts for it, lifter especially, for the Winchester. I don't know if I'd want to improve it though, I'd kind of want it as is. Like, I'm sure it won't be nice to shoot, like it won't feel good, but I think that'd be part of the charm to do it right. If possible, that is. You all know I'm not a big Nintendo enthusiast. Love their games, hate the company. I have not bought a Nintendo product in a long time now, and I don't have any plans on starting anytime soon. I just do not agree with the company's business practices, full stop. And I am proven time and time again to be on the correct side of history with this personal decision of mine. I cannot stand this company. I'm sure a lot of you are seeing the headlines right now about how Nintendo has successfully filed a patent in the US on summoning a character and letting it fight another. Basically, the media is claiming that this patent is going to stop other games from having summoning that will allow the summon to follow you and fight others for you, which is a very basic gameplay mechanic for tons and tons and tons of games. Summoning has been a staple in gaming since the beginning of time, since the first couple of cavemen banging stones together, thinking of video games in his head. Summoning has just always been there. Obviously, this is laser focused on PAL World because Nintendo is deep on that case. They're pulling out all the stops. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to recruit God Almighty to come down and smite PAL World HQ for the sin of stepping on Pokemon's creature-catching toes. But tons of people are worried with the way that the patent is currently filed that this will hit things far beyond just creature-catching games. It will hit tons of products that have summoning as a mechanic, which is a very basic gameplay element. So things like Final Fantasy, Shin Megami Tensei, Persona, or even classes in video games that use pets and minions. So like Diablo with Necromancy, World of Warcraft with Hunter, where you'd summon your pets to go attack the bad guys, that kind of thing. They believe that this patent is also potentially going to have ramifications on that, which again is a very basic gameplay element that games have used for decades. And I've now read through the patent, suffered through all of those pages because I could not believe that this would even be something that could be successfully filed because it's unenforceable. Like, you can't expect every game that uses summoning to now not be able to do that because they'd, be fucking suckling off the teat of Nintendo's patent. There's just no world where that would actually go through properly. It couldn't. And after the agonizing misery of going through all of these pages, which at times feel unnecessarily bloated in explanations, especially their background, like, Jesus Christ, you could have boiled that down to like a page or two. Like, holy shit, that's like me explaining a peanut butter and jelly in like fucking 2,000 words. But like, I went through all of this. And it seems like a lot of it is pretty specific, though I do think there is wiggle room for some broad interpretations of the filing. It seems like what they are specifically claiming are kind of pretty like laser guided on PAL World itself. It seems like they're mainly just using patents as a weapon solely for Pal World. But I do think it opens the door that there could be some problems down the line in other avenues, but I would be very surprised to see this patent actually having an effect on any games currently out there that aren't Pal World, which I still think is just dog shit. And I hate this direction Nintendo takes these days, where they patent everything. Everything Nintendo has ever used in a game, Nintendo now wants to patent to stop others from even thinking about exploring creative options with those kind of mechanics. I think that is so anti-creative expression, and it is stifling to creativity in this medium. I think it super sucks. So even if this is specific enough to only hurt Pal World, I still think this is fucking horrible overall, where anytime there's a game that they have issue with, they'll just patent things around it, so that way they can more effectively take them down. So let's go ahead and take a deeper dive here into exactly what they've now registered, what Nintendo owns entirely that no one else can touch anymore. This is their holy grail mechanics. Performing control of moving a player character on a field in a virtual space based on a moving operation input. Performing control of causing a sub-character to appear on the field based on a first operation input. And when an enemy character is placed at a location where the sub-character is caused to appear, controlling a battle between the sub-character and the enemy character by a first mode in which the battle proceeds based on an operation input, and when the enemy character is not placed at the location where the sub-character is caused to appear, starting automatic control of automatically moving the sub-character that has appeared, and performing control of moving the sub-character in a predetermined direction on the field, based on a second operation input, and when the enemy character is placed at a location of a designation, controlling a battle between the sub-character and the enemy character by a second mode in which the battle automatically proceeds. I know that jargon can be a little confusing and hard to understand exactly what it's saying. Unfortunately, that's just how a lot of patent filings sound, like somebody overdosing while trying to explain string theory. This article kind of breaks it down into like what exactly it means. So like, move character in virtual space, summon character, call it sub-character, by which means it's not the player character, for example, a little monster like a Pokemon that the player has at its disposal. Then there's alternating scenarios here where the sub-character is summoned in a place where there's already a character, so then it will fight, and then it is summoned in a place where there is not another character, so it doesn't fight immediately. The final step is about sending the sub-character in a direction, then letting an automatic battle ensue with another character. Then if you look at their flowchart, they have like the entire thing broken down here about the field processing. You move character, control enemy character, they come in contact. Basically it goes through what a battle looks like. So then throwing motion instruction, and then it goes through their checks. Is there selection target? And then if there is, sub-character will appear. Sub-character fights. Basically, if you read through this, it is like the Pokemon formula. This may be a look at the Krabby Patty and what goes on it here, but this isn't actually overly relevant to the patent and their claims in it. This is them laying out their flow as examples of their processing and how all of it plays out. That is not what they are specifically targeting. So that's figures 18 through 22, and they're shown as an example of how their processing is executed in these games. But the patent isn't aiming to just patent everything you read in that flowchart. Reading through this patent, it is looking at these sub-characters that get summoned, and if they are summoned on top of an enemy in a persistent environment, it will automatically fight the enemy. If it is summoned when there is no enemy present, it will follow the player around performing autonomous actions, that kind of thing. Specifically, I believe it would be manual versus automatic. So if a game has both manual and automatic battling for these summons, then these would apply. So like, if you're summoned skeletons or something as a necromancer, if there are no enemies, they will go find one and then automatically fight it, I believe, would then be an application. Again, it is pretty confusing, but what they are listing here with their Pokemon flow is just examples of what, like, they have and what they aim to protect through these patents. The claims are the important parts of what they are filing, which many are interpreting as pretty broad. And there is room that it could be viewed broadly. Yes, it seems like it looks to, put the lock and key on Nintendo's toys so no one ever gets to play with them again. But the way that you can read this filing does apply to more than just, like, the creature catching aspect of Nintendo Pokemon games and stuff like that. Like, I can understand confusion because it is confusing. It is weird. It is messy. And this is entirely uncalled for and unnecessary. And even, again, if it is specific to Power World alone, this threat of a patent that Nintendo owns around summoning and certain things with summoning might just be a deterrent from someone else out there looking to explore a creature catching game or a game that uses some kind of summoning mechanics in like a container. Because Nintendo now has like the Pokeballs and like creatures held in something that you throw. Like, them just having so many patents that they squat on and them being as litigious and aggressive as they are, that in and of itself can just be a weapon. Like that fear of Nintendo coming at you legally for one of your gameplay ideas that maybe doesn't have anything to do with like Pokemon, but it could still fall under their interpretation of a patent, that now they don't want to like mess around with that idea anymore because they can't afford to get sued by Nintendo. Them just having all of these patents that are applying to broad ideas, even if they are specific enough in the actual filing, is still just scary to a lot of developers, I imagine, that can't afford to be targeted and attacked by Nintendo, even if they haven't done anything wrong. So they might not even take the chance of making that game. I just think it is just so shitty across the board. I feel like I got a little lost in the sauce on my explanation. Basically what I'm saying is, even if these patents are specific enough to only target Power World, which again I think is already shitty in and of itself, but even if it doesn't apply to other things, the confusion around these patents, and since they are targeting very basic gameplay ideas like summoning, people that are developing a game that uses summoning in some way that is even remotely adjacent to a creature catcher might be hesitant about pulling the trigger on development and going down that path because they could be afraid Nintendo would target them because of this patent. So, like, them just going down this path of patent everything, even if it doesn't target everyone now has to be aware of that and be like kind of worried, like, well, what's Nintendo going to do with it? And does it apply to my game? Is my game falling under these specific criteria? Because it might be, I'm not really sure. So it just becomes a big problem across the board, in my eyes. It just attacks creativity. It just makes it harder to explore ideas from other people because Nintendo might come after them. And Nintendo is not shy about going after, like, literally anybody. They will target someone that only has, like, 5 followers on itch.io if they think they stepped on their fucking trademarks or something. Like, they will. So it becomes just a blanket threat. Nintendo with patents is a grizzly bear with a bazooka. Truly just unpredictable, but very dangerous for sure. Like, it is just a legitimately concerning thing for developers because now Nintendo will enforce those patents strictly, and you're not entirely sure if, like, well, does my summoning mechanics fall under these criteria? Potentially, I'm not really sure, you know? It just becomes bad. I don't like it. I think it is super shitty, and I'm so fucking tired of Nintendo's antics. I still have no plans on buying any Nintendo products. That has not changed. So, yeah, that's really about it. See ya. This is one of the more infuriating stories I've seen in recent times. The injustice here is just unfathomable. Meet Jesse Butler. He is a rapist. Jesse is an 18-year-old that was facing 78 years in prison for heinous crimes, including 10 allegations, including rape, battery by strangulation, rape by instrumentation, and domestic assault involving 2 women. He pled no contest to these charges. The evidence is overwhelming. It is irrefutable that he is guilty of these crimes he was charged. There's photo evidence. There's even a video Jesse himself took of him strangling one of his victims till they passed out. There is more proof that Jesse Butler is guilty of all of this rape than there is proof that the sky is blue. This is not a matter of him, like, weaseling his way out of these charges because they were able to muddy the water or something. He literally pled no contest to them. So you would think this would be a slam dunk case to lock a monster away. I think every sane person in this country would hear this story, learn about Jesse Butler, and agree this is just pure evil and there is no reason at all he should be anywhere but behind bars. But we have to remember, not everyone is sane. And some of these people that have a fucking screw loose are also in positions of power, and in this case, a judge. A judge named Susan C. Worthington in Payne County, Oklahoma, who is just a fucking troglodyte homunculus, it seems, that decided that Jesse Butler shouldn't be going to jail for these crimes. No. Susan C. Worthington rolled up her sleeves and ultimately decided that the punishment that fits the crime in this case is a teensy tiny bit of community service with a 1-2 punch of rehab. That is the justice that Susan C. Worthington brought to the victims of this rapist. This guy will not see a prison cell. he is still going to be a free man, even after pleading no contest to these heinous, vile crimes. He is a rapist. And this judge, Susan C. Worthington, has said, that's okay. Well, it's nothing we can't fix here with a little bit of tender love and care and a bit of elbow grease with some community and service. Now, to be clear here, and keep in mind, I'm still a little, new to understanding how a lot of this shit works with my fucking Neanderthal brain here. But as I understand it, this wasn't Susan C. Worthington's proposal or anything. This was a plea deal that was reached and was put in front of Susan. She granted it, but she had the ability to reject it. A judge can reject a plea, and especially in a case like this, that would have been the right thing to do. This is a monster that under no circumstances should be afforded this kind of deal. This is someone that should not be able to weasel their way back into society. They are a danger, a menace to everyone around them. So while Susan may not have been the one to theory craft this whole community service and rehab idea, she did agree with it ultimately, that this is the right course of action. So by granting this, to me, that is her putting her stamp of approval on it, that this, in her eyes, is justice. It is fucking unhinged. I think Susan C. Worthington needs to be investigated ASAP. This is protecting a rapist. And there is a body cam of when Jesse Butler was taken into custody, and his mother is very supportive of Jesse, talking about how they're going to get him out and all of that. And it turns out Jesse's family is very well connected in Oklahoma. They have a lot of powerful friends, it seems, over there in Oklahoma.
Of both victims who came forward against Jesse, there is a third victim who, she hasn't come forward, but can you blame her when you look at this as the justice that they get? Speculation is that Jesse Mac Butler's father is a man by the name of Mac Butler, and he was the head of football operations at OSU. So somebody with deep-rooted ties into the community, and that then leads you to the judge in this case, or one of the judges in this case, Judge Susan Worthington. Between her and her father, the Worthingtons have had a hold on that bench for over 50 years. So while you can't necessarily say definitively that, hey, there's this connection here because he's deep-rooted in football.
He goes on to say that it's not difficult mental gymnastics for people to maybe connect these dots or follow these breadcrumbs, that there might be some kind of connection there, considering that this town needs that football program. Like, OSU is a staple of it. Thus, Mac Butler, Jesse Butler's father, is a staple in the community, deep-rooted ties here, and there could be some kind of connection there with him and the Worthingtons. Again, it is something that a lot of people have speculated and taken notice of, to the point where there is now even an authority that is considering investigating this potential connection. And it is very weird how Jesse Butler has these indefensible crimes, yet is not getting any real punishment for it. Is it possible it's because of who his family is? They were very confident that he was going to get away with this. They even said in the body cam we're about to see, his mother said, we're going to win this. It seems like they were really sure that these unforgivable crimes were going to be forgiven here, ultimately, in the eyes of the law in Oklahoma. I wonder if that might have played a role in him getting away without even a slap on the wrist. This isn't even a slap on the wrist, this is a slap on the ass. This is basically Susan C. Worthington and the entire legal system over there in Payne County, Oklahoma, giving him the old keister clapper saying, hey, good work out there, don't worry, we got you covered, we got your back over here in Payne County. It's fucking sickening. It is actually unbelievable. I'm going to show you the body cam real quick because I think it's important you get to see who he's surrounded by, because even though his mother is aware of these crimes, it seems like she's more concerned about her child's future. Like, the actual victim here is Jesse Butler, not the two women that he raped and all of those horrible things he did. It's actually Jesse Butler that, is getting the short end of the stick here and is getting traumatized.
Yeah, so we're here. We're obviously going to place you under arrest. There's a warrant for your arrest. We're going to take you to the jail. I told your mom that she can contact a bondsman, and you shouldn't be very long, but there just is a process for paperwork and stuff. But right now you do have to come with us, and I do have to put you in handcuffs, so turn around for me. Do you have to put me in handcuffs?
Oh man, Jesse's calling the wambulance there. You can see him start to tear up. Oh man, it almost breaks your heart looking at him get all sad like that. And his mom, she's starting to feel it, saying, oh, do you have to put him in handcuffs? Fucking obviously, yes, lady. Of course they have to put him in handcuffs. This guy is a violent rapist. To such an extreme degree, I wouldn't have been surprised if he tried clawing at the fucking cage in the back of the police car to get his hands on one of the officers' necks to strangle them and rape them. This guy is an animal, an absolute fiend. He is a fucking monster. Of course they need to put him in handcuffs.
You know what you're doing this. It's okay. Yeah. I'll get you out. For me? Alright, stay silent. Rick knows about this. Candy's on this. Dad's on his way. We're coming to get you, okay? Just stay strong, okay? Say your prayers. Awful experience with a child.
What she said while Jesse was walking to the police car there actually made my stomach turn. She said, what an awful experience for a child. Lady, your son raped 2 women. Numerous times. He nearly killed one of them with the strangulation, by the way. And you're saying that him going to jail here, like in handcuffs, is the awful experience for the child? What about the victims? What do you think about that? Do you think that wasn't an awful experience? Like this is worse? Like Jesse's the one we should actually feel bad for here? I understand it must be extremely difficult to wrestle with this reality that your child is a monster. I can't even imagine what that's like. That would be soul crushing. But to wipe your ass with reality and just blindly support them to the point where you will do anything to ensure they don't actually get punished for the very real crimes they committed that you yourself are aware of. Again, this isn't a matter of like his parents believe he's innocent or something. Everybody knows he's guilty. He has even pled no contest. The evidence is irrefutable. So they know he is a rapist, and yet they have fought tooth and nail to ensure he doesn't go to jail for it. In my eyes, that makes them very bad people as well. They are knowingly ensuring a rapist is back in society. And since this punishment, I can't even use that word. That word does not apply here. That stretches the definition. This is not even a punishment. What they gave him is chores to do now. That's it. Where he does like a bit of community and service, and then he does like a rehab program, and they tried to make it seem like this was like a super strict sexual offender rehab program. I don't want to get into like the weeds of how they ended up at this ruling. I recommend you watch the Law and Crime video. They do a good job breaking it down. But basically, to my understanding, is they legally de-aged him like Robert De Niro in The Irishman here. They rewound time, gave him the fucking time infinity stone, so that way he could fit into the youth sex offenders program, so he would no longer be like an adult in the eyes of the law for these crimes that he was being tried for. So that way he could be part of this rehab program. And they said, if he reoffends, he could be facing 10 years in jail. We're really sticking it to him. This is super strict stuff. And I truly think, I really believe, that this is so weak, so flimsy, that the lesson Jesse Butler learned here is that he can get away with anything. And that the only reason he got caught is because his victims survived. So I bet that if he continues to be a free man, it won't be long until he rapes again, and this time he will not leave them alive. That's what I think is going to happen down the line as a result of this ruling here. They have let a monster back into society, and they have now said to that monster, he's untouchable. So I think there's going to be a corpse on their hands at some point because of this. Jesse Butler is a rapist. Jesse Butler is an evil, evil rapist, and everyone that played a role in him getting away with his crimes needs to be held accountable for it. There needs to be an investigation into this. There needs to be real fucking justice here. This is absolutely sickening, and I just had to yap about this today. It's crazy. That's about it. See ya. Dave Baszucki. You know him as the CEO of Roblox. I know him as a weird urinal cake I can't help but pee on from time to time because everything that he has done as CEO is just so odd. He is the guy that has been fighting tooth and nail, making it what seems to be his life's mission to bring dating to Roblox. Having a entire section of the Roblox business model carved out for dating. And initially, it was supposed to be for 17-plus-year-olds. Dave, that's underage, which was a lesson he refused to learn. He had to eventually be dragged kicking and screaming into reality that 17-year-olds are minors. And despite everyone on the planet telling him how weird it was that he wanted adult content accessible to 17 plus instead of locking it behind 18 plus, which he was adamant about, he refused to budge an inch on that. He was just lat spreading, just saying no, until eventually, I guess, someone was able to break through his noodle up there to, you know, get the message through his thick skull. But everyone has also been saying how weird it is just conceptually to try and add adult content on Roblox to begin with. It is a platform used predominantly by children. Why do you want a dating service element of it? Why do you want adult content to even have a home on Roblox to begin with? Especially considering the reputation of Roblox as like a safe haven for predators at this point, where there are just so many issues with the way Roblox handles their predator problem. It's just a recipe for disaster, and everything Dave has done as CEO of Roblox is just fucking odd to me. And I think he himself is just creepy. I just watched a brand new interview with him that just kind of goes tits up here. He's unhinged. Like, he is actually off his gourd in the interview. I can't show you any clips from it, and just as set expectations, if you do watch it, which I recommend you do because it's fascinating, he's not like blowing a gasket or having a conniption, but he is like combative, defensive, and it seems like very upset about the interview, even though, according to this, Roblox was the one that pitched them on interviewing Dave Baszucki about child safety. Like, they didn't ambush him or anything, yet during the interview, it seems like he was fucking caught between a rock and a hard place. He was deer in the headlights for a lot of the questions they were asking. I don't know what he was expecting. Maybe he thought he'd go into the interview and both of them would be on their hands and knees just sucking his dick and fondling his balls, putting a finger in his ass for the G-spot tickling. Like, I don't know why he would be getting so mad when they were even the ones that were pushing for this interview in the first place. It's shocking. Let's take a peek at this moment here, which is transcribed. It's from the interview. It's probably the most heated moment from the interview. The interviewer is talking about manual safety versus an automated review process. And Dave Baszucki has a full-blown temper tantrum here. He gets red in the face, and then he starts trying to like talk over the interviewer who is trying to give his perspective. So he answers the question initially about like how he'd actually lean in harder, the shift would be constantly moving to higher quality, more accurate, more diligent systems. Can we review more? Can we do better? And then eventually just says, let's say we figure it out, and the way to do that is with better and better AI models. Would you pick that? The interviewer says, yeah. And Dave Baszucki says, good, so you're aligning with what we did. High five. The interviewer then tries to give more to his perspective on things, saying, but I've also been covering social networks, and Dave Baszucki chimes in instantly to try and shut it down by talking over him, saying, thank you for supporting our Roblox decision matrix. Again, the interviewer tries to squeak out more thoughts. Dave Baszucki is not having that. He is going to try and absorb all of the fucking air in this room to try and bury the interviewer's topic. He tries again, but I also remember 15 years ago when, and here's Dave Baszucki with the fucking sledgehammer from the top turnbuckle. He interrupts, I'm so glad you guys are aligned with the way we run Roblox. High five. This is literally the behavior of a child putting his fingers in his ear going, la 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 la, I can't hear you, I can't hear you. That is what Dave Baszucki is doing here. And once again, the interviewer tries again. Right, I also remember 15 years ago when Mark Zuckerberg was saying, and then Dave Baszucki, once again with the fucking RKO, is this a stealth interview where actually you love everything we're doing and you're here to stealthily support it? Watching this segment of the interview was extraordinarily uncomfortable. It was so awkward. It had me kind of squirming in my seat a little bit, listening to this imbecile start to get combative here and try and bully the interviewer into submission to try and like force camaraderie or something. Oh, so like high five, you support us. Hi, stop, shut the fuck up. High five, you support us. You like stealthily love everything we're doing, am I right? Fist bump, put her here. You want me to sign you up for the Roblox dating service? I know. Alright, I'll give you an account. It's fucking weird. This guy sucks. He is so creepy. And if you want further evidence of that, just look at the way that the interview starts. Dave Baszucki immediately just kind of goes mask off here when asked what he thinks about the problem of predators on Roblox. His response was, we think of it not necessarily just as a problem, but an opportunity as well. How do we allow young people to build, communicate, and hang out together? How do we build the future of communication at the same time? You couldn't script a worse answer. When asked about his perspective on the predator problem with his platform, he said he doesn't view it just as a problem, but an opportunity. What? Pardon? Say that again for the people in the back on the bleachers. What did you just say about the predators preying on children on your platform? You view it as an opportunity? What a remarkably stupid thing to say, but maybe he's being very honest. I have always got the impression, and many others, that Roblox doesn't take the predator problem very seriously. There has been nothing in Roblox's history that leads me to believe that they do as much as they possibly can to keep children safe on that platform. So maybe this is Dave Bazooki just going full goatsy here and letting us take a peek at the foul insides. That he just doesn't really care that much, and really, it's not just a problem to him, but a real opportunity. I think, and this is being very charitable, but I think, based on the way he continued in the interview right after that, what he was trying to get at is that he's viewing this as a big conundrum that they're trying to solve of how do you grow all of these tools with one of the biggest platforms on the planet while also trying to moderate it. So then he was going into the state-of-the-art tools they're working on, like the age estimation features and the AI moderation tools and stuff like that. So it seems like he's trying to say he's viewing it as an opportunity to grow their safety measures, kind of. I'm kind of making a big, generous leap based on how he was saying things, but the way he paints it as an opportunity is crazy to me, because this is a huge issue that has been festering in his platform for many, many years, with who knows how many countless victims, how many countless children have been preyed upon by predators on his platform, and they have just simply not done enough to keep them safe, and even at times actively made it harder for those predators to be held accountable. And instead of recognizing just how big of a problem that is and how bad it's gotten, he instead says that it's not just necessarily a problem, but an opportunity. That is so fucking tone deaf and just a really weird sentiment to even try and be expressing here when asked that question. And the interviewers do continue to talk about this subject, and it really seems like Dave Bazooki was completely caught off guard with his fucking pants down here. So the interviewer goes on, yeah, I mean, you mentioned sort of kids leaving the platform, and it does become clear in those lawsuits that Roblox is kind of, where predators go to find kids, but then they do try to, and Bazooki once again cuts in, well, I would say in the lawsuit or press, yes, I would categorically reject the actual description of what you're saying, but yes, what you might read in the news would portray it in that way, but then the interviewer interjects, you don't think you have a problem with predators on the platform? To which Bazooki says, I think we're doing an incredible job at innovating relative to the number of people on our platform and the hours, and really leaning into the future of how this is going to work. Now, I get being the CEO of this multi-billion-dollar corporation, he can't just go out in there and say, yep, tons of pedophiles, predators running rampant on the streets of Roblox. I know, it's gotten bad, but don't worry, we're doing our best to put out the fires. I know he can't just say that up front, but he's just kind of outright denying the existence of how big this problem is. And if I was a parent of a child who played Roblox and I saw this interview, I am deleting their account this same afternoon. This is a CEO that I have no faith in keeping children safe on the platform from these bad actors that are preying upon them on Roblox. This interview, it is such a disaster. I don't know how he or anyone on the Roblox team thought that this would be a good idea for them if he is this unprepared to handle real questions about a very legitimate problem with his platform. And what's crazy is he is just comically delusional and creepy and scummy. Not even just in the way he handles the questions about child safety on the platform, but one of the hosts here asked him a joke question about should there be a poly market for kids inside of Roblox, which is clearly in jest. Would you ever put a prediction market inside Roblox, let kids bet with their Robux and say, I bet he's gonna steal a tung sahur. I know I've reached unk status at 31 years old. I have no fucking idea what that means. And then the other host chimes in, or I bet he's not gonna dress to impress. And Bazooki, upon hearing what is clearly to most sane people a joke of a question, actually talks about why he thinks that's a very good idea. I think we would have to do that once again. I'll share some of the complexity. Every single country in the world has different legislation around loot boxes and kid gambling, and so we would have to be, it sounds very fun and obvious, I love that. that is his perspective on kid gambling, by the way. It sounds very fun and obvious. And then the interviewer chimes in saying, "Oh, to be clear, I think this is a horrible idea." And then there's laughter. "I was just interested if you were thinking about it." And Bazuki says, "Well, I actually think it's a brilliant idea if it can be done in an educational way that's legal. And so imagine no free Robux, no free prizes, just a game called the Dress to Impress Predictor, where it's not like trying to get kids money or anything like that. I would be a big fan of it." And then the interviewer's, "Interesting. Yes, start them young. That's what I always say when it comes to gambling. You're never too young." This slimy worm is unironically actually trying to preach the pros of enabling kid gambling on Roblox. He's trying to say, well, no free Robux, no free prizes or anything, but what if it's educational? Educational gambling, of course, Dave Bazuki. How did I not think about that with educational gambling on Roblox? Absolutely, yeah, that won't open the door to anything bad. Oh my goodness, yeah, of course. It makes so much sense, David. He doesn't even try and, like, spruce it up a little bit, clean it up, tidy up the rough edges there of, like, children gambling. He himself literally says the word kid gambling. So he is just fully open, like, yeah, kid gambling, like, maybe that is a brilliant idea we should consider. Like, he's not even trying to, like, skirt around the loopholes like mystery boxes of Labubu or something like that, or like a Pokemon card product, like TCG boxes or something. Like, he is just saying, oh no, kid gambling. Yeah, no, actually, that's a brilliant idea. We'd have to find a way to do it legally, of course. I'm sure there's a way, but it could be great education. Wild. Actually wild. Like I said, I highly recommend you check out the actual interview. It is unbelievable that not only did he agree to do this interview, but that it was their idea to do this interview in the first place. He wanted to be interviewed, apparently. Unreal. I just had to yap about this once I watched it. That's really about it. So yeah. I was going to turn on the desk light here to illuminate it a bit better so it doesn't look like I'm telling scary ghost stories, but I decided I kind of like this vibe for the topic. Because this is a scary topic. Too many people are sleeping on an incredible show. I'm not seeing enough glaze. I'm not seeing enough movement. I'm going to be honest. There is a show that I just finally finished that only just recently ended that I am just not seeing get proper nut care. Like, I'm not seeing enough people fondling those balls. It's To Be Hero X. So far, it is my favorite anime of 2025. I do still have a couple others to catch up on, but I can't really imagine any of them somehow surpassing this in my eyes. I think the show is extraordinary. The first, 3 or 4 episodes had me under a very different impression for what kind of show this was going to be. Immediately, it's pretty clear that the animation is beautiful, and it's a show that uses multiple styles. So, it'll flip-flop between, an arcane vibe and then a traditional 2D anime style. And it does it with the snap of a finger. The best hero, the strongest character, X, you will sometimes hear snap his finger, and that's when it flips from arcane to some of the most breathtaking 2D animation you'll find in a show. It's not to, Demon Slayer Infinity Castle level, but it's really not far behind either. It excels in its visuals. So, it is majority 2D, but for the first arc, the first character you follow, Nice, it's mainly arcane-ish. And I think it is so cool when it flips back and forth. It is so creative. It doesn't feel like a gimmick or anything, because it doesn't need to rely on it. Like I said, it's mostly 2D, but it does go between them occasionally. And it is so unbelievably pretty. Now, don't worry, Puppet Pals, I am going to gushing grannies further on its visuals, but before that, I want to tell you what the show's about. So, this is a world where there are heroes and powers, and those powers are directly tied to how much others believe in them. It's trust value. So if people have faith in somebody, that trust value goes up and it makes them stronger, or if they don't have any powers, gives them some based on people's perception of that person. For example, there is a character, a hero named Firm Man, whom always stands tall, standing up straight, firm, and basically nothing can like crush him or like move him or anything, because when he was a firefighter, he caught some debris that was about to fall and kill a child, saving her life. So when that story broke, people started to believe in him with that perception of being like immovable, firm. So it gave him those powers. It's a creative spin in the genre. I actually really appreciated it. But there's also another force out there that's starting to take hold, and it's fear. Fear also grants people some extraordinary abilities, and of course these two forces clash. That's kind of the big point of To Be Hero X, but it also has a really interesting format where instead of like following one character in a story across a season, it follows multiple heroes. And when I say multiple, I'm not talking one or two, I'm talking like 6 or 7. So they'll dedicate like 2 or 3 episodes to a hero, giving you their backstory, as well as setting them up as a domino in an event that has happened. And now these dominoes are falling over, so everything starts to collide and everything plays together. And what sounds like it could be really messy and convoluted or even like annoying, jumping from so many characters in so many different positions, it's not. It flows so well. In the last like 5 episodes of this season, I could not turn it off. Like I literally like could not pull myself away from watching it. It was so gripping. I think it is just a really, really well done story. And the first handful of episodes had me believe this show was going to be something that it's not, because it felt very like slice of lifey, and it felt like it didn't take itself super seriously, and it was more like about, maybe comedic aspects or something like that. It's not. Like there's nothing like childish about it or like slice of lifey or anything. It's a really like well done deep story that gives a lot of emotional depth to its characters, and it's not afraid to kill people off as well. It was very refreshing. It does feel very different from pretty much all other superhero anime. Now, in this world, there's also a like ranking tournament that goes on where the strongest heroes will fight each other in order to establish their trust values, because everyone's going to watch and they'll see like who's the strongest, what's going on, and the strongest character gets crowned X. And typically when someone gets crowned X, the strongest, they only hold that title for like a very brief period of time because everyone else is able to catch up and surpass them in the next tournament. But the new X is someone we don't know a whole lot about, but he defeats people in an instant with a snap of his fingers. He's just victorious at all times. And this guy aura farms like a motherfucker. He is super cool. Like, he is such a cool character. He has very, very, very little screen time, but every time he is in an episode, he's like the highlight of it. And it just gets you glued to it. I really, like, I cannot praise this show enough. Like, it's not just carried by outstanding visuals. It is the complete package. But anyway, since I did mention the visuals again, I can't stress enough just how good looking this show is. I think this has the best fights of the year as well. Pretty much every single episode has a huge battle, like a big fight between characters. And they do not cut any corners. Holy shit. It is so well animated and well choreographed. They are like drawn out long fight sequences, just full throttle. And they are outstanding. Especially like Queen vs. Boa, I think is the best example. That whole episode is basically that fight. And it is so fucking great looking. Like, I highly encourage you to just like watch that clip of Queen vs. Boa. We are talking like Ufotable level animation to its action. It's so fucking good. Like, I really think that what they've done here is something special. And I am shocked more people aren't talking about it. Another thing about the show, it has really good music. It has boner jams. Like, I'm telling you, they use the music in some very hype moments and it elevates it to a new level. There is one thing though about this show that I really wish they didn't do as much of. Since they are telling so many different character stories, it's more of like an anthology than anything. Which, again, I actually really like the way they do it here. But there is one thing they do a lot that kind of got annoying towards the end of the show, where they will reuse the exact same scene that you've seen before and then sprinkle in like the new spin on it from the character's perspective. So for example, when they're about to go investigate an alien ship. This is a pivotal moment, and you'll see it from one character's perspective, like when he was recruited to it, and then another. But instead of just showing you that character's perspective when they get introduced to it, they will reintroduce the entire scene to you. So they will repeat literally whole scenes sometimes because, again, they revisit it but from a different angle. But instead of just showing you that new angle, they show you the whole scene again and then add the new angle. So there was a lot of times where I was like, oh fuck, I've already seen this before, and I contemplated just like fast forwarding through it because, again, it's the exact same scene with no alterations until the character comes into the fold there for it. So I think they did that a little too much. Maybe that was for budget reasons. I would think that's probably why, because obviously they've already animated that, it's already finished, so if they reuse it, well, they save some money there having to do something a little different. I think that might be the reason, but it did get kind of annoying. Overall, I highly recommend the show, obviously. I do think it is underrated right now. I think this is flying way too under the radar. This is a show that I really would expect more people to be hyping up because there are so many, like, notable fight sequences. At the very least, I thought this would be something that people would be sharing, like, a lot of clips of from some of the bigger fights. So I'm really surprised to see that's not the case. So I really think this one, like, for me personally, is my anime of the year, and I really think a lot of people would really enjoy it. They maybe just haven't heard of it. So I'd say check it out. 2B Hero X slaps. That's really about it. See ya. The amount of restraint I've shown over the last week resisting the near insatiable appetite to insult NVIDIA for DLSS 5 has been nothing shy of, like, saint-worthy, I would argue. Like, I have been the Zen master when it comes to this topic because I wanted to wait until the dust fully settled because I just knew, I smelt that stink in the air and I knew Krampus was right around the corner delivering some misery. I had a feeling it was only going to continue to snowball into this avalanche of embarrassment for NVIDIA, specifically their CEO Jensen. I knew that he would continue to make a fool of himself, and boy howdy, has he ever. So I'm going to show you some clips that I've recorded throughout the week on it, so you can watch it all unfold here in real time. But to give you where we're at right now, after the initial backlash, Jensen went out there and said, everyone's wrong, you guys just don't see the vision. It's not just a slop filter. It's called neural rendering, you swine. It's the most sophisticated form of art this planet is capable of producing, the apotheosis of video games, where we have AI come in and guess on what it should look like. Yeehaw. Basically, his whole response was, you guys just don't get it. He came in with the Neil deGrasse Tyson, actually, and then everyone collectively rolled their eyes. This is the same song and dance we're seeing from every industry ever as they scramble to find usage for AI that they've dumped endless billions into, and no one really wants it, except for, like, a pocket on Twitter that anytime AI gets mentioned, they open their mouth to just suck as much cock that they can from anything AI adjacent. But most people are like, okay, this is a feature I'll never turn on. And this was a pretty dog shit response from the CEO on why it's even here in the first place. And then today, it was revealed, thanks to a YouTuber having further correspondence with NVIDIA, that Jensen might have told a big old fib. Jensen might be a liar plants for hire when it comes to the topic of DLSS 5. And based on his further insight here, it's looking like everyone else was right with their theories on what DLSS 5 is doing, which is basically boiling it down to being a fucking Snapchat filter you can slap onto your games where AI guesses and it just makes like a little fucking filter for everything. I highly recommend you watch Daniel Owen's full coverage of this. It is very fascinating because it basically just wipes its whole ass with everything Jensen was saying about it. So it feels like that was a desperate lie on his end based on new information here. And it really does seem like it's just a fucking Instagram filter that they slap on your games to look like fucking YouTube AI generated shorts cool. Very awesome. All right, now anyway, let me show you some of the older clips that I was recording throughout the week. That's kind of like the, current timeline. That's where we're at. Now let me show you like the lore and how we got here. Zoinks! NVIDIA just made a new announcement here for an upcoming feature. And I really don't think that it's gone over as well as they had hoped it would. It has been a unifying moment, really, that brought everyone together under the same banner of disgust. Pretty much everyone's giving this big thumbs down, boos. It was this showcase right here, announcing NVIDIA DLSS 5, an AI-powered breakthrough in visual fidelity for games, coming this fall. DLSS 5 infuses pixels with photorealistic lighting and materials, bridging the gap between rendering and reality. Oh yeah, it's hitting all those glorious buzzwords you love to see. It's not just rendering, it's considering all the endless possibilities M-dash gawk gawk on cock cock. Like, it's just, even the announcement feels like it was AI powered. The whole thing is just really uninteresting to the vast majority of people, and the showcase for the power of the tech is laughable. Actually laughable. NVIDIA, more like Activia, the way they just took a shit here with this announcement. Gee willikers. Heavens to Betsy. My eyes have been blessed. After seeing the glory of DLS5 in action, I can't even stomach the idea of looking at Resident Evil Requiem with its old graphics out of the box. Ugh. At long last, Resident Evil has been saved thanks to the power of NVIDIA's DLSS 5 slapping a Snapchat filter on the game. I don't think it enhances the visuals at all. This isn't an improvement. It just makes it look like less of a game and more of a YouTube AI short. That's it. It just has that same glossy, soulless, wacky fucking feel to it. So now it doesn't even really look like a game anymore. It just looks off. This is the same DNA of those goobers that always go online saying like, don't worry, I fixed Breaking Bad. I ran it through Gen AI to improve its visuals, and it like handsome squidrifies everything. Like in their first example here, Grace actually looks like a different character with DLSS 5 on. It looks like it really messes with the model's face here, even though I'm pretty sure it's just an AI filter. It takes some liberties there, and it's not just Grace, but I think that one's a pretty clear example. It looks like a different character from the screenshots we see of it there. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's that same, like, I hate this mentality of, like, alright, here's what the artists made, here's what they developed, but we know better at NVIDIA. Let me show you what AI thinks this should look like. The real vision. This is probably what they intended, which does nothing for me. It doesn't enhance the visuals, at least to my taste, so it's definitely something that I'm going to keep off. Now, of course, this is a feature that you can toggle on or off at your heart's content, so you're not forced to have DLSS 5 on, but I imagine a lot of people will elect to because there's plenty of people out there that just like to have their eyes glaze over and just clap it photorealism AI. So this is going to be right in line with something I'm sure they're very happy about. Even though I also don't think this actually looks photorealistic in a game. It looks like when you ask Grok, hey, make this image ultra realistic, and it just makes that shit look jarring. This one I think is the perfect example of how trivial the improvements are with DLS 5. All it did was bump up the saturation on this character's clothing and face, where their face almost looks blown out, like cel-shaded even, almost like a Borderlands character, and then added a few additional wrinkles. Cool, I guess. What an amazing feature. I just think it's so obviously off, too. Like, even if you never told me that this was some kind of, like, AI feature or something, or filter, whatever, and you put this Hogwarts image of that character side by side with the DLSS 5 enhanced turbo version of it, I would still gravitate towards the actual video game graphics looking one as opposed to the one that looks like a goddamn Thomas Kincaid painting where it's all like glossy and off. Like it doesn't even really look like gaming graphics in the first place. It does just look like standard AI slop shorts. Ugh, this section was a double whammy of sin. Not only does the AI filter here look like shit, but it also had to remind me of Starfield's existence. Ugh. And somehow it does the unthinkable and makes Starfield look worse, like the characters in Starfield look worse. Now they just look plastic, as opposed to like lifeless husks in the actual Starfield game. With DLSS 5 engaged, it looks like little plastic, almost like porcelain creatures. And especially like that one where they're carrying the boxes, that looks like you're watching Spy Kids 3D without your 3D glasses on. It's just so weird looking. Like, I don't think it's an improvement visually. But all that being said, make sure all of you at home activate DLSS 5 on this video so you can watch me polymorph into Keanu Reeves thanks to the power of AI. Now, Digital Foundry also just posted a video doing a deeper dive here into DLSS 5.
And yet we're still seeing transformative changes here, particularly in terms of character rendering, which is an area where Starfield received quite a lot of criticism.
And surely this would help with that. Look at how much better that looks.
Yeah, and
oh
I
my
God,
God,
it's very interesting. So we saw it spilling out over the scene in a much more realistic manner, where you're getting those contact shadows.
It's horrifying. Oh, thank God.
Even they
Thank you for applying the slop filter. Now I can enjoy this.
A little bit on the side, but they still look
like garlic to a vampire. Keep DLS 5 on.
We put DLSS 5.
Ah, thank heavens.
I mean, they look a little
much
bit
better.
uncanny, I would say, but definitely the overall portrayal of those characters is much more sophisticated.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess to some people out there that are addicted to AI slop, this would be great. But I mean, if you fall into that camp, I think you should just go voluntarily institutionalize yourself somewhere, get some professional help, because I think that's fucking terrible. There's a couple things they show in the Digital Foundry video where like I can almost see someone being like, oh, that's super cool when it comes to like environmental lighting in some of the games they showed, because there are times where they use the DLSS 5 showing like some environments where it like cleans up some of the lighting, but also in doing so, it gets rid of certain things like shadows. It doesn't really like a lot of shadows in some of these places. So then it just feels very sterile. And then it also then stops looking like a game and once again falls into looking just AI generated. So I don't like that either, but I have seen a lot of people really excited about it, which, I mean, I'm not your fucking dad. If you want to activate DLSS 5, by all means, all power to you. I just think it looks not great. It seems like a useless feature. It feels like a useless use of resources. Alright, big news today. There's quite a few reports of game companies out there that also aren't excited about DLSS 5, such as Capcom here, that was reportedly in the dark about it, and based on reports, pretty anti-AI when it comes to practices like this. A lot of companies have actually come forward based on information out there now, saying that this isn't something they signed off on and isn't something that they like, which is unfortunately a big blow to everyone that was coping and doing their best to defend DLSS 5 by saying, look, some of these developers are really excited about it. And then they mentioned Ubisoft because Ubisoft seems to be like the only place that is really celebrating this, because now they get to be even fucking lazier, I guess. If you have Ubisoft singing the praises of something, the good rule of thumb is it must be bad. I can't believe we've reached a point where now people are like using Ubisoft as like a look, no, this is a good thing because Ubisoft says so. You are really scraping the bottom of the barrel if you're saying that Ubisoft pumping their fists means we all should be happy about it. There is no corporation more delusional in this universe than Ubisoft. Everything they touch turns to shit. It's the opposite of the Midas touch. It's just the mid-ass touch that they have. They literally can't do anything right. So I really don't think this is a strong champion here for why DLSS 5 is amazing and this breakthrough innovation that's going to usher gaming into the next golden age or anything. You have to remember, when Ubisoft smiles, the rest of the world frowns. It's just always bad news when it comes to Ubisoft. Anything they like is something that is probably shitty. So I don't think that they're necessarily a good gauge for how excited the rest of the industry is and we've just got to get with the times or anything. It is a feature that just doesn't seem very good. it's something people aren't really asking for. Gen AI to overwrite some of the look of the game. An AI filter for their game so they can see it through the lens of what AI thinks it should look like. That's not appealing to me, and it's clearly not appealing to a lot of people out there. I don't think it makes the games look better. It just makes them look like just generic AI slop. And now, based on all this information we have out there, it seems like the CEO of NVIDIA has lied about what it actually is when he was saying everyone was wrong. Thanks to Daniel Owens doing a lot of digging on this and pressing them with actual legitimate, insightful questions, it really feels like it genuinely is just a Gen AI filter that you could slap on your games that I think make them look much less like games and much more like fucking mobile ads promoting like an AI girlfriend. It's, I think, terrible. So it will be perma off in all of my games. But I've got to be honest with you, I'm really excited to see what Jensen has cooked up next. I'm really excited for his next round of PR disasters here where he tries to once again defend it and mislead people on what it is or what it's doing. But anyway, that's the scoop on DLSS 5 for now. That's really about it. You ever do a cryptid hunt? Yeah, we've done that before as well. Shocker, we didn't find anything. Your non-believing aura scared them off. Unironically, that's what a lot of people say in the ghost believers crowd, that you have to believe in order for them to show up, which I think is a crazy take. The ghost knows if you don't believe and it won't show up. If you follow that train of thought, though, to its natural conclusion, don't you think your overwhelming willingness to believe is influencing what you think you're experiencing because you want to believe? Well, maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe I'm just on the crack pipe. Cryptid sightings disappeared when 4K cameras came about for some reason. Are you insane, brother? There's cryptid sightings every day. Don't you remember the whole giant thing? Where people on TikTok were convinced that giants were real because they saw the top of a fucking antenna on a mountain? And the guy who originally filmed it got arrested or something? The jackalope is the most underrated cryptid. That one's very popular. What do you mean underrated? Flatwood Monster is cooler. Who's the Flatwood Monster? I do not recognize this at all. The terrifying true story of the Flatwoods Monster. Give me the Cliff Notes. West Virginia's Flatwood Monster.
Flatwoods Monster. One of West Virginia's most popular legends is from the small village of Flatwoods. The story is that back in 1952, 3 boys, 2 brothers Ed May, 13, and Freddie May, 12, and their friend Tommy Heyer, 10, had been playing soccer in the evening after school when they saw something strange. A pulsing red light flashed in the sky and then appeared to crash into a farm by the hills. The boys grabbed their mom, May's mom, and a few other boys, all aged 10 to 17, all went up to check it out. What they found not only terrified them, but shocked the entire village for decades. They found a monster, described as having a bloody red body and a green face that glowed. It was huge, about 10 feet tall, and had a head shaped like a spade. Its hands were clawed and had a very distinct hissing sound. News of the story spread far and wide, and because of the panic it caused, the US Air Force had to do an inquiry, specifically a UFO inquiry, which they called Project Blue Book. The project came to an end.
No shot, that's where that comes from.
Flatwoods Monster lives on.
No shot, that's where the Project Blue Book comes from. Is that actually the origin? No, yeah, I was surprised you've never heard of this one. Nah, it just doesn't ring any bells. I've certainly never seen that image of the Flatwoods Monster. Looks like an Adventure Time character. The Sandown Clown is the most terrifying cryptid. It's another one I don't know. The Sandown Clown. Hit me with the Cliff Notes.
Did you know about the alien clown? The Sandown Clown is a humanoid entity that was seen by 2 children near Lake Common, England.
No, that shit's the amazing digital circus.
The children heard an ambulance-like sound and came across this being, which was described as a mix of a clown, robot, and alien. Standing over 2 meters tall, the Sandown Clown was thin with a large head, blue triangle eyes, a flat brown nose, and yellow lips. It had a tall pointed hat, a red and green clown suit, and wooden antenna extending from its body. Despite its appearance, the Sandown clown was friendly and spoke to the children for almost 30 minutes. It spoke through some kind of microphone or speaker system. It identified as Sam and claimed to be all colors and non-human, providing cryptic responses to questions about its nature. When asked if it were a ghost, it is reported to have answered, "Well, not really, but I am in an odd sort of way." After this encounter, the Sandown clown vanished and has never been seen again. Whether it's true or not, the tale of the Sandown clown is another odd mystery of our world.
No, it's not. How is that an odd mystery? Some kids lied. The end. How is that an odd mystery? I'm always interested in the real cryptid stuff, the goat mans, the hairy hands, that kind of thing, not the fucking Sandown clown, where the only thing is these two kids said they met a weirdo. That's not real cryptid shit. That's fraudulent. That's stolen valor. These I spit on. This is a bunch of hooey. Black Knight Satellite is no stolen valor. What the fuck is Black Knight Satellite? That sounds like a character from My Hero Academia. What?
Lots of people believe in the abstract theory of alien life, but some people believe aliens have not only visited Earth, they actually placed a mysterious device into orbit above our planet thousands of years ago that they used to communicate with humanity. Sounds crazy? Here's a look at the mystery of the Black Knight satellite. In 1954, the New York Times ran an article saying that Dr. Lincoln LaPaz had discovered 2 satellites orbiting the Earth. The reason this was news? In 1954, no country had managed to launch any satellites yet. Whatever LaPaz saw, it was enough to worry the Pentagon for a while that the Russians might have beaten America into space. LaPaz later said he made it all up, while the Army said no such satellites existed.
Okay.
Still, many people believe the satellites were there, and they were made by aliens. Nikola Tesla is the internet's favorite scientist and is famous for lots of other things too, like inventing the Tesla coil, his dislike of women, and his strange obsession with pigeons. In 1899, though, he made his most controversial discovery when he claimed to have received an electric signal sent by aliens. He even published an article for Collier's Weekly, subtly titled Talking with the Planets, where he theorized the signal was from Mars. Modern conspiracy theorists, however, believe Tesla was actually intercepting a message from the Black Knight satellite. According to Vice, in 1927, a Norwegian engineer named Jürgen Hals was listening to radio signals when he noticed that some of them had a strange echo. Despite turning to other physicists for help, Hals could never explain these long-delayed radio echoes, but some believe the answer is pretty obvious. By the end of the 1950s, the space race was in full swing, and both the US and USSR had managed to put satellites in orbit. But according to Skeptoid, on February 11, 1960, a radar used by the US Navy picked up the presence of a strange, dark, tumbling object that didn't belong to either country. Americans freaked out, worried that it was a new Soviet satellite, but Time magazine announced it was just an innocent piece of space junk. However, thanks to declassified documents, we now know that it was a cover-up, as it was actually an American spy satellite doing reconnaissance on Russia. But is that just another layer to the deeper cover-up of the Black Knight satellite?
Probably.
Even the French managed to get in on the conspiracy action. In 1961, a scientist named Jacques Vallée made a startling discovery.
This isn't even a cryptid, by the way. You have provided me with something that's not even a cryptid. Unless the Black Knight satellite then came down to fucking Florida, grew legs, and now haunts the forests of Apopka or something. Puckwudgies are my favorite. They're pretty creepy and believable. Know of them? Puckwudgies. Are we making up words? We're fully in fucking Poppy Playtime Society now? Puckwudgies? Holy fake cryptid fan. Is this something that's blowing up right now? Puckwudgies? 2 to 3 foot tall, gray-skinned, magical woodlands creatures. These are pretty believable, you say?
A pukwudgie is a fascinating mythical creature deeply rooted in the folklore of Native American tribes, particularly the Wampanoag and Algonquian peoples of the northeastern.
Man, that is an unfortunate looking little guy. Yikes. Oh man. That's gotta be awful.
United States. These diminutive beings are typically described as standing knee-high to a human, with distinctive features such as wrinkled grey skin, large noses and ears. Pukwudgies are renowned for their capricious and sometimes malevolent nature. They take pleasure in playing pranks on humans, often starting as harmless tricks but occasionally escalating to more harmful actions. In some legends, they are even believed to possess the power to cause illness, bad luck, or in extreme cases, bring about death. They are also associated with a range of mystical powers, including the ability to create fire, shapeshift.
This is just Dungeons and Dragons shit. Where's the evidence of the Punkwudgies? Oh, it's this guy again. This is the guy that keeps finding fairies.
He's just there. Ah, you see? That was a quick glimpse there.
What? Bring his little ass out here and make him dance for me.
No, he's not there. Oh, sorry about that. He was doing. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Where? Oh, fuck! There. That dirty pervert was twerking. Oh my god. Alright, well, maybe Punkwudgies are real. They exist. I'm a believer now. Can't argue with the facts. Next he's gonna say he hasn't heard of the Fresno Nightcrawler. That one actually somewhat sounds familiar. At least that one rings a bell. Can't say I've seen the Fresno Nightcrawler. The name sounded familiar though, but I do not recognize this SCP. Wow. That does give me a lot to ponder. Just when I thought I had seen it all. I know all about Mothman. See, Mothman's a real cryptid. That's an interesting cryptid. These are nothing. This is all trash. Trash garbage. Not real cryptids. You hear about the recent mysterious patterns of death and disappearance of 10 UFO researchers? It's 11 now, isn't it? Who are the missing or dead scientists with connections to government research? Steven Garcia, 48 years old, last seen leaving his home in Albuquerque on August 2025. He was on foot carrying a handgun, with police reportedly warning he may have been a danger to himself. He worked as a property custodian at Kansas City National Security Campus, which manufactures non-nuclear components for nuclear weapons. He had top security clearance at the facility, which would allow him wide access. Frank Mawald, researcher with NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, died July 4th, 2024 at 61. Frank managed the development of the SBG Visweir instrument and had previously overseen successful delivery of 2 instruments for the AMRC program. No public cause of death has been provided. Carl Grillmare was shot to death on his front porch. He was an astrophysicist at Caltech who collaborated with NASA and found water around exoplanets. He was known for his work on collisions of galaxies and his search for water outside our solar system. There was no clear motive for his death. Detectives arrested Freddie Snyder later that day for carjacking, connecting him to Grillmare's death. Although detectives believed the two men didn't know each other, Snyder had been arrested in December for trespassing on his property while carrying a rifle. Michael David Hicks died July 30th, 2023. Physicist with JPL, specialized in comets and asteroids. Worked on major space missions, including DART. His passion for science was coupled with a deep appreciation of art, pursued projects in visual media, woodblock prints to oil painting to metalwork. Cause of death not disclosed. Disappeared February 26, leaving his New Mexico home. Rumors about his connections to alleged UFO programs sparked questions about his missing case and probable connections. During his tenure in the Air Force, he oversaw classified space weapons programs, head of research at the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Monica Riza, another JPL employee, disappeared June 22nd while on a hike. Melissa Cassius disappeared from her home June 26, 2025. An administrative assistant at Los Alamos National Laboratory forgot her work badge, decided to work from home that day, took her daughter to lunch, disappeared. Anthony Chavez, an employee at Los Alamos. A former employee at Los Alamos disappeared May 4th, last seen leaving his home on foot. He hiked trails, distributed flyers to businesses, reviewed hours of surveillance footage, diligently followed up on every tip. Nuclear physicist Nuno. This one I think most people know. This one was a very big story, because this one happened pretty recently and was national headlines because of the work he was doing. But he was shot to death from a fucking madman. Jason Thomas disappeared December 12th. Wife reported missing when he didn't return home. Body was recovered in Massachusetts Lake, March 2026. That's all of them so far. And the list just keeps growing every week. How many scientists are linked to the government? Some of these deaths are pretty spread out. Unless there's like a couple hundred of these guys, it doesn't seem too odd. I don't know. But I still think it seems odd regardless, because it's all in a relatively short period of time. You see, IGN gave Mouse PI a 6. Why? Because the protagonist kills too much. Was that actually one of the reasons they gave it a 6? The protagonist kills too much?
I love noir. I'll take all kinds. The hard-boiled detective, the seedy crime story, neo-noir, and tropes of classic noir films and novels, as well as 1930s cartoons more broadly. It doesn't seem to get why those things are there, or how they're used to tell compelling stories. By fusing a hard-boiled detective mystery with a fast, retro-styled FPS, developer Fumi Games has made a shooter that is thematically incoherent, with the apparent aspirations of its story contradicted at every point by the actual action. Of all the Steam libraries and all the PCs in all the world, Mouse PI for Hire walked into mine, and I wish I liked it more than I do.
It's over!
What is that statement? Of all the PCs in the world, it walked into mine? That's such a cringe sentence, bro. You bought a game. Well, you didn't buy it, it's IGN. They gave you a game. You downloaded it. That's not even a good noir take on something. That was awful.
You got nowhere left to run. I run toward the dream! A bright future ruled by big mice!
Mouse follows Jack Pepper, a private eye in a world where everyone is a mouse, after Wanda Fuller from the Mouseburg Herald sets him on the case of a missing magician.
I can give you more than a crumb, Jack. I can give you a magician.
As you'd expect, that spirals into a much bigger conspiracy that includes an attempt on a mayoral candidate's life and racially motivated mouse-on-mouse
It's a riff on an old noir quote. I don't know which one.
My buddy got nabbed for just being a shrew!
Same as it ever was, even in Mouseburg. And the requisite twists and turns you'd expect from any good detective story make this tale solid enough.
I was in too deep. Way deeper than I signed up for.
What bothers me, however, is how overly referential so much of it is. The world is full of mice, so everything is about cheese. Everything. A bad guy? He's a cheese-legger.
These cheese-leggers in on the shrew racket.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mouse with a sultry voice.
That's a fair criticism.
As
Gorgonzola picante slapped on a mozzarella platter.
Someone need to assure you they're telling the truth.
Swear on my mama's
It grates him. That's fine.
This is charming initially, then it never stops. Everything is a reference to the fact that everyone is a mouse and mice like cheese, and when it's not, instead it'll be a reference to an old cartoon, or the fact that this is a video game.
When you jump, just act like you didn't.
I should have probably guessed the former when one of the first things I saw was a steamboat named Willie, but at least that and the reference-heavy power-ups are cute. Constant callbacks to classic films or other video games? Not so much. And it doesn't end there. A boss fight in the sewers? It's a literal alligator because of course it is. If you're looking for the cheese-liking foreman,
Who
Jack
cares?
That he doesn't look like much of a boss.
More like
that's weak. I guess he doesn't.
Joke. The voice actor
He doesn't like
Troy Baker
the
do an
sewer
admirable
gator,
job
I
with
guess.
what they have, but nothing in Mouseburg is allowed to just be. It has to be a mouse reference or a literally cheesy one-liner.
Cheddar, what's wrong with Gouda?
No good if you broke, Jack.
Or a reference to something else.
Ticket seller.
That's fine if the writing doesn't hit for you. That's a fine
So I
complaint.
need your strongest tickets.
It's hard to care about
Sure, I can see that getting annoying.
because it never stops
That's
making
fine.
jokes about everything.
Here's Jacko.
It just wants to remind you of other better things. Surely that's enough, right?
Time to find someone higher up and squeeze until they
At least the shooting is better. This is the latest in a wave of boomer shooters inspired by old school FPSs like Doom or Quake, and it's a decent one at that. You start with a pistol in Jack's fists, but you'll soon acquire a shotgun, dynamite, a James gun, which is just a Tommy gun, and more unique stuff like the Devarnisher, which shoots what looks like Elmer's glue that melts the flesh from your enemy's bones, leaving only a skeleton.
Why did you shoot 3 of that at one shield
jump,
enemy, bro?
Spinning tail for hovering, and a slide, and Jack's got some stylish moves when the bad guys show up. This ain't Quake, but it does feel good. It doesn't hurt that all of it, from reload animations to random conversations, is rendered in an absolutely gorgeous black and white mix of sprite work and 3D models. The world building may be thin, but Mouse PI for Hire is still dressed to the nines. Even here, though, I have issues. Weapons can feel weak, especially the shotgun. It's got the audio kick of a pop
especially
gun.
the
There's
shotgun.
a strange disconnect to seeing something that sounds like a kid's toy blow off some poor mouse's head as you paint the white of the world with black ichor that spews from his neck. Enemies mostly come out of doors marked with a skull that you can't enter, robbing these areas of anything remotely resembling a sense of place. Levels also
Alright,
really
I don't want to watch the rest of it. So what brings it to a 6? He just doesn't like the jokes?
Police in Mouseburg would be the safest city in the world because nobody would be left alive to commit crimes in the first place. It's hard to buy into Jack as the regular guy who needs to gather evidence I'm told he is when he just wiped out the local police department, you know?
The police blockade will show.
Brother, who cares? It's a cartoon. That's like the whole vibe.
For Hire nails the aesthetics of both the 1930s cartoons and the detective stories that inspired it. And it's also an amusing boomer shooter that largely feels good as you're playing it. But its haphazard marriage of noir storytelling tropes and shooter gameplay are often at odds with each other in uncomfortable ways that weaken both aspects. And the writing is so busy making references to other things that it's actually painful to sit through at times. This FPS is solid enough if you just want to blast some cartoon mice and not think about it too hard. But once you do, all you'll see are the seams where disparate ideas have been fused together, and no trench coat can hide the stink of that moldy cheese. For more, check out our reviews of Pragmata and Resident Evil Requiem. And
how interesting. This guy gave WWE 2K25 an 8, by the way. What an interesting criticism. It's fine to not like the cheese puns all the time. I can definitely see that getting annoying. But the other complaints are fucking terrible. It's hard to buy into this world when the guy's just killing all the police. And the mouse, like the mouse city, like all the police are getting killed. I can't buy into the world. It's a 6. I don't get that one. GamerRanks also had similar complaints, by the way, about the story. Well, it's two different things. The story not being good and the game not being good because I can't suspend disbelief in a cartoon game. This doesn't logically make sense. Thus, it's bad for that. But if the story itself is bad, that's a legitimate complaint. I'm not far enough in the story to know if it's, like, good. I'm enjoying it so far. I think it's been great so far. But I'm only, like, 2.5 hours in. Expedition 33 is a new game that came out last week and has been received with the utmost enthusiasm. It's been getting glazed out the wazoo, a bukkake of compliments and accolades. I believe it's one of the highest rated user scores in all of Metacritic history, and also just one of the highest rated games ever in general. And for a lot of people, this came out of nowhere, like an RKO, people talking about it like it was a surprise that flew under the radar no one had heard of. And that may be true for most people, but I'm not most people. I've had my eyes glued to this puppy for the last 8 or so months since the very first trailer. It just seemed like the kind of game that would tickle all my favorite neurons, so I've had my peepers on it, and I expected big things from it. And it blew all of my expectations out of the water. This game deserves all of the hype and all of the success that it's receiving, and more. Whatever you're expecting from all of the headlines, you get more. I couldn't imagine a game hooking me like this at my age. Now, I talk about myself like I'm some kind of geriatric fossil. I'm 30 years old, but I have not been hooked by a game like this in years. The last time I was so invested in a game where I would go around talking to every single character I could find in it was Mass Effect 2. And the last time that I was this addicted to a game, just wanting to play it all the time, was with Elden Ring. That's pretty good company to be in for both of those categories. This game is something special, and I'm sure you've seen a lot of people talking about how impressive it is that such a small studio made it. It's impressive by any metric, but the fact that a studio of only like 30 people made this is mind-boggling. I don't even know how it's possible. Now, of course, they did use like outside contractors, but the core studio is only like 30 or so people. The team is unbelievably talented. It's their first game together as a studio, and they hit an absolute grand salami here. This shit is in slapper. I mean, this was, I couldn't be more happy with this game. So let's get into it. First and foremost, this does everything you want to see from modern gaming, where right now the trend is make games more expensive for less content and then charge more later to like fix the game or make better content for it with DLCs and shit. This bucks that trend, and it's actually a cheaper game for more content. So it's a $45 game for about 60 hours worth of extremely high quality content. Even the side quests in this game are better than most games' main story. I did, like this, again, this is one of the few games where I couldn't help but start doing like 100% completion because it is just that good. Anyway, let's get into the game directly, the actual spaghetti and meatballs. Expedition 33 is a turn-based RPG with one of the best stories I've seen in gaming, fucking period. Now, I know it being turn-based has just made a lot of people roll their eyes and they're considering leaving the video because you just can't imagine stomaching the boring turn-based combat systems of the olden age that you think is outdated and archaic. You know, you're sitting there going, what the fart, dude? Turn-based? No thanks. I think you're a fucking goober for that take, and let me go ahead and try and sell you on this being different than whatever you're expecting from turn-based games. This game is significantly more interactive with its turn-based systems thanks to parrying and dodging. You'll see some people make the comparison to Souls games. I think that is way overblown. This has nothing in common with Souls games just because there's dodging and parrying, but it does make the combat feel a lot better because instead of being sitting around waiting for the other enemy for the enemy to attack you, and you either have to like hope for RNG for a miss, or you set up a turn so that way you can block or mitigate the damage. This doesn't have that. If you are good at this game, you can always forever take 0 damage through dodging and parrying. And there's also counters and another thing called gradients. So there's a lot of skill expression here where the parry timing and the dodge window is unforgiving. Assuming you play on expert. Normal, it's a lot more forgiving, but on expert, it is tight timing. Like the parry timing in here isn't quite to Sekiro's level of unforgiveness, but it is not easy. Like, the parry window demands that you be actually good at this game instead of just like some fucking lobotomite that's hammering parry, just spamming it. Dodging is a little more forgiving, but even that is still difficult because the enemy's attacks, like their actual arsenal of moves, is so well designed. The combat is flashy and it is interactive. Like, I know people have been seeing the quick time events when you use a move. You do have like a timing window. If you hit a perfect, it'll help you out with that move and what it does. But the quick time events aren't the actual interactive nature of the game. That's just there as kind of like a little bonus, a cherry on top to keep you invested on both offense and defense. And it is something nice. It adds more depth to it. But the actual bread and butter of the interactivity of the turn-based is in the dodging and the parrying. Because again, if you are just good, you can be unkillable by everything in the game fundamentally. And another thing is the build variety. There are so many builds for your party that you can run, it is mind-boggling. I've spent hours just making builds for my characters. So you build through things called pictos. So you can unlock skills, sure, but the main bread and butter of a build is the pictos, which are these cards that you'll pick up throughout the world or through fights that'll do things like crit on burn. So if you burn an enemy, you'll get like an increased percentage chance of critting, or it'll do like completely game-changing things. Like there's a really fun synergy with something called auto death, where if you equip that picto, your character will instantly die. But then there's another picto called second chance, which will instantly revive them. And then there's buffs you can give your whole team if a character dies. So what you do is you put auto death on a character that gives out all of these buffs to your party, and then that character revives and just everyone's got these buffs and now everyone's super fucking strong. There's just so much creativity to the builds here, and it changes from character to character with what you want to do for them. There's also a free aim mechanic with all of your characters where you can turn it into a third-person shooter for the cost of AP, where you can target weak spots on the enemies, or I even made an entire build around free aim for one of my characters where he was just chunking like a fucking Gatling gun, where he's recharging his AP thanks to the pictos I put on there. So I'm just constantly shooting over and over and over again, just stacking up millions of damage. Like, I just love how much flexibility there is with builds in this game. I was hitting over 100 million damage by the end. just through so many different pictos and combinations of skills. It was just actually super fun to engage with this system in a meaningful way. Like, there's so much min-maxing here and just so much meat on its bones. So I really think this is the best turn-based system. For, like, in this genre, I really think this is the absolute cream of the crop. So for people that don't like turn-based, I think you're doing yourself a disservice by just writing this one off because of that. This is an experience that I really think will resonate with anyone who gives it a chance. It is just a beautiful story. And it is one of the most visually impressive games I've ever seen. The art design, like the direction, oh my god. It is fucking cinema. Like, absolute peak. The cutscenes are hype. The enemies look incredible, and they're super creative. The world, the environment, every zone you visit. So, like, there's this overworld. So when you're walking through the map, you'll find, like, a ton of different, like, enemies to encounter, like, bosses, as well as, like, different zones. And all of them are so visually interesting and just unreal, like, breathtaking. And the music, holy shit, the music in this game. This is a 100% shoe-in to win Best OST this year. There is no game that I think will even come close. The soundtrack for this game is one of the best. I would comfortably put this up there with Nier. This is 100% a soundtrack that's going to be winning a lot of awards that it deserves, and it will be a soundtrack that I think will be talked about for years to come. Now, I want to give you, like, the overview of the story without any spoilers, because I really don't want to even drop, like, the tiniest breadcrumb of a spoiler here. So in a nutshell, the story takes place in a world where people live in a place called Lumiere, and there is a giant monolith with a giant creature, the Paintress, sitting in front of it, and every year she paints a number on that monolith. After a year, that number gets erased and everyone of that age dies, and every year the number gets lower. So if you've got your thinking caps on, you'll recognize that there's a certain amount of time left for these inhabitants of this world to survive. So they go on these expeditions to try and kill the Paintress so she stops painting those numbers and having everyone of that age just evaporating. It's gone on for many, many years and no one's successfully been able to kill her, so the society starts to just accept that this is a way of life, so people live under the assumption that they only get to spend a handful of years with their kids because they're dying at the age of like 34, 35. They're just getting fucking snapped out of existence because of the Paintress painting that number on the monolith. We follow Expedition 33, our main character being Gustav, as we venture out to try and kill the Paintress. Everyone on the expedition only has a year left for the most part, and they want to put a stop to this cycle so that way people can finally live. There's nothing but tragedy in this world because of the Paintress, and they want to put it into it. And they also want to understand why. What's it all for? Why is the Paintress doing this? It's just incredible. I think this story will hook you within the first 30 minutes. This has one of the best intros in any game I've ever seen. This is actually up there with like the first Last of Us in terms of emotional, hard-hitting introductions to a game. I think people will immediately get invested into this world and its characters. It is one of the best written games I can think of off the top of my head in the modern age. I love the story. It doesn't have any cheesy cliche writing. Characters aren't just super quippy for the sake of like these really silly jokes. Like, yes, there's some comedic moments here, but they're few and far between, so when the comedy is there, it actually hits. This is finally a game that doesn't just follow the same formula of writing that everything else does, where it's just all so safe and Weenie Hut Jr. This is a game that's not afraid to be dark. It's not afraid to be a slow burn and build up of tension and anxiety and mystery. It doesn't just fucking vomit out everything about its world immediately and all of its exposition. It is totally fine to let you wait 20, 23, 25 hours before you finally get most of the pieces of the puzzle to this mystery and this world that you're in. And it feels so good when you do finally get that information. And as it builds up to it, it keeps feeding you these tiddlywinks, so you start coming up with your own theories on what's going on and what it all means. It is so good. The writing in this game is superb. Absolutely extraordinary stuff. None of the characters are unlikable. There is not a single character in this game that I didn't love. There is pretty much nothing I dislike in this game. I had early complaints about, the movement being a little clunky, but the game seems to lead into that in a way that it actually kind of complements it. So the movement is almost identical to Only Up. And I mean that genuinely. Like, the sprinting and the jumping is pretty much one-to-one. They even have little side quests where you do Only Up courses at these places called gestural beaches, and you get rewards for completing the Only Up minigames. So it seems like they knew that, leaned into it, and the way the world is designed, like the map's actually set up, I don't think it's ever, like, a detriment that the movement isn't super clean. Like, it does feel a little janky with the movement, but because of the way they've designed all the maps, it works. So, like, by the mid-game, I no longer had that complaint because everything felt fine with it. It wasn't, like, inhibiting my enjoyment of exploring or anything. Like, I do think there is definitely a way they could have cleaned up the movement, but again, it's not even really a complaint because they were able to utilize it well, and I had a lot of fun with the Only Up components. I also really did have a problem early on with the subtitles always having a blur on them. I really wish I could have turned that off. I don't know why. That was just a little pet peeve of mine, having blurs on subtitles. Well, the subtitles aren't blurred, but like the background on subtitles blurring the things around it. I don't know. I just don't really like that all that much, but obviously that's like the smallest possible complaint you could ever have for something. The only other thing that wasn't like perfect was the lip syncing. The lip syncing was not amazing at points. I think during all the cutscenes it was totally fine and great, but during like a lot of the side stuff you'd notice the lip syncing wasn't always matching, which again, super tiny complaint. Like this game is so close to perfect actually, to the point where I almost feel bad for Sandfall Interactive, the developers here, because they have made something so unbelievably good that their next project is going to have so many eyes and such high expectations on it. I really don't know how you can even top a game like this. I have a lot of faith in this team now because of how good this game is, but man, it is a daunting task to have something this good as your first project. Like, there's so little to improve on. It really is that close to just being the perfect turn-based RPG experience. I love this game. I think this is easily a Game of the Year contender. Easily a contender for Game of the Year. If it's not in the conversation for Game of the Year, something is truly wrong with the industry. It is corrupt and foul, rotten to the core. I absolutely love this game. It is comfortably in the top 20 best games I've ever played. It is in my top 20 favorite games of all time. I love Expedition 33. I could gush about this for hours, like actually talking about the story and stuff, but I don't want to get into any spoilers or anything, but there's just so much to unpack with it, so much to talk about. It's such a beautifully tragic, enthralling experience. So, yes, I think this game lives up to the hype. I think it exceeds it in every possible aspect. Expedition 33 is a masterpiece. That's about it. So, yeah. I've made a lot of Pokemon Scalper content recently because it is truly just a catastrophe. It is a wasteland. The state of that hobby is in shambles. It is one of the most despicable hobbies on the planet right now because of scalpers and just degenerate losers that have infested it. I know it's been said a million times before, but it's super true. Pokemon is not for children anymore. It is reserved exclusively for the greasiest, slimiest, most loveless losers in your local neighborhood, deluding themselves into thinking that flipping it on Facebook Marketplace for a $3 profit is a career. These pathetic vermin in this perpetual cycle of buying every new piece of Pokemon product gluttonously and just trying to flip it instantly, taking advantage of the hype train, hoping that some people will overpay for it. And in many cases, they are. And if you are a child looking to get your hands on any Pokemon cards, you better just start taking Taekwondo courses because you're basically signing up to go into battle, going to a war zone. You're going to be having to fight grown-ass men here to get your hands on Pokemon product. Anyway, why I'm yapping about this for the millionth time is because today, a scalper video actually went extremely viral, like actually turbo popped off, millions upon millions of views, and multiple angles because so many people were outraged, and I think it is the epitome for the state of Pokemon cards right now.
All right, so this is Zay, the manager. This is what they're selling to one person. This guy right here, one person. Bro, one person. Look at this. You're gonna be on all the websites. Nigga, you're a one person. One person.
It's cute how he immediately tries to cover his face in shame while in a panic, and then desperately tries to cling to something to defend himself, but all he can utter out is this trash by saying, "You're a grown-ass man." Meanwhile, he is also a grown-ass man. Unless, of course, he's like a baby that's been sent to Wumbo or something. But I'm pretty sure that is also a grown-ass man that's dumping his entire paycheck on this Pokemon product, and the manager of the Walmart is there as like his fucking muscle, like his security guard, because it seems like the manager probably knew this was going to be a bad look, because they literally wheel out multiple shelves of Pokemon product for this guy to buy. And he hasn't bought it yet, mind you. They're in the process of scanning each individual item, and the manager is refusing to let any other customers grab some of the items from his haul here, which makes me think, and many of the people in the comments think, that they're in on it together, that this is a side hustle for the manager, and that these might be friends that the manager is giving this honor to, this incredible gift of being able to buy the entire inventory, so that way maybe later down the line the two of them can split profits when they inevitably flip it. Now that's just a little bit of a game theory, but it's the only logical explanation for why the manager himself would be here defending this customer's right to purchase every single piece of Pokemon product Walmart has, even going as far as to wheel the shelves over to the checkout register for him. That is unhinged. That is craziness to me. And it's not like a crackpot tinfoil condom conspiracy theory either, by the way. This is actually something that's been well reported in the hobby, where there are some people on the staff at Walmarts and other places that stock this product that do actually tell their friends when it's coming in, so that way they can go buy it and they work together to split profits from it. That has happened before. And I feel like it's a pretty strong argument here that that might be what we're seeing unfold right now. Because how else can you explain this shit? It only gets worse as the video goes on, mind you.
One person. One person. They're selling this all to one person. This is the manager. This is the manager's day. He didn't bring any of these up yet, but won't let me buy them.
They're all rung up already.
They're all rung up, but they're sitting there. I see her scanning them.
Sir, they're on the machine. Can he have his product back?
No.
Just a blatant, bold-faced lie saying that they're already rung up. You can hear them scanning it. They are actively scanning these products. They are not rung up, but the manager is reserving them for this goober here in the hoodie that is now trying to, cover his face like fucking Bane here, so that way you can't make out who he is. I gotta tell you, sports fans, I have a hunch that if I went to that Walmart and I grabbed an entire fucking shelf and brought it to a checkout register, I probably would be met with a little bit of friction there. I probably would have to answer to the higher-ups, and they wouldn't necessarily condone that. I don't think they'd let me just buy the entire fucking shelf that I brought to the register. But he gets to. Why is that? That's quite curious, isn't it? That's a little odd. I've never seen that before.
You already paid for it. You already paid for it.
He did? Did his card swipe yet? No.
Sir, you're not going to be able to get stuff, okay?
All right. You're the head manager of this Walmart?
Sir. There's no higher than
All right, Zay from this manager of Walmart on Arroyo is letting one guy buy all these because he knows them. Because he knows them. Because he knows them. Because he knows them. I can record.
You can.
Yes, I can, Zay.
Ooh, that one touched a nerve there all at once. There was like a fucking Winter Soldier response. They're like, oh, wait, no, we don't know him. No, we're all strangers here. We don't know that guy. No, this manager's just super fucking awesome. No, this guy just lets anyone just grab the display shelves and bring it to the checkout register to buy all of the product. And then also, that forbids everyone else from even accessing the product, even before it's paid for. Oh, and every single line out of the protagonist loser in the hoodie's mouth is just fucking cinema. Every single sentence that he squeaks out from his lips is more pathetic than the last. So when he's trying to say he has no idea who this manager is, he has the gall to say, I'm from LA, ask about me. What in tarnation are you yapping about? What? Ask who about you? Burger King? Like what? How does you being from LA mean that you have no idea who the manager is? How does that mean that you guys can't be friends just because you're from LA? What is that thought process, man?
Bought all of this. Plus another pack over there. Oh wait, where's it coming?
Bro, this is the shit I'm talking about. Nah, don't cover your face, bro. You're gonna buy everything, dog? You're a fucking dick. You're a fucking dick.
Do something about it.
Deadass, yeah? We can step the fuck outside.
No, get the fuck.
Look at I don't know. Cover your face too. Look at this. The kind of shitty people.
Weird. Get the fuck.
Kind of shitty people do this shit. And
I gave some to people.
bro, fuck off. Shitty ass fucking people.
This is one of the other angles I was talking about. Here you can see really the whole scope of the operation. I counted 3 full displays that they wheeled over for this guy and the girl with him as well. 3 whole displays he was able to buy up while being reserved, apparently, since the manager wasn't letting anyone touch any of that product anymore. Also, he's starting to puff out his chest a little bit. He even insinuates that he's ready to throw down for Pokemon cards, ready to get into a bit of a scuffle, saying, do something about it. This stupid asshole forgot that he wasn't on Xbox Live right now, so now his mouth is writing checks his ass can't cash, so he's ready to, like, fight a stranger here over this Pokemon product that he is greedily buying up. He's ready to, you know, alright, do something about it. It's fisticuffs time. And then the guy filming's like, alright, we can go outside, and then he immediately kind of like shies away, like, come on, fucking hurry up. Finish ringing me up, please. What an unhinged asshole. Now he's just ready to start fighting over it. But don't worry, I'm pretty sure I heard this benevolent saint mention that he gave a couple of people some of the merchandise there. Don't know if that's true or not, considering in the other video we saw that the manager wasn't letting anyone touch any of that product anymore because it's only purchasable by this guy for some really weird reason. So I don't know, I'd have to call into question the authenticity of that claim that he lets some people have a little bit, especially when you look at the displays. They are fucking filled to the brim. The cup runneth over on greed here. I don't think he's being truthful when he says he let someone else have some. I don't see a dent in it. And regardless, even if he parted ways with 1 or 2, look at the quantity he's buying. Nobody else is going to have any Pokemon product for themselves or their kids or whatever. I can only, with my fingers crossed, hope that any day now, people will finally wake the fuck up and stop paying scalper prices for Pokemon product. If that happened, if people would just finally stop paying over MSRP for this, these scalpers would be left with their dick in their hand, and they'd be furious. That is how you win. You stop paying over MSRP to these losers. But I don't see that happening because the hype train's too high, and most of the time, let's be honest, it's scalpers selling to other scalpers. So even in this extremely egregious example of scalping, I imagine there were probably 10, 20 other scalpers that were looking to do something very similar, just maybe not to this extreme degree. And probably without the blessings of the manager here, because it seems like the manager was really on this guy's side. But mostly this hobby has become truly just plagued by greedy assholes that don't view it as a hobby, more so like an investment and a get-rich-quick scheme through flipping this shit. It sucks, man. It sucks. And this has got to be the best showcase of just how low it sank. Anyway, wanted to make fun of this clown and wanted to talk more about Pokemon scalping. That's really about it. See ya. Hello. Hello.
You can find out what the talk key is by going to your keyboard.
I'm not doing that. Hello. I'd rather just fish around for it, like I'm looking for a urinal in the dark. The last shooter I played on console was Doom 2016. And I hated playing the shooter on console. I used to when I was young, but then I switched to PC and there's no way of switching back now. I look like someone's grandfather trying to play a shooter with a controller in my hand. Controller for anal fissures. There's no winners in anal fissures, I'll tell you that right now. I saw. Damn it! Oh! I almost got my first controller kill. I don't know, I might only do one more round with the controller. This is just kind of embarrassing me. This just makes me feel bad. I'll switch off controller after this round. I just want to get one kill with it. That's all I want.
Hallway.
Just a single kill would be a triumph.
Main door.
Oh! Yes! That's a triumph, baby! Alright, I can unplug it now. That was huge! Oh, fuck! What was that?
Someone's upstairs.
No!
Yeah, it's Cash.
Where the fuck?
On me. Right in the corner.
That's the second bomb site. Fuck, I need to remember these maps. I'll break all of them. I want them to feel the fear. I bet one's gonna come behind. I would. I'm a genius. Whatever I would do, I know what they would do, because I'm the ultimate gamer. I can read them like a book. And it's a shitty book. Don't worry, boys. I saved us. God, my reflexes are nuts! Can the replay even keep up with this reaction time? So how does this work? Oh, okay. Gotcha! Pussy! Check out this toss. Damn. Check out this toss. Damn. What? How the fuck did that hit him?
Skylight.
Skylight? Yeah, okay.
Outplayed.
Good one.
Why do they keep going there?
Oh my god.
Do they not know that my reflexes are fucking nuts? God damn, these idiots, these fucking children. Do it again. One more time, I want one more. Feed me one more time. That's what I thought. Their parents just warned them, if you don't stop feeding Charlie, there'll be no food for a week. Actually, I want to try it. I keep wanting to get good at Blackbeard just because I really like his ability. But I just cannot do well with him under any circumstance. I always end up sucking the fattest butthole. Watch this prediction. I'll give him another like 2 seconds, and then Amaru's probably gonna bust through that window. Well, there that goes. Gonna hang upside down right there and pop him right in the nose. Check this prediction. Yeah, watch this.
Yeah.
I've read him like a book. Are they shooting me?
Crazy, dog.
I will not be proven wrong twice in one game. Do it, pussy. I know you're gonna do it. Come on. Come on, nerd. You're thinking about it. I will die standing right here looking right at that spot if I have to prove a point. It's coming. I know these ranked virgins. Come on. I'm gonna feel like a fucking prophet when he does this, though.
Again.
No! Damn it. He interrupted me because he knew I was on to him. Ooh. Thanks for the raid, Jameski. Unfortunate timing, but so be it. I'm not afraid to be caught with my pants down. 6.5 inches is a man dick.
That map.
Ah, that's right, Jameski. The Rainbow Six Siege champ. What just happened? That's how they treat the champion, eh? You just DDoS me or something, Jameski? What the fuck is this?
Has he even checked what his button is?
No.
No.
No. I have not.
He refuses.
It's a pride thing.
I think it...
Thanks for the tier 1 Rambooski.
No, it has to be as normal Discord push to talk key. Because remember when we played that one time and
Oh,
he was
yeah,
double
yeah.
talking?
You were right. You're a genius.
Holy shit. I am so fucking smart, dude.
Nice. Yeah, nah. Alright. The comms are gonna stay cold, though. I'm not talking to you losers. Fuck you. I'm coming. Oh! The firing squad. They'll never expect the old running away tactic. Oh, I'm a genius! An absolute uncircumcised animal. Do I agree with Scorsese's criticism of Marvel movies? No, he's just some old asshole. I like his movies, but that's like the epitome of a boomer attitude. I don't like it, so it's not even movies. Like, what a douchey thing to say. He's basically every 12-year-old on Twitter. Call of Duty's not real games.
Over here.
World of Warcraft's not real gaming.
Oh, brother.
Well, that's embarrassing.
Pick me up, pick me up.
There. That was sad. I don't drone, I use my instincts. Fuck. I'm not some turbo virgin who drones in Siege. That's unlucky. A drone would have certainly been helpful. Best weed maker? I don't know. I don't know any weed makers. Who are the big weed makers? Who's like the Microsoft of weed? Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson probably can't even smoke weed. I'll actually play tactically this time around instead of just charging. That's unlucky. Oh wait, that's a bad guy. Fucking idiot. Forgot what team I was on for a second. There we go.
Nice shot.
Now I'm popping off. See, this is easy. Lambs to the slaughter.
He's on B in the back corner.
Oh, I'm a fucking greasy animal. Oh, call me a cam girl because I'm feeling myself live right now. Holy lord. What's up, nerds? Oh. They'll never expect that. Fucking idiots. Good morning, traveler. You're looking awfully well rested. I'm jealous. Wish I could say the same. I missed out on shut-eye again for the millionth time over the last 12 months. I tell you, that insomnia's powerful spell got me in the nipple clamps. But it's not about me. I'm not here to just trauma dump on you. What say you to listening to me regale a riveting story? Have you heard of the High Elves? Every one of them dirty bastards done started an OnlyFans. Point I'm making. OnlyFans is everywhere now. If you open your mouth to take a breath, the first thing that gets into your lungs is not oxygen, it's fucking OnlyFans being shoved down your throat. It is inescapable. The only thing more popular than OnlyFans is gambling. The two healthiest pillars of a sane society, gambling and OnlyFans. And as you may have guessed, I haven't slept again. And in an effort to make myself sleepy, I started just doom scrolling, which never fucking works. But I did stumble across a very interesting feud in the OnlyFans world where a creator is calling out the queen of OnlyFans, Sophie Rain, the LeBron of lingerie, the Tiger Woods of wood, the Tom Brady of lady, the Wayne Gretzky of latex ski. I'm just fucking pulling this out of my butthole right now. I'm going crazy with it. Sophie Rain is like the most popular creator on OnlyFans. You probably heard her name before because she's often flexing how much money she makes through OnlyFans. Unfathomable wealth, where she's posting screenshots claiming that she's making over $90 million through it and providing like proof to back up her claims and constantly defending that she's making this millions upon millions and millions of dollars there. And there's a creator calling that out as fake. And this creator actually has receipts to prove it. It feels like pretty strong evidence that those might not be accurate. And not only is she calling out Sophie Rain, but some people that are closely associated to Sophie Rain who are allegedly doing similar things with fake screenshots with their earnings being fudged.
Hey Piper, I saw you deleted this fake statement since we saw the typo and you've replaced it with this new fake statement, and you've added another million onto your net. I don't blame you. It's your first day on the job and we all make mistakes. I blame your management, the same management the Bop House uses. That's known for lying and scamming all their fans. I really hope you do better, because the shit that you bitches do is not cool.
This is that initial tweet screenshot, allegedly. Big whoopsie-daisy there. You can see that she forgot to get rid of the other money sign there. So that's clearly incorrect. And she deleted it and then posted another one with that error fixed. Piper Raquel's name is one that I've heard pretty recently because it's a pretty controversial story here where she was like a kid star or child influencer, some shit like that. And then very soon after she turned 18, she started an OnlyFans page to do OnlyFans content. And then starts flexing how she made $1 million in 24 hours. And then, no, it's actually $2 million, her first couple days on the job, that kind of thing. Which I know has happened before, like with Danielle Bregoli, Bad Baby. I know when she turned 18, she started an OnlyFans, and a bunch of those fucking weirdo freaks were like waiting, salivating on bated breath for her to open that OnlyFans, and they all gave her a bunch of money. I know that happened. It's just so fucking weird. Also, apparently she had paid a visit to the Bop House to collab with them when she was still 17. Bop House is a OnlyFans content creator house. Why are you collabing with a minor? a lot of people are speculating that they were trying to like push her into doing OnlyFans, and like them collabing was them trying to get her like, you know, into the idea of opening OnlyFans when she's 18, maybe to like lock her into a contract with the Bop House management team or something like that. Who knows, but it's still fucking weird no matter how you spin it. Anyway though, back to the feud itself. Jamie Liz is pointing out the fraudulent screenshot here, talking about how that's not real, which it clearly isn't. It was photoshopped.
Is Camilla. So the next bitch on my hit list is Camilla from the Bop House. You know, the one that used her little minor brother for views, asking him to talk about how pink her pussy is? Yeah, that one. This is her supposedly deleted OnlyFans, active, saying available now. And then when I asked her about it here, are you gonna delete it? Just asking, because that's what you're saying all over your social media, babe. Just confused. She blocked me. That's why it says chat unavailable. And here's yet again another lying, scamming bitch to come out of the Chopped House. But this one's extra weird. She used her family to promote it.
I was the one that did the censoring on her OnlyFans banner. Not in the original video, just playing it safe here on YouTube. I don't know what she was claiming about deleting her OnlyFans, but that OnlyFans creator, Camilla, that's someone I made a video on a long time ago, because she used her brother, who was a child, mind you, to help promote her OnlyFans page. She actually did that. So, Jamie Liz is not wrong. That did happen, and that shit is extraordinarily weird. Borderline a crime, by the way, to have children promoting porn, right? Like, you would think that's probably big time frowned upon.
How does it feel to have a sister that has an OF? My friends always ask me if it's pink, but I don't really know what they mean by that. NANI? Do you know? Jesus Christ. Click the link in my bio. I can't.
Marketing so innovative, Ubisoft is going to take a page out of her playbook pretty soon. So, that shit is indefensible. Now, Jamie Liz mentions that, calling it weird, which it definitely is, and then she's referencing, I guess, Camilla talking about how she's deleting her OnlyFans, but it doesn't seem like she actually is, thus she's scamming viewers. I'm guessing this game would be like, I'm deleting my OnlyFans, so come subscribe now while the content's still up, otherwise you're gonna miss out and it's gone forever. I'm just taking a guess, I'm spitballing because I can't actually find where she was saying that, but I have found a lot of people talking about it, so like a bunch of Reddit posts. In the least surprising news, Camilla has officially left OnlyFans to start selling people AI scam courses. Man, she is really just an absolute winner. Jackpot all around. Awesome. Going from OnlyFans to AI scam guru courses. And then saying also discreetly keeping her OnlyFans active. I don't feel like looking too hard to know if her OnlyFans is actually still active or not, if she followed through on deleting it. I have seen articles also reporting that she is now hawking baloney courses that are AI focused, so that seems to be her new hustle. And Jamie Liz, once again, was calling her out. And now, the big video where she was calling out Sophie Rain.
So Sophie Rain just posted a video showing her fake OnlyFans statements once again, and I'm about to poke a lot of holes in this shit. What color is this up here, guys? We can all see this, right? It's blue. It's blue, and this fake website that she fucking made, Jesus Christ. It's blue, yes? All right, let me show you real OnlyFans right here. Up here, white. White, not blue, right? Okay, next, when she says she reloads the page, let's get back to that right there. She's scrolling. She's scrolling. She's going up and down and up and down on the page. When you reload a page on OnlyFans, that's what happens. Every fucking time we get this little loading dial. Every goddamn time, it does not matter. On the white fucking screen, alright?
Yeah, to me that felt like kind of checkmate. The loading in particular. The screen, you could maybe say she's got premium OnlyFans that goes blue because she's top earner, top dog over there. Maybe you could mental gymnastics something there. But the loading thing, that's pretty hard to argue with, because that's replicatable. Like, if you have an OnlyFans and you, like, reload something, you can check for yourself, and based on what I'm seeing there and from what other people are reporting, Jamie Liz is right. Sophie Rain, when doing the scrolling, since no loading pops up, the OnlyFans logo doesn't pop up or anything like that, it does feel like that's fake. That does seem like that's pure dirty barnacles over there.
If this was really onlyfans.com, down here, it would say onlyfans.com, bro. You cannot zoom in and get rid of the browser when you're looking something up. Do you guys see this? You guys fucking see this? It does not say onlyfans.com. Right here, onlyfans.com. Let's load it again. Real fucking page. Load it again. Onlyfans.com. You scroll a little bit, yeah, it gets smaller. It doesn't disappear. You can't zoom in and make the fucking browser disappear. Like, are we kidding here, guys? Are we believing this shit again?
I'm not gonna lie. I had no fucking clue that the browser stayed up the entire time you were on web pages, but Jamie Liz is right. Wait, I checked it myself, not on OnlyFans, but like, I just went on Google and I tried like scrolling around, I tried zooming in, and there was nothing I could do to just get rid of it. It does stay there the whole time. So if she really is on OnlyFans, Sophie Rain, if she is on OnlyFans and reloading like she claims she is, it would be there. That's pretty solid evidence, I would say. And I will also mention a lot of people, myself included, have been extremely skeptical of Sophie Rain's earnings. $90 million through OnlyFans in what, like 2 years or something? That is like inconceivable. And she blew up because she was like inundating Twitter with her ads. So she was having like rage bait being posted about her from all of like popular meme accounts constantly, daily, just trying to flood people's timeline with her just to keep her name out there. So it feels like it would be par for the course if she is also using these earnings, these crazy high numbers, to keep her name out there, keep it in people's mouths, to make people familiar with Sophie Rain's brand. And it is like eye-opening shit. You hear that an OnlyFans creator is making $90 million. She's making more than NBA player salaries. You start to pay attention to it. So the faking earnings does feel like it could be very in line with her marketing strategy, or if it's not her strategy, her management team's strategy, whoever's responsible for it.
I just find this shit incredibly sad and embarrassing that you have lied so much that you have to keep lying and keep lying and keep lying to cover up your lies, bro. Are you that insecure about what you're doing that you gotta fucking fake statements? You gotta tell everyone you make all this fucking money? That's how insecure you are, bro?
I'm sure any OnlyFans model could probably look at Sophie Rain's proof here and weigh in if it's legitimate or not, because everyone's OnlyFans earnings page is going to look similar. The only difference is going to be numbers. And since Jamie Liz does show like what the page should look like, and it's vastly different from Sophie Rain's, I'm inclined to believe her that Sophie Rain's is horseradish. Now, to Jamie Liz's statement here at the end that she's lying and faking these earnings coming from a place of like insecurity, I don't think that's what it is. Like I said, I think this is all just part of her marketing strategy. And I also think because she's like the face of the Bop House, I'm assuming she's also like an owner in some capacity of like the management team that's managing people like Piper Raquel. She's also using this as a way to lure more people into an OnlyFans career. By having these numbers constantly flaunted, there are tons and tons of girls that are going to see this and believe that this is like a really viable career option to make a lot of money very quickly. So they'll follow Sophie Rain and Piper Raquel's example. So I think this is also a way for her to try and get potential clients to sign with the Bop House or something like that, so her and her team can make more money off of them and their contracts. I think the whole thing is pretty scummy. It also preys on people that are in a desperate situation, which is a lot of people in the current day and age, where someone might see all this money that Sophie Rain and the Bop House is generating, these huge numbers that may or may not be accurate, and they just say, fuck it, I'm gonna do an OnlyFans too, and it doesn't go the same way it did for them. It is a scummy thing to do, and I think Jamie Liz is right to call it out, 100%. Now, again, I don't know a whole lot about OnlyFans, but what she's provided here seems pretty strong. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah. Family says council planted slug to destroy their business. You see, you gotta love the ACA, man. You can't find this kind of garbage shit stories anywhere else.
They found one
towards the corner of
Yeah,
the
it looks like a
company's
criminal.
industrial kitchen. She squats down for 17 seconds off on.
Did you wonder what is she
Maybe
doing?
she was peeing.
Yeah, I found it.
Ombudsman is satisfied
What
with the
assholes.
procedures and processes it followed.
Well, why don't we ask the slug? Or was it assassinated? Because if so, that'd be very fishy. Cameras malfunctioned or something? It'd be a very valuable witness to the crime. Genius dad is turning skip bins into epic budget pools. Ah. I see.
When we look
The
at a
modern day
rubbish
Da
skip,
Vinci
most
then,
of
eh?
us see a large
Turned into a successful
That's gotta
business
smell
and
like
become a
shit,
hit
though.
with his kids. Olivia started
How
begging
thoroughly
their
does he
dad
clean
for a
these?
swimming pool.
They're
They
fucking
never
dumpsters.
expected this.
I wouldn't swim in the dysentery pool.
Yeah, neither would I, man. This is just asking for cholera. But if you're fiberglassing the dumpster, wouldn't it just be cheaper at that point to just get one of those, like, plastic big circular pools? It'd be spacier and cheaper, and not a dumpster.
and then we had a little bit
Oh.
of extra delivery.
Rachel Watkins, who lives
Bro,
on
you
property
can
in
get one
Alice
of those
southwest of Brisbane,
cheap plastic pools that serve the same purpose for like
We love it.
$200 maybe.
And really
They break easier. You could break one of those plastic pools 10 times over and still not even come up to the cost of one dumpster pool. Furious brides say wedding videos looked like the Blair Witch Project. Now that's a story. That's a fucking story, baby. Okay. I love the Blair Witch Project. And I love the guy behind
Ashley
it,
set
if you're
up
here,
quite
Dan.
a money earner, filming
leaving a trail of broken-hearted brides and
It's not a
former
crime to be
workers
bad at
behind.
your job, Christ.
devastating.
Making it sound like
Should you
he's a
spend more
criminal.
time on working
He's just
on these
not
women's
good at his
careers?
job.
Yes, I should.
Walking down the aisle is so shaky and so disgusting. It's cut off my head, my dad's head, and most of it's focused on my bum.
Oh, okay.
It's horrible.
That's
We have no
for the
first
YouTube
dates,
version, baby.
arrivals from
Or,
our
excuse me,
bridal
Patreon
party.
exclusive.
Amy says she's been
Gold
contacted
tier.
by around. She says she's owed around $1,000. Another videographer.
So it's more than just a bad wedding
says
video.
He's also
Anyone that's had a refund.
So Tegan's actually claimed the refund.
She said that she hasn't got any money back from you yet.
I have to double check that. I'm pretty sure. No, actually, no. Tegan hasn't claimed a refund.
That was quick. You folded on that immediately.
I'm not gonna deny that. Yes, I am.
They look at this and
Well, he's not very good at
We got the
scamming.
opinion of videographer Dor, who runs the.
Tegan actually accepted it. No, she didn't.
The videos
Ah,
I've
you're right.
seen
Yes,
were
no, she didn't.
That took a big chunk of our budget because that was something that we really wanted to have forever to show our kids and our kids' kids.
You can.
And he's taken that from us. We can't get it
If
back.
they want to see their mom's ass in a wedding dress, you've got them covered in droves. Got ample footage.
Yeah.
Wholesome dub.
Also, my PP sounds like.
Fuck yeah, baby! Now we're cooking. Ah, that's what I've been waiting for. Now my engine's revved.
You don't have anything to say to these people.
But he's just gonna chase me up the street.
Yeah, it's the ACA. They'll chase you
Everyone
across
has
the
a
world
story
if they
about
have to.
themselves or about-
Renters revolt after property repairs ignored, and it has a man crushed by a grill. What the fuck happened in this? It looks like a cartoon, like a grand piano falling on someone. I've gotta know.
were ignored, and then they all ended up in hospital.
Who took pictures of this instead of helping the guy?
My kids had fallen through.
Oh god, you got hit by a grill that fell from the second story? Alright, hold on, stay there.
That I was the one that had to be injured.
Tinder
All
pic.
of these injuries would have been avoidable.
Back.
This is what happened to Chris
What the
Deaton
fuck
when
happened?
his deck finally gave out as he was moving his barbecue. Like Helen, he had also
That looks like Final
previously
Destination.
complained.
You know, it's sad what's happened to them, no doubt about that, but this grill one, I don't get it.
He was moving his
Like, this picture is taken from inside of his house looking down on him. Like, it's not a security camera. So who the fuck? Bro, take a picture of me. I'm gonna put my grill on my on my hip here, so it doesn't hurt too bad, and then just snap a quick one, and then get it from the other side, because then they also have a different angle. Yeah, and then go around the outside and take a picture of me with the... Like, come on, man. But yeah, if he did get hit by a rogue grill blown in from a tornado, that is absolutely rough. No doubt about that. Yeah, maybe ACA staged that. They had the camera crew inside, and they, like, loosened everything on his balcony. So then when he stepped on it, it just collapsed, and they immediately started snapping photos while he was unconscious. Oh, I can start as Charlie. Well, do you want to be me or Joe? I'll let you be me. I want to see what kind of decisions you think I'd make. You're gonna make me the biggest fucking idiot on the 7 Seas, I already know it. I'm hoping it's good, like Until Dawn. I really like Until Dawn.
The 60% makes me nervous.
I think Until Dawn also had like a 60% though.
No, it didn't. It was like critically acclaimed. Because it had Rami Malek in it.
No, if I remember right, they were lukewarm.
Plus, it had like, what was that chick's name? The short chick? She was like a big deal in Hollywood as well.
Piper
They
Perry?
had like an A-list. Who? No, Hayden Panettiere. Patisserie, whatever her name.
Oh, Hayden Panettiere or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, wow, that's a name I haven't heard since Until Dawn. I think that killed her career.
Chat wants the lights off, Charlie.
Oh, it's a scary game. Yeah, I'll do that. Fuck. I have a countdown.
Don't worry, I'll pause it again.
Did you fucking pause it again?
Yeah. I didn't want you to miss a single second. Who knows what kind of contextual clues you could have missed on.
What a fun stream this is, just pausing every fucking frame. Wait, you said he was beating you up?
Yeah, just don't press the button.
Oh, it's too late. I already took his lunch money, I guess. Oh, there we go. I get it. Yeah, he just got me with a mean left hook.
Yeah, so I was there for like 5 minutes just letting him like pour punches into me. Take out his frustration.
This is a really advanced training dummy, goddamn.
Yeah, why don't they use that on the front lines?
I don't know, it's gonna start doing capoeira and shit on me.
Oh, that's got skull and crossbones on it.
What do you think's in the box, Jackson?
The training dummy.
His coffin.
Chinese Weapon X.
Rises from it like Dracula.
Alright, well, I'm gonna decrease the volume from there.
I hope throughout the rest of the gameplay we're just constantly pausing for such minor adjustments. Man, how hard did Joe get punched?
Punched him right into a jail cell. Hey, that was me!
No, this... Oh, wait. No, what?
It's Charlie. I'm Charlie.
They're fucking identical. Wait, so are you seeing what I'm seeing right now?
Well, actually, I don't know. I'm spinning around. Are you seeing this?
That's me.
Or are you seeing Joe?
No, that's me spinning around. So you see me looking like confused?
No, wait, no. We're both spinning around. I won't spin around. You keep spinning around if you're spinning around.
No, I stopped spinning around now.
No, you
okay, alright, I'm walking in a circle.
How do we figure this out? Okay, no, we're in different parts of the ship. That's a cool concept. I like this.
Okay. You should really stream your perspective, so that way we can have like a cohesive story together.
Actually, yeah, I should.
Just fire on your stream. We can go ahead and pause, Jackson. We haven't done that enough yet.
Yeah, I enjoy the pause.
Yeah, that's fine.
What? What's wrong?
Stop looking at me, Charlie.
Staring at the camera.
Break the fourth wall. Put your arm around me for the Tinder pic.
It's really annoying how slow they move. Move faster.
Why did you pause?
I didn't even pause. I pressed the bumper buttons.
Oh. You paused on a jump scare and now we see who's scaring us. You've ruined it.
Wait, is there a jump scare? I didn't see a jump scare, did you?
Well, yeah, that was the big noise and now there's that little kid running around there who's probably a ghost.
Wait, I don't see a kid.
You don't see a kid?
No, I don't.
Oh my god, we're having such different experiences. Oh, it's Buckley.
I saw him in the mess hall, he was fit as a fiddle. Poor fucker.
What? What does him being fit as a fiddle have to do with anything?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, he could be the world's most happy.
Die of a heart attack or something.
I saw him 2 hours ago and he was so happy and now he's been killed. How is it possible?
Look how he died too. Yeah. He's obviously been like shocked to death or something. Doesn't matter how fit he was.
Did you see the kid that time or only me?
I'm not seeing any kids.
I'm seeing a lot of kids.
Oh, I'm seeing a Chinese man though that's dead.
I don't see that.
Where are you? I've lost you.
Hey, come here.
Oh, we've separated, I see. I've entered the children's daycare, I guess.
Wait, you're dead on my screen.
No, I'm not.
Oh God, no.
Yeah, you're dead on the floor. You're telling me to hide.
Oh, then you were dead on the floor for me, because I just saw a dead man, but I couldn't recognize it.
I'll hide.
Alright, I'm gonna shoot some children, I guess. Thanks for the resub, Gray.
I'm hiding.
Wow, I actually am just lighting up a child.
Is it a ghost child?
I couldn't hear you.
Oh, you son of a bitch!
What happened?
I think you shot me.
Are you hiding inside of an electrical box?
Yes. You killed me.
I'm going into shock, Jackson. It's too much for me to take.
Did you open up the box?
No, I didn't open it up. I saw a child run in there and I decided instead of asking questions to fucking murder it.
I was in there. You told me to hide, so I followed your direction.
Ah, you shouldn't have listened. Are you right now on the Duke of Maiden small ship?
I'm walking over to a ship.
Okay.
Oh, so you're the guy on the ship?
Well, I don't know. Are you looking at Alex?
I'm
right
Brad.
now? Okay,
I'm Brad.
I'm
I'm
Alex.
witty. I'm Alex's brother, and I'm innocent.
I'm Julia's boyfriend, and I'm insecure.
Hey.
I'm looking at a wedding ring.
Can I get your input on something?
Oh, you're gonna ask me?
Just kind of a big thing I'm trying to make a
Oh,
decision about.
you're gonna ask me if you should marry your girlfriend? I'm gonna say nothing.
School?
Oh.
No, but it's just kind of a
Yeah,
big life
if we weren't
choice,
talking in a chat, you wouldn't know I just looked at a wedding ring and you'd have no idea what this was about, huh? Hey, what's up, Jessica?
Hey.
You bitch. Oh, Julia.
Julia. Jessica's the other one. That's Conrad.
The foolhardy Conrad. Just don't talk to Conrad. We only talk to women.
I'm not going to. He asked me if I've ever been diving before. I just stared at him.
Where's the old
No one ever talked to Conrad. Ooh, Fliss.
That's a cool name.
Okay, look, you're the client.
Are you coming over to
I'm
me?
just saying we don't have unlimited daylight.
Eventually.
I'm gonna go help Conrad and Julia with the camera.
Yeah, come over and have a look at this. I found something.
What do you got there, pussy? What is it, the
Look
Loch
at
Ness
this.
Monster?
Feast your eyes on this.
Whoa. Google image.
Brad's calculations
It's
were
pictures
right
of my
on
sister naked.
Always bet on Brad.
He's a whiz. We should thank him. We found a place.
Hello, friends.
In all the right places.
My cutscene then is just you spinning around, looking shocked.
I'm trying to keep up here. There's a lot to take in. This is a good conversation, boys.
For all you know, this could be a war grave. Disturbing it would.
Oh man, you look.
Ooh.
You look real angry.
Oh, don't be fooled. All I'm thinking about is getting wet.
What?
Okay.
I'm peeing my pants right now.
That's not nearly as smooth.
Yeah, he's
As
falling
Conrad
apart.
thinks it is.
Come up with some better jokes.
That wasn't a joke. I pissed myself.
Is it my turn to hit on you?
Hey.
Hello.
That's the end of that conversation.
About the train that I asked you about the other day, do you think my friend
just turned
should
off
say
her
grace
machine.
before eating said prayer?
Hello, I'm going boat to boat to make sure you're all atheist.
I'm climbing in bed. Oh shit!
I'm just letting Conrad get the shit beat out of him.
Good. I've got a gun held to my head.
I just got punched a lot. That was easy.
Well, I don't. What's?
We're being robbed.
Is this a robbery? They've come to hear your story, Brad. Word travels quickly around the sea.
What if I just
It's on
don't?
my head.
What if I just don't ungag her? Sniff my fingers, Fliss. It smells like my ass, doesn't it? Oh, wait, I actually...
I don't want to hear it.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I didn't realize that would happen. I thought I had all the time in the world. Don't ungag her. Just stay in here.
Okay.
I think it's best if we
I give up.
I think it's best we just do what they say.
No one's ever gonna... Now it's Conrad's turn.
Just farts in his face. Like the Riot Games CEO.
I'm just taking turns. Almost.
Hey, now you put your ass in my face. Complete the cycle.
Alright, here, come over here.
There we go.
Right, good hustle.
Now we wait. We totally expected you guys to ungag yourselves. What the fuck is this? Nothing we could do, Fliss.
If only we could know what she's saying.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Excalibur 2555 AD for the PlayStation 1. Let's do this shit. It's loading. Ort Underworld. Sounds exciting. Oh, speaking of exciting, more loading. Whoopee. Here we go, alright. Just kinda threw us in here with no information, no story. But we don't need that shit. That is one hairy ass. Goodness gracious, I could use some trimming. Oh, sweet merciful nipples, it's not just the ass that's hairy, that is a very hairy vagina. It's like a Pokemon's attached itself to her vagina. Like Grimer's just hanging out there. She's hairier than a damn wig. She needs to invest in scissors, lawnmowers, weed whackers. Just look at it. Look at that shit. She's got her own ecosystem down there. Just look at her face. She looks scared. She looks scared of her vaginal hair. And her ass hair. She's probably worried that the filamentous biomaterial growing from her asshole and her vagina is going to try and take over the rest of her body. Just the thought of that could scare the shit out of fear itself. Please move over, RoboCop. I'd like to go through here. Oh shit. How did I do that? Have you ever wondered what it would feel like to swim in a lake made out of shit? I know I have. Is this an enemy? It is indeed an enemy. Alright, how do I fight? How do I fight? Damn it, I'm just getting pounded. I don't know the controls. I'm gonna try and get him stuck on that boiling pot of... Oh, fuck. The pathfinding is revolutionary. Oh, there we go. I must have walked through a door. Alright, a little moment of solace here to learn the controls. That's good enough. That's all I need to know. The overhead swipe. Oh, zooming in on what should be an ass, but on her it's more like a giant toupee. Well, looky here. I found an empty glass. Just the item I needed to throw out of a fucking window. With my one offensive attack, I will take you down, Genghis Khan. Oh, is that block? That looks like a block. Damn it. Damn it! The timing on his hits is remarkable. Oh, there we go. Blocked it. Ooh! Returned with a nice offensive attack. Son of a bitch. Did you order from the hairy herding services? Take this, and some of that. Some more of this. I'm the ultimate gladiator. Oh shit, did I win? I don't think my attack hit him. I think he just got a headache and decided to take a nap. I've found the chicken leg. This may be the most monumental discovery in human history. What's this fuck fondler doing? Is he looking for the chicken leg? Is he Sherlock Holmes? What the fuck is going on here?
Hey, you.
Oh damn! It's an angry camping caveman. Oh, it's not a problem. Oh, damn it. Not a problem. Not a problem. No problem. That text really zipped by. I don't know what it said. Oh, there's something here. I found the meat. It's not just any meat, it's the meat. Now we're cooking. I have no idea where to go. There are so many fucking doors here. The name of this game shouldn't be Excalibur 2555. It should be Doors, 2,555 of them. Good luck finding your way around. Kind of a lengthy title for a game's name, but at least you know what you're in for. Go through the door. Am I inside someone's stomach? Oh shit, what is this? Where did this thing come from? Oh, what the fuck? He's got a laser shooter? A cheating person he is. Oh, there we go. There's a hit. He's blocking all of my attacks. Damn it, he knows every move I'm gonna make before I make it. There we go, landed a hit. Sir, if you stop blocking, you win $1 million. Nope, you just lost $1 million. Oh, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself again. You are not on Santa's nice list this year. I'll give you a moment to catch your breath. Go fuck yourself. Damn it! This is some bullshit. This is just bullshit. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Double, triple combo. This battle is mine now. He let his guard down for a moment, and I struck while the iron was hot. He's getting sliced and diced. Pulverized. Shitterized. How many hits does it take to win? What the fuck is going on? This dude is the immortal lumberjack. I hit him at least 1,000 times with this sword. Unless this sword is made out of foam, that should have killed him. I think he was just showing me that he's invincible. So he just stopped blocking because it just didn't matter because it wouldn't do anything to him anyway except tickle him. This is just terrifying. It looks like the bartender's about to wiggle his ass cheeks on her titties.
Off. Whatever you want, you can't have it. Unless, of course, you found Cecil, my pet rat.
As a matter of fuck, I did find your pet rat. Here you go.
Cecil! You found him! Anything I have
Alright,
is
yeah,
yours.
no. Keep whatever you have. I just want to fucking complete this level. This is a very, very poorly designed level. And I know it's an older game, so the level's not going to be as sophisticated as today's levels, but I can still play and appreciate the classic games, but this is not a classic game. This is an ASIC game. I have what you're looking for, Captain America. There you go. Your fucking giant battery. Now please just let me through. That was mighty generous of you. Well, you have perfect posture, but your lateral agility could use some work. Fantastic. More loading. Oh, level complete. There we go. There it is. Yeah. Alright, well, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya. Other than the clapping of butt cheeks, what is the most powerful sound a human being is capable of making? Boo. There is something so strong and impactful about tactical booing. And I just saw it used to great effect against one of these zombies that does this nationwide humiliation tour, cock-gobbling on AI. Eric Schmidt, former CEO of Google, he just did a speech at the University of Arizona for their graduation, and he faced so many boos. I don't know why he kept going, but this is some hopeful shit, because people are seeing through this ridiculous AI messaging that these corporate fucking ghouls are trying to spout. The lies are now falling flat, so these graduates aren't having it. And it's not just college graduates, but just people in general are tired of it, especially like with AI data centers in particular, which I've been really blabbering about a lot recently.
Architects of artificial intelligence. Interesting. The question is whether you will help shape artificial intelligence. We do not know. We do not know the precise contours of what this...
I haven't seen Eric Schmidt in a while, but it looks like he's fully transformed into Joe Biden, like he's doing a cosplay. If all of this AI investment that he's done goes tits up and he loses all his money, he could have a side hustle being a Joe Biden impersonator for those YouTubers that invite them over for a private session. So at least he has a backup plan. So here's him delivering his motivational speech here at the graduation, but he's treating it like it's E3 for AI investing vultures. Like, all he's doing is like pitching AI to them. Terribly, by the way. The messaging here is abysmal, and he just keeps being met with boos, but he keeps pressing forward. I think it is the perfect representation that sums up how all of this is going, especially with data centers. How data centers are being brute forced through in these small communities, even though the communities are doing everything they can, fighting back, very vocally opposing them. Booing, shouting, screaming, begging their representatives, their elected officials, to shut it down. Don't do it. But they plug their ears to it and they keep going anyway, even in light of all those boos. Like, again, I brought this up a lot. Like in Utah. There's not a single soul in Utah that is pumping their fist enthusiastic for a 40,000 acre data center to come in there and butt fuck them. It is spearheaded by Canadian billionaire Kevin O'Leary, who just can't help but keep LARPing as an American. And nobody, no sentient person in Utah is happy about it. And they have been fighting the best they can to stop it. But Box Elder County officials, they don't care. They're going to make a pretty penny, I imagine, from it. So they actually just berate the citizens and do it anyway. And the point I'm making is this speech has that same DNA. The demons that stand to make millions and billions of dollars from AI are constantly singing its praises and trying to shit down your throat and call it a delicacy and piss on your head and call it rain. And no matter what you do, they just keep going forward. They hear your boos. They hear that you hate it. They just don't care. So they keep going, much like this speech. He goes on for so long, even though it's nothing but boos over and over and over again. I don't know why he didn't just pack it up and walk away. Just be like, hey guys, I see you're not fucking with me. I'll just go home, I guess.
If you'd let me make this point, please. Choose a diversity of perspectives, including the perspective of the immigrant, who has so often been the person who came to this country and made it better.
What? Eric, put down the crack pipe, snap back to reality. What? Pardon? What the fuck? Comparing AI to immigrants, huh? An interesting tactic. I don't think I saw this play in John Madden's handbook. I don't even know where to begin, Eric. I'm gonna be honest. You kind of took my breath away with this one. Like these can't even be real people. He has to be some kind of like cringe android or something, right? Like there's no way.
We thought that we were adding stones to a cathedral of knowledge that humanity had been constructing for centuries. But the world we built, artificial intelligence that reflects those values, the world will be unimaginably better for it.
Now, in this video here that was covering the lowlights of his speech with all of the boos, they also started sharing the additional tiddlywinks of information there that I actually didn't know about Eric Schmidt. I did know his name appeared in the Epstein files. It was a dinner invitation, if I remember correctly, or even a couple of dinner invitations. I don't know if he went or not. But I didn't know he was recently in a lawsuit with his ex-girlfriend where she's alleging heinous things like sexual assault, which recently has been ordered by a judge to be settled through arbitration. There are other accusations as well in there, but I actually hadn't heard of that lawsuit before. So even before he went on stage, students weren't extremely excited to have him there, just in light of those things. And then he goes there and immediately starts yapping about AI, yeah, let's get it, that kind of stuff, and just met with a tremendous amount of boos.
You are surrendering your agency. We have only seen maybe 1% of what is to come. I'm very proud of this. If you don't care about science, that's okay. because AI is going to touch everything else as well. Whatever path you choose, AI will become part of how work is done.
No, Goober, it'll become part of how work is not done by human beings. That is the big thing that we are seeing. Again, I don't want to just keep harping on the data centers, but I will. Data centers give temp jobs during their construction. Once they are completed, even the biggest data center in this country only employs about 150 full-time employees. So they come into these communities, they raise the price of living in the area for the people there because the energy bills go up. Also, again, I don't want to just regurgitate everything, but the water, everyone already knows this. And then most data centers that aren't the biggest in the country only have like 20 to 25 employees. They're not giving jobs. They are not. They are making living more expensive being around them. And when it comes to AI in businesses outside of that, it is being used as a replacement tool for many jobs that humans have. So it's not giving any new jobs right now, Eric. And even Kevin O'Leary, the galaxy brain intellect that he is, when pressed on it, can't name a single job that it gives. He can only just vaguely talk about this nebulous concept of AI bringing imaginary jobs in wet dreams. Nobody in this industry can explain what jobs AI is going to bring to people, because right now all we are seeing is the jobs it is taking from them. So there, and even in his speech, it's not like he's giving any examples of how this is going to actually help people. He's just saying, yep, even if you don't care about science, it's touching everything. Everything is going to be contaminated with AI. So get ready and put a big old smile on that face, because you can rest assured that we're making a lot of money from it. Us, the billionaires, not you guys, don't get it misconstrued. Us, the club that you're not in, by the way. And I feel like I need to mention on the back of what he's spouting here that there is a very real application for AI where it is beneficial to people, and this is one I've yapped about quite a bit, specifically when it comes to the medical field. There is a lot of really good use cases of AI being integrated into medicine and science, where it's not replacing anyone, it is a really helpful tool to help when it comes to things like data collection and looking at all of these things quickly. And we even saw that recent story about a guy who made a personalized medicine, a personalized treatment for his dog. Like, there is a lot of really cool things that AI can be used for that are helpful to people. But what we're mainly seeing is the ham-fisting of AI into everything to justify the unfathomable amounts of money that have been poured into this industry so quickly. So you're seeing AI in things like fucking fast food, with Patty, the AI helper, trying to remind fast food employees to say thank you, and like monitoring employee behavior to ensure they're saying enough thank yous. Like, this is fucking garbage. It is right now in this state where they're just trying to find any ways of squeezing a little bit of clams out of this investment they've made into AI, so they're putting it into everything, and it is inshitifying all of it that it is touching. But that doesn't mean that it always has to be that way. Like I said, I do see a lot of positive things that can come from AI in medicine in particular, but that just doesn't even really seem to be the focus of most of these AI corporations right now. It really does seem like it is being used to try and find ways to save money for these businesses at the expense of human workers, replacing them for cheaper AI alternatives. And that sucks. That's why so many people hate this, and hate when people like Eric Schmidt start preaching about it and start publicly dick-sucking it. Like, he is actually on his hands and knees with AI, one cock in each hand and one in his mouth, going crazy, slurping on AI wiener. And people are tired of it.
If you want to learn something entirely new and you want to have a personal tutor in any language for the cost of an internet connection, you can have it. You can now assemble a team of AI agents to help you with the parts that you could never accomplish on your own. When someone offers you a seat on the rocket ship, you do not ask which seat. You just get on. The rocket ship is here. Let me give you some advice.
Just leave the stage! God, this went on for so long, I'm surprised they weren't throwing tomatoes and banana peels at this guy to get him the fuck out of there, man. No one wants to hear your advice when you're up here just pitching AI. He's not making any, like, good points. It's not a positive message to any of the graduates here at all. This shit just turbo sucks. Eric, leave.
First, find a way to say yes. Listen. You bring the judgment. You bring the conscience. You bring the perspective. I'll give you one final reflection. Happiness, I have come to believe, is not the same as joy. Happiness is derived from meaning. Meaning in your work, meaning in your relationships. Thank you very much and good night.
Holy Toledo, his side profile is indistinguishable from Joe Biden. Like, I really cannot believe how much he looks like him. This could be his fucking body double. But he finally gets some applause when he's leaving, which is what everyone wanted him to do many minutes ago, man. This was awful. Terrible speech. This might be the most amount of boos I've ever seen someone just sit there and face tank. Like, honestly, he would have had less boos if he had fucking ragdolled himself over the podium like that criminal did to the judge one time with, like, the cross body block, that kind of thing. I just don't know why he didn't just call it quits, just say, all right, thank you and good night, minutes ago. The boos were unrelenting, and he never once said anything inspirational. He tries to close it out with something about happiness versus joy, but this is coming from a joyless cyborg. So it falls flat, especially when your whole speech was about the opposite of humans in general, about AI counterparts coming for everything and why they need to be positively receptive to it, and like 2 thumbs way up about it. So that messaging doesn't work, Eric. Not from you. Not on the back of everything you were yapping about. Just actually a terrible speech. And good on the students for just making it known. I think these kind of vampires deserve to be publicly shamed, met with boos out the wazoo every time they open their fucking mouth about this garbage. Just the public shaming of it, I think, is actually a valuable service. So, anyway, just wanted to talk about this a bit. That's it. So, yeah. Is it this? From 2 years ago? Sub 1K views? Now that sounds like a good video.
Me up ever.
Good Lord!
It's
It's Heisenberg!
You'll never shut me up! You killed Oh, there's the killers right there! You killed Jesus! You killed Jesus! I'd love to! No, you won't!
Oh, I'm leaving this a like.
Screaming for Barabbas! Shame on you! God's gonna kill you!
This is what happens when Reddit meetups try and happen.
God's gonna kill you! You killed How many
It's like every Twitter argument ever personified.
How many have you paid for?
No, he's casting voodoo magic!
It don't work.
Block it with a holy force field.
The man who has risen up for the children. You'll never shut me up.
Can someone get this man's doctor out here? He's gonna blow a fucking valve.
Shame on you. It's the word of God.
Slap him with it.
Oh yeah, you don't want the word of God because it says you're wicked. You're wrong.
I don't know whose side to take. They're both making good arguments.
You need to be worried about God. Go get
This Jesus guy is interrupting his mission for his 5th hamburger of his lunch.
Why don't you shut me up? I am. You can't. You never will. You and your sin. I'm not afraid of you.
Kiss!
You need to be
Fucking make out in holy and unholy matrimony.
You need to fear God. No, I'm not. I love children. I love women. I love my brothers and sisters. I love God.
Oh God.
You love your penis. You love
no! He doesn't love his penis. You'd have to be gay to love your penis.
That's why you're upset about this. No. You don't want the
No! I hate my penis. Tell him to shut up again.
Yeah, thank you. Scream. Wicked.
Twisted fucking nipples off for saying that kind of shit.
Kiss my ass.
Make him kiss it.
I wouldn't say that.
There we go. Much better.
Probably some
Now we're getting in the groove again.
Look at those demons.
He is annihilating him right now.
Never gonna happen.
Fucking hero.
Never.
Oh!
The Bible says the fear of God.
You shook the hornet's nest and you're not gonna like what comes out.
The Bible's in your ass. The Bible called you
No! Show him where the Bible really is.
You killed Dr.
Even that car in the background just stopped to watch this.
You piece of shit. You ugly piece of shit.
Take him over your knee and spank him. Put the discipline of Jesus right in his ass cheeks.
Shame on you.
Yo,
He lost. He's walking away. He lost.
You a rat-wicked old man.
How many times is he gonna walk away and come back? He's like on a runway fashion shoot.
Tell men of God. I know who you are.
This guy looks like Fred Durst, the Jesus guy, not the old guy. The old guy looks like he was just late to bet on some horse races.
You killed doctors. Shut up.
Yes! Take that! Ah! He's not only killing this Jesus man, he is killing Jesus himself with those shut-ups. Call him gay again.
You ISIS supporter.
Don't take that! Turn around for the 5th time! Turn around!
American old fool.
Turn around! No! He lost!
Murderer.
I hope he comes around in like a fucking golf cart and sweeps their leg. Yeah, that'll teach you. Now that is how arguing should be. Nice and civilized. Good points on both sides. You can always tell who is a Comcast or Spectrum customer just from the look in their eyes. This unmistakable sadness that's buried deep into the windows of the soul. This anguish at having to use such an irredeemably dog shit service like Comcast or Spectrum. Unfortunately, I too bore that hopelessness back when I was in my apartment and having to use Spectrum, cursed to use Spectrum as my internet service provider. It is trash, at least in my neck of the woods. I can only speak for Tampa. It was horrible, almost unusable at most times. And I just saw a video on stream the other day about a woman who was calling to cancel her Spectrum services, and the rep started fighting tooth and nail to prevent her from doing that, and things got really heated for some reason. You see the girl who called to cancel her Spectrum Wi-Fi, and the rep on the phone went crazy. No? Why would the rep be going nuts?
Can you just put me on hold? I don't want anymore.
My service is canceled.
Why?
No, it's okay. Thank you. I would just like to cancel my services with you guys.
Okay. That doesn't make any sense. Anissa, why would you tell me that a technician came out and you're not letting us help you solve the issue? What are you complaining about? I don't understand.
Why is the rep like personally offended? We just want to fucking fix it. What do you mean you're canceling, you stupid? We're Spectrum. We give you like 5 megabytes. Like, are you dumb? You wanna not use Spectrum?
You know what? I don't understand why you're yelling or being rude about this.
Because we're trying to help you. I'm lowering your rate. I'm cutting it in half.
It's okay. I don't...
Who gives a fuck? It's a bad service. I had Spectrum when I was living in my apartment. Bro, that shit could hardly download a single Steam game. Like a Steam Unity stinker it would struggle with. It's just, at least in Tampa, Spectrum sucks. I totally get why she'd cancel Spectrum. Even if you're giving that shit away for free, it's worthless. You can't use it for anything. But I will tell you something. She takes very strong pride in her company that she works for, in the customer service department.
Want the help anymore? I just want my services canceled.
Why?
I don't think I need to explain why.
I'm trying to help people all day long. If somebody tried to call me and offer me to cut my bill in half, send out a service person for some, you're saying you're having service issues, but we don't have any record of you calling in. We can send a tech out for free. I would jump all over that. People just don't appreciate anything anymore. I mean, I don't understand what's going on.
Spoken like someone who doesn't use Spectrum. That lady on the other end of that line clearly is not a Spectrum customer herself. She may work for the company, but I know she's got like Frontier or something else on the back end. Because I think this is the most understandable thing going on here. It's trash. It's fucking trash. Our technicians can come out on Monday and Friday between 5:30 a.m. and 11 p.m. So Tampa stuff. I mean, yeah, like I said, I can only speak for the service in Tampa, but in Tampa, Spectrum is horrible.
Make it make sense, please.
That's okay. Please just cancel my service.
Okay. I'm running this by my supervisor. You don't need my name. Okay? I've been bending over backwards to help you. Okay. Do you want to disconnect or not? This is not a game. This is not funny. I've been on the phone all day long listening to people like you. I am tired.
Well, sorry that that's your job. May I please speak with your supervisor?
Your job, and you know what? My job is to help people. And I've been over backwards, and you were lying to me. You were rude to me.
What is happening? I mean, I guess it's entirely possible in between these cuts. Maybe she was like goading the rep in some way, but I don't really see how. Because I feel like you can just stop it instantly by being like, all right, I canceled the service, and then hang up. Is it like a huge song and dance, like a ceremonious process to cut the cord with Spectrum? Because I didn't have that issue, and I canceled with Spectrum after leaving the apartment. It wasn't that big of a deal. Does she get paid more if she stops people from canceling? I don't know. I mean, if she just hangs up, the woman won't cancel it on her own. They need confirmation. No, I'm talking about the rep. I'm speaking for, like, the rep's reluctance to just, like, end it. Because all she has to do is be like, all right, I canceled it. You're done. Bye-bye. Like I'm saying, I guess it's possible that she was being rude to the rep at some point. But, again, even if that was the case, she could have just canceled it and been done right then and there. I don't really get it. This is all just completely unnecessary and inexplicable.
Because you're going to have to wait for a long time for my supervisor.
That's fine.
What's fine?
Me waiting for your supervisor.
Are you kidding me? What is your deal? What are you complaining about when you want to disconnect? You don't want to stay with Spectrum. So why do you want to complain? Why do you think you have the right to do that?
I do have the right to do that.
Oh my god.
You don't like our company. So why do you think you have a right to complain? And just disconnect you can just move on and go on, and move on since we're so horrible as a company that you want to disconnect.
Is she like the owner of Spectrum or something? Do they have like the fucking CEO working the customer service line? Why does she care that much? I don't get it. That company loyalty is remarkable. This has to be fake. I would think so too if she didn't show the customer service number. So like I feel like it's probably not fake. I don't know. I guess I guess it still could be. This is what it feels like to cancel a gym membership. Yeah, I know it's become like a big like meme, but I've never had an issue with that at the two gyms that I've canceled memberships at. But maybe it is like that. You want to cancel the membership? You got to come in here and fight our biggest guy. Good luck.
Yes, I'd like to disconnect. And I'd also like to speak with your supervisor.
Okay. Anissa, what do you think you're going to get out of this?
I don't need to get anything out of it. I just need to speak with your supervisor.
So you don't need to speak to anybody then. Can you just put oh my God! Say that and I'm going to disconnect you and I'll never talk to you again. Let's just do that, okay?
No.
Please let me go. I get off in 5 minutes.
No, I'd like to speak with your supervisor.
You're not going to. Like I said, you've got 14 days from today, and I wish you well. Do you have any other questions?
Yes, to get transferred to your supervisor, please.
Jesus.
She hung up!
Oh, the service got canceled. That was just that was spiteful at the end there. But yeah, that song and dance did not need to go on too long. I don't understand why the customer service rep cared so much. Star Wars used to be one of the most beloved franchises in all of entertainment, but that all changed when the twisted mind of George Lucas was left unsupervised and unchecked by a medical professional, and he was able to army crawl himself away from Arkham Asylum and onto a chair in front of a pen and paper and write the prequels. Now let me just get this on the table right now. I know episodes 1 through 3 of Star Wars are objectively awful movies from pretty much any perspective you can spin on them. But tell that to my penis that still gets hard with a nostalgia boner every time I rewatch one or see one on TV. There's something special about the charm of those movies, and it's probably just how old I was when I saw them that it still holds a special place in my heart. But they are shitty movies, and that is where Star Wars goodwill kind of died. And you know the story from there. Disney digs up the grave of Star Wars and Mickey Mouse forces it to dance like a twisted puppeteer. They got off to a good start with Force Awakens. I thought that was pretty solid, but everything from there has just been an absolute asshole fire. Just pure, putrid, awful abominations from Disney Star Wars movies. But Star Wars has been dead long before Disney started fucking it, so what Disney's doing to Star Wars is just necrophilia. What I want to focus on today, though, is the story about Jake Lloyd, the child actor who portrayed Anakin Skywalker in Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. This is a very interesting story about how George Lucas not only ruined a beloved franchise, but ruined a 10-year-old's entire life. Jake Lloyd was dealt a bad hand as a result of that movie. A little background on Mr. Lloyd. His parents were in the entertainment industry, so they knew their way around the field, and he wanted to get into it, so he landed some small roles in television shows and a few movies. Had a big breakthrough with Jingle All the Way with Arnold, which is a Christmas classic, and then his big breakthrough should have been Anakin Skywalker in Phantom Menace. That kind of role with that kind of power, with Star Wars coming back with the prequel, was absolutely fucking massive and should have catapulted his career, but all it did was catapult him into depression. The movie was a stinker. You all know the story. No one really liked The Phantom Menace, even at the time. It's not something people look back on and now shit on. Even at the time, people were actively dropping trousers and putting a fat asshole on the movie, calling it bad. And most of the blame was shouldered by Jake Lloyd's character, thus Jake Lloyd himself. So as a 10-year-old kid, that's how old he was when he played Anakin Skywalker, he had neckbeard greaseballs attacking him on all fronts of the internet, because they blamed him for ruining Star Wars, instead of the blame falling on the rightful shoulders, which should have been George Lucas, or Jar Jar Binks, who Jar Jar did catch a lot of shit, obviously, but for some reason, it was almost all targeted at Jake Lloyd's character and his portrayal of the character. This is a thing I've talked about in recent times. People seem to blame the actors when the character is bad, or if the acting is shitty, but that is 100% on the shoulders of both the writer and the director. The writers write these characters, so if they're a shitty written character, that's not the actor's fault. They're working with the 9th graders' homework that they were given for their script. If the character's acting is bad, that's the director's fault because they weren't leading them properly. It's not like the acting just became bad as a result of the editing or what happened. If the acting is shitty, it's because it was shitty when it was filmed, which means the director should have done another take until they got it right. I don't think that kind of blame should ever fall on the actor for their portrayal of a character, but that's exactly what happened here to a 10-year-old. And Jake Lloyd himself said not only was getting shit on by these adults on the internet a contributing factor to his depression and a lot of the bad shit he went through, the children at school would bully him for being Anakin Skywalker, which is fucking baffling to me.
Part of my life for the last 10 years. Yeah.
Is it something
High
like
school is... they wouldn't let it go, so...
It's just such a weird thing to insult someone for. Oh, what a fucking loser. You were in one of the biggest movies of all time as the lead character. What a dweeb. You'll never be successful like that. I'm gonna go back to eating glue and huffing Sharpie fumes like a real alpha 5th grader. It's just a weird target for bullying and really unfortunate for Jake. Because that's something that, even if the movie was bad, you should still be very proud of. I know I certainly would be. Like, if I had a lead role in The Room, or an equally acclaimed awful fucking movie, I wouldn't let people forget I was in that shit. I love that kind of shit. I fucking brag about being in a voice acting role for a cameo character in a game that sold 8 copies on Steam. You wouldn't want to see me as a lead role in fucking Star Wars or something like that. It's just a shame what happened to Jake there, both from adults and in his school environment. Also, George Lucas had him working like a fucking sweatshop worker. Jake Lloyd said he was doing up to 60 interviews a day for Star Wars, which is just an unbelievable number. I can't even believe that shit. I don't know who could even stand that as an adult, let alone a 10-year-old kid. But even still, I understand Star Wars fans aren't the most intellectually enlightened. They're no Rick and Morty fans when it comes to intelligence, IQ, and that kind of supreme being intellect, but I don't know why they'd still blame the child instead of a more obvious blemish on Star Wars, Jar Jar Binks, who did shoulder a lot of shit, but not near to the extent that Jake Lloyd's character did. I mean, Jar Jar Binks, for God's sakes, his whole contribution to the movie was always, Misa make white pee-pee when Misa see you, Natalie Portman. Like, how can that not be the most glaring issue of the fucking prequels? I don't know how it'd be on Anakin Skywalker, who's just playing a fucking kid who likes pod racing and has a midichlorian count in the 9 figures. It's just a stupid fucking fans targeting the wrong fantasy characters if they really want to get into this, like, limp-dicked fantasy where these characters are real and the movie is ruined because of these characters and not George Lucas's batshit awful writing. But, so, moving on from there, Jake Lloyd quits acting at the age of 15. He develops a phobia of cameras because of all the bullying and the ridicule in the interviews, and he no longer ever wants to be filmed. He still does some voice acting for Anakin in the Star Wars video games that come out for the next couple of years, but altogether quits that around 2005, 2006, I believe. And then from there, it's even more downhill. He did a few appearances at some Comic Cons in 2012 and before, but it was always out of obligation and just wanting a quick little buck to show up. Nothing wrong with that, but he'd always get questions about being Anakin Skywalker, which he very clearly hated. The interviews are really hard to watch. He's very uncomfortable, always dismissive, seems confrontational, as if bringing up Anakin Skywalker is like the Winter Soldier's trigger word, and he just goes into this zone where he hates being associated with that, and that's the saddest thing. I really can't help but feel super bad for Jake. He stops going to Comic Cons and conventions and public appearances in around 2013, and then in 2015 he hits rock bottom where he gets into a physical confrontation with his mother and then engages in a high-speed GTA police pursuit across a few counties with the police. There's footage of it, and it's a pretty fucking wild chase. He loses his tire and runs on the bare rims and then does like this fucking gnarly spin out into a fence. It was wild shit. And then, of course, pod racing jokes were the easy ones to make. So we got Star Wars joked on even for something like that. Unfortunately, Jake Lloyd's entire life revolved around his character of Anakin and the negative connotations surrounding it. Thus, Jake Lloyd was never able to have a normal or enjoyable childhood or teenage years, all because of the ridicule he'd constantly be subjected to for his one role in one big movie that George Lucas really fucked him with. And it's such a sad story because maybe Jake could have been a massive successful actor. Maybe the prequels could have been good in some multiverse out there. There's really no telling. All we know for sure is that Anakin Skywalker ruined Jake Lloyd's life. This is Star Wars Episode 1, the first Skywalker's last acting gig.
I think everyone's going to think it's a great film because it is an amazing film. You saw it last night. It was amazing. And it's really a nice, it's very nice film.
Now I should mention, after the fact with the high-speed chase and Jake Lloyd's arrest, it's important to talk about why it happened. According to Jake Lloyd's mother, the confrontation was the result of Jake Lloyd blaming her for his life being ruined because she got him the role in Star Wars Episode 1, and he never forgave her for it. Thus, they got into a fight where he pushed and kicked her, and then ran away, got arrested. Jake's mother also reveals that at 19, Jake was diagnosed with schizophrenia. That probably sounds about par for the course for anyone that works with George Lucas and is subjected to 60 fucking interviews a day as a result of working with George Lucas, the goddamn madman. So overall, just a horrible story about a successful breakthrough role leading to the demise of someone's mental health and just genuinely like their whole life seems to have been ruined as a result of having a big role in that movie. And that's about it. Just wanted to tell the story of how Star Wars has not only been ruined as a franchise, but also ruined some lives along the way as well. That's it. So yeah.
Now just breathe. Now big push, push, push. Here I am.
There's a little birthing simulation for you for what it would look like if it was me that was popping out. I got a couple things I want to yap about today. And I think it's only appropriate that I start with the topic that I have been glued to for many months now, the degeneracy in the Pokemon card community. There's been another arrest.
Surprise discovery at a Best Buy in Pasadena. A man was found inside that closed store. A group of Pokemon card collectors were camping outside the Best Buy all night. They noticed a large police response and found out a man was still inside the store.
That is a surprisingly large police response there. That shit was looking like it was straight out of Rainbow Six Siege. They had Blitz rolling up there. about this individual that was hiding inside of Best Buy, presumably camping the restock.
We heard from witnesses who say they believe that man was hiding in the Best Buy before closing so that he could get to those Pokemon trading cards.
That is peak male performance right there. Just take a peek at that perpetrator right there. That is the face of Team Rocket. Like, this guy, I think we can say with a high level of confidence, was definitely there for the Pokemon cards. But I imagine he was doing it out of his own self-preservation. He's probably seen all of the knuckle sandwiches that are flying at Pokemon restocks, because that is when PvP is enabled and it is just people fighting, and Pokemon cards are secondary. They're trying to beat the goddamn loot out of everyone there like it's GTA, but instead of dropping money, they're dropping Pokemon boxes in the aisles. So this guy probably saw all of that kerfuffle and decided the safest way was to just already be there when the restocks happen so he could grab the product and get out before anyone gets a chance to give him a fucking atomic wedgie and beat his face in.
Pokemon 151. Oh. Yeah. We're here for the 151.
I was just here for some Pokemon drop, but I went to the restroom, not even 15 minutes. I come back and there's cops everywhere.
That man, there you see him, was taken into custody.
Admittedly, this is new. I haven't seen any scalpers get arrested for this yet. This guy is a pioneer in the meta for the degeneracy in this community. So he got arrested for being in Best Buy past store closing, camping out there like he's a fucking old school prank YouTuber where they spend 24 hours in Target, how naughty, hiding in the toilet paper aisle, that kind of thing. He tried to pull that off in order to get a leg up on the mad dash for the new restock. And he's getting thrown in the slammer for it seems. And they rolled in deep. They came up to this Best Buy looking like they were about to apprehend fucking Cobra Commander. But anyway, I wanted to yap about that guy's arrest, but now I want to get into a couple of other topics. First, the Call of Duty movie director. This is directed by a specimen named Peter Berg. Let me double check. I actually can't remember. This guy hasn't made anything good, so it's hard for me to remember this name. Peter Berg. It is Peter Berg. Peter Berg is the director that is slated to make the Call of Duty movie. This is an official production. This is a big budget Call of Duty movie. Peter Berg is most known, at least I believe, is most known for one of the most infamous flops that many people might recall, Battleship, the movie with Rihanna. That's some of Peter Berg's finest top-shelf work. And, well, who better to make a Call of Duty movie than a washed-up director like Peter Berg? A crazy fit, but it gets better, because Peter Berg openly hates video games. He even specifically called out Call of Duty like 13 years ago. During an interview, Peter Berg was asked for his take on war video games, and he replied, pathetic, keyboard courage, can't stand it. The only people that I give a Call of Duty get out of jail free card to is the military. They're out there serving and they're bored and they want to entertain themselves. Okay, maybe. Kids? Uh-huh. And then he was asked if Navy SEALs play those games. He replied, some of them do, but I tell them I think it's pathetic. I think anyone that sits around playing video games for 4 hours, it's weak. Get out, do something. Yeah, get out, do something. Like, go watch Battleship the movie, directed by Peter Berg. I like how this fucking guy is a movie director, and he thinks that's just very high level, so much more sophisticated than playing games for a few hours, instead going to kill a few hours watching his dog shit films. He's so much better than you gamers. And then even says that he tells the SEALs that play games that they're pathetic. What a douchebag. What an absolute loser. So anyway, this is the director of the Call of Duty movie. He openly despises video games. I don't know if his mind's changed over the years. I doubt it. But it's actually so fascinating to me because this keeps happening. For some reason, the Hollywood humiliation ritual continues where they take a huge juggernaut IP and then marry it to a director or a team that fucking hates it. Just openly, outright boasts about how much they don't like it. Most notably, the one I always go to is the Halo television series, where they even just stated proudly that they do not play the games and don't want to. They want to do something entirely different because they know better, that kind of thing. And there's plenty of examples of that happening with tons of IPs being adapted. And for some reason they keep doing that, even though it always fails and flounders. And there is numerous cases of taking beloved IP and pairing it with someone who also is passionate about the IP, delivering great products. So it doesn't have to be just take IP and give it to someone who hates it. You could take IP and give it to someone who likes it, and you'll get a better product for it. There's plenty of case studies of that happening, yet for some reason they keep doing shit like this, of giving it to someone who just doesn't like it and doesn't want to do it at all. They're just cashing in a paycheck. Blows my fucking mind, but it's Call of Duty. Should really not expect anything else besides just the most lackluster shit ever. Anyway, the last topic I briefly want to touch on is a new comedy that started. Raise your hand if you've heard of Kevin. No hands, huh? Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's something the Jedi wouldn't tell you about. It's like fucking Darth Plagueis. This is a show that's really flown under the radar. I've only heard of it because Matt sent me a review that was made about it. This is an Aubrey Plaza adult animation, and this review is scathing, to say the least. It is a brutal critique of it, and it was so intense that it piqued my curiosity, so I watched the first episode to see if it really is as bad as the review suggested it is. And even though I was only able to stomach one episode, I can comfortably say that it is. If for some reason, so many of these animated adult series now try and just emulate Big Mouth. Big Mouth is my least favorite comedy ever made, by the way. I've said that a lot, and it remains true to this day. I think it is an insufferable, miserable, awful show to sit through, and yet for some reason it started a trend where everything else tries to be Big Mouth. It's like if you saw a pile of dog shit and you got inspired, you're like, oh wow, what a pile of dog shit. I bet I can make some of that shit myself. And then you go take a poop. Like, it blows my mind. But anyway, Kevin has the exact same DNA as Big Mouth, even shares the same style for the most part. So something that initially caught my eye in the review is about this attempt at a gag. So Kevin is a cat who lives in an apartment, and then his human couple breaks up, but he decides he can brave the world on his own. He doesn't need human companions. And a big thing about Kevin is he has a protuberant anus, a fact that is repeated with fervor that suggests the writers believe it to be powerful enough to merit a long-running gag badge. Stop talking about your deformed anus, slurs Kevin's alcoholic goose friend Chuck. It's not deformed, shouts Kevin. It's prolapsed. And lo, the soul begins its inexorable decline. When I first read that, I thought it was exaggeratory, but in the first episode alone, I'm pretty sure there were 4 mentions specifically about his deformed asshole. Kevin, your asshole's so freaky. It's not freaky, it's prolapsed. Cue canned laughter, laugh sound effects. So it is something that they do seem to really like, is the catchphrase, and Kevin explains it that his brother, when they were kittens, was sucking on his asshole, causing it to prolapse, and that's why it looks that way, but it's totally normal. Haha. I really don't get what the obsession is with these adult animated shows needing to focus so specifically on animal assholes and cock. Like, just last year, and I know I yapped about this then, but just as a reminder, last year, there was something that came out called Fixed, from a legendary talent, Genndy Tartakovsky, who has made some masterpiece animated series. And for some reason, he squeaks this out, and everything that was marketed around it was all about dog butthole and dogs fucking, that kind of thing. And Kevin's like the same thing, except with cats now in this one. Why does it have to be that way? Why? It's weird. It's not entertaining. It's just fucking odd. Anyway, back to Kevin though. Another line from the review that really had me interested in seeing if it is this bad was this. Laugh-wise, it's a washout. Punchlines collapse mid-punch. Other jokes make no sense. Here, for example, is Cupcake on why she is called Cupcake. Because if you like what's on the bottom, you are insane. This is not a joke. This is a handful of words in a raincoat. That's actually verbatim how it goes in the show, by the way. When she's explaining the origin of her name Cupcake, that is what she says. Because if you like what's on the bottom, you're insane, and then pushes him in. It's bad. Anyway, I watched that first episode, and I didn't want to feel like it was all for nothing, entirely wasted time, so I just wanted to briefly yap about it. that I at least tried it after reading the review. I didn't like it. Anyway, yeah, these are just a few topics I wanted to yap about. That's really about it. So, yeah. Yeah, everyone's fine. I'll take a peek. Let's see.
Helicopter with that night sun, which if you're having it in a convertible, very visible on you that you have a night sun on you from a helicopter overhead.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's lighting that thing up really well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, now we're back up to 100, but it's not clear if that's accurate or not. Let's go with it.
Well, as we're watching
now it's
this car
dropping.
pass
He
all
heard
the other
you.
cars
You scared
that are
him.
on the freeway, we do know the speed is quite significant compared to the other vehicles. The person's not driving erratically. They're not going in and out of lanes. But again, the freeway's been wide open, passing a police car there on the right side. But of course, you have that lead car of the pursuit that will stay on it and carry this pursuit with the others following behind. Often it can be a sergeant who can take over on that, or somebody
Was he waving?
versed in doing a pursuit here.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's
streaming.
Corvettes are
He's
like some of the
streaming.
fastest, most powerful cars.
Oh,
out
no,
there.
that's his watch.
I mean, this car could
I
go
thought it was
200
his
miles
phone
an hour
screen.
if he wanted to. Obviously, we hope he doesn't, but...
Well, we see our tracker show the speeds pick up to and beyond 100 miles per hour as we see the
Stolen
vehicle
car?
whizzing by other cars.
Maybe. I don't know.
That concerns me, even though the freeway is wide open.
Yeah.
You're driving, say, Phil, on the freeway at a normal rate of speed, and a car comes whizzing by at 100 miles per hour.
Yeah.
That part is alarming and scary. And you have police right there tracking this driver. Now, again, it concerns me with our numbers there on the freeway because it's going up and down from a normal rate of speed to obviously.
Yeah.
It looks like he just stays on here for a while.
I'm gonna try.
And you're on the freeway and you have some car go whizzing by you. It's terrifying because, you know, you're trying to just get home, you're driving, you're not paying attention, maybe you have the radio on you or whatever, just trying to drive, and then somebody comes whizzing by you.
Man, you keep saying that. I get it.
Be helpful
I'd
if
hate
there was
that
some
shit
kind of
whizzing by.
notice
Be
that
scary.
there is a pursuit in the neighborhood. That you might be a little more alert, maybe you'll pay attention a little more, maybe turn the radio off. And
I'll be honest with you, though. 30 miles per hour, he's not really whizzing by. He's more just kind of petering by more than anything, I would say.
Is that Gino was the person you interviewed? Was that like
In fact, he's being whizzed.
Yes.
They're whizzing his shit right now, actually.
It was two people who were killed in that incident. It happened in 2022.
Yeah.
And they were just driving home when all of a sudden this car T-boned them, and that car was being chased by LAPD at the time.
yeah, I
mean, there's no-
I felt for her when I saw your
Sure,
story
yeah.
because of the heartbreak of that, and you think of.
It seems kind of polite.
Yes, it is frustrating.
More
but
like a police escort at this point.
You know, I'm not going to put the officer.
Not really a chase, per se.
No, I mean,
that
she- yeah,
situation,
but
when
if
she was
we
explaining,
call
she
them
just
up and
didn't
we-
know. She didn't have the answers.
I know, but her job is to have the answers. That was the whole purpose of the interview.
Oh, wow.
Wasn't just to tell viewers that, well, you know, these are dangerous and, you know, every situation has to be evaluated and, you know, weigh the pros and cons and so forth. I think at this point,
This guy's getting mad.
We need, like, we have this technology that's been tested and approved, and we're waiting for funding or whatever, you know, whatever
Let me
it might be.
Just jump
It's
in
like
right
it's
here
stopping
because,
now.
yeah, we are, well, for the red light. Perhaps they stop for the red light, but noticing the speeds are way reduced here, sometimes under 10 miles per hour on these surface streets, and picking up now.
Oh, they even go for a pit stop.
Is the driver going to make a run for it?
Yeah, maybe he's thinking, I want to get out of the view of the helicopter by hiding under this gas station with the overhang, but yeah, okay.
Oh, boys in blue are onto him.
Dangerous situation with all these other innocent
they're blocking him
drivers in there. Yeah.
How does he get out of
All
this?
right. Yeah, red truck.
Oh, the red truck just gave him the out.
Right, quickly. Oh, no.
Wow.
Oh, shit.
Oh, the driver was trying to put the top on, maybe?
Up, yeah.
For a little more protection? Oh, wow.
No, now he's giving himself cover.
Police attempting to move in there, attempting to at least block
him in, yeah.
Well, you know what? You got to stay out of the line of fire. So
Right.
I can understand why a law enforcement vehicle didn't maybe block them in from the front.
Right.
With someone
He's incognito now. We
He's
lost
that
him.
driver right now trying to put that top up, trying to
It's
get a
not
little
going to
more
go up at
protection.
that speed.
Well, they pulled over.
At what speed,
Pulled over
brother?
here.
Yeah, he
so Are they
stopped.
trying to secure that top?
0 miles per
to
hour?
Continue the drive. with the feeling of a little more protection. Looks like they were able to do that, doesn't it, Phil?
Yeah, it looks like maybe it's back down again, right?
Phase 2 of Bumblebee. Bumblebee's not a Corvette, bro. Just because they're both yellow.
So, from talking with, our Dennis Zahn
Gross,
and
man.
the other experts that we've used in the past, I mean, they're
boxed in.
they're very concerned about.
Whoa!
Oh, God, he blasted the. What the hell? That poor tree.
Another vehicle and wedged there with that, I guess, the street. Okay.
Mother Nature is undefeated.
Imagine being the innocent motorist right next to this driver. Okay, driver is signaling they're done, but if I'm law enforcement and I see you try to do this, I'm a little wary. You're not gonna. We've seen cars trying to put on the gas and get out of there like that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh wow. Oh, it's a person with a child.
Jesus,
Children
that
in the
must
back
be
of that
terrifying.
vehicle. Oh, terrifying for them.
That's what I just said.
I'm sure police are giving them commands either onto the road there. And, okay, Phil, you want to navigate this one here for us?
Well, there you see it. I mean, he was trying to get around traffic, accelerated up onto the sidewalk, thought he could.
Yep, they got him. That was a tree. That was a tree. It got the assist. He hit the only tree in all of California here, it seems.
Looks like he reached.
Somehow, he managed to find the only tree here. You heard about that guy that stole Lego sets and replaced them with dried pasta? I did hear about that.
And new here at 6, Irvine police say they have busted a serial thief targeting high-end Lego sets. Officers telling CBS
Happens a lot, actually.
the suspect swapped out bags of plastic bricks for pasta.
Police say the Target shopper in Irvine went for expensive Star Wars and Marvel Lego sets. He committed his crimes, they say, when he returned the collectibles for cash. Instead of handing over a complete set of Lego pieces, Jarrell Augustine is accused of filling the box with something you'd expect in the kitchen: pasta.
Damn.
One of the cases that occurred here in Orange County, they shared that they opened the box and instead of Legos, they found bags of dried pasta.
The scam investigators say is to mimic the sound of Legos when you shake the box. 28-year-old Augustine from the city of Paramount.
Criminal mastermind.
Lego figures and other pieces from the sets, sealed up the boxes, and got refunds at Target in places like Costa Mesa, Irvine, and Westminster, as well as out of state. The loss totaled about $34,000.
Isn't that crazy? Like, you hear that and you think he maybe got away with like $500. Nope, $34K. So, genuinely worked out pretty well there for a little while. Yep, Legos are extremely expensive, man. They are. Basically like stealing a car. Well, over time, yeah.
Irvine Police Department. Earlier this week, Irvine PD tracked Augustine to his apartment in LA County and arrested him. They seized all kinds of Legos, pieces sorted in plastic display containers, and at least 15 bags of elbow pasta.
And these were definitely the sets that were consistent with what he was purchasing and then returning. These were Star Wars sets and Marvel sets, which have a very high value in the secondary market.
Irvine police say Augustine is linked to dozens of cases across the country in places like Texas and Tennessee, from New Jersey on down to Florida. Legos from Target, some of the boxes containing pasta.
Get ready. If you buy a Star Wars Lego set from Target, you might just get a big helping of elbow pasta. Sleep in fear. It's crazy this wasn't even the only Lego theft. This week, 3 other guys in California also got arrested for stealing $1 million in Legos from a cargo truck. I didn't see that one.
Two people facing charges this afternoon accused of stealing $1 million in Legos.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk with how deputies in Kern County made the bust. Mike?
Yeah, you know what, and Amy, these Lego thefts have become so popular and so common lately because of the rarity of some of these Lego pieces that are being stolen. This one, though, was stolen out of an Amazon truck. Take a look at the pictures released to us by the Kern County Sheriff's Department. They say they caught 2 box trucks speeding off from this Amazon trailer after allegedly stealing $1 million worth of Legos.
Damn.
back of it. Now, the truck, we're told, was headed from Texas, coming here to Southern California.
A
when it was
million
intercepted
clams
by
and
these two
Legos.
Suspects. The suspects stole, as I mentioned.
How quickly could you even possibly sell that? I feel like you'd be sitting on that for the longest time. I don't know what kind of action Legos get on the secondary market, so I could be wrong, but I feel like you just have all this Legos for fucking ever. Only like 3 Lego sets, by the way. Yeah, each one of these is just a single set. I think the loser's selling on eBay. Yeah, but the point I'm making is I feel like you're not going to be able to move the $1 million worth of product all that fast. I feel like it'd take many, many years. But again, I don't know how fast people snatch up Legos off eBay. Facebook Marketplace also massive for stolen shit. Yeah, that's true. Alpha Investments buys whole pallets of Legos. He doesn't just hold MTG. Rudy? Wait, I didn't know that. Rudy buys pallets of Legos? As investments? Huh, I did not know that. Reaching Pokemon TCG scalping levels of degeneracy. Well, it's everywhere, yeah. Pokemon's the worst, but this kind of shit's everywhere. Yeah, Xenoverse 3 got announced. I don't think they have like a teaser or anything. I think it was just an announcement. Oh, they do have an announcement trailer. How long has it been since Xenoverse 2? Has to be like 10 years, right?
Look at me speeding with the spotlight. Catch me if you can. Watch me glitter like a galaxy.
Yeah, about 10 years. Thought so.
There's sparkle in my flow, untouchable. Cause you know I'm the one. My rhythm hits the beat, cool looks, a voice so divine. Jewel perfection. Is this for real? Open your mind. Hey! Feel the disharmony. I know how it feels. My new song's out. Hope you like it.
Look alive! Another incident in New City. That's your cue to head out and take care of it.
All right, Brett. Ready?
Oh yeah!
That's a cool Saiyan name, Brett.
Nice! Go!
Yeah, this is the new Xenoverse.
Hey, partner! The incident should be just up ahead. Careful, though. I might just steal the spotlight myself. Now, here comes the hero.
That's pretty cool. They're dusting it off. How is there still a minute left? Do they show gameplay? Wow.
That's gonna hurt tomorrow. Wow, you really caught me off guard. You okay?
I'm pretty pumped. I hope it's good. I will say, though, they have not evolved the character animations in fucking at least 15 years. It's crazy how much those have stagnated. That's a little disappointing. It is what it is, though. Probably just art style for the cinematic. No, I promise you that's not the case at all. This is just the very standard style. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's not about fixing it, but maybe spruce it up a bit. Bro, we've had this exact same, like, character model style for literally probably 15 years. Surely there's room to polish it a little bit more. But I'm still excited for more Xenoverse. I just saw 28 Years Later Bone Temple, and it is a significant improvement over the last one. Not that I thought the last one was bad, but I wasn't the biggest fan of it. This movie slaps. I think Bone Temple is extremely good, and I just read that it's not doing well in the box office and is projected at like a 13 million opening weekend, which is a 53% drop or something like that compared to the last one. And honestly, that's just a bigger shame than when they canceled the Men in Black cartoon series, because this movie is, I think, very good. I understand why people maybe aren't, flocking to the theater to plant their asses in the seats and watch this if they watched the last one and didn't like it all that much, because that movie, it felt like two very different movies that were sometimes clashing, and I didn't think it worked overly well. So I imagine a lot of people probably weren't super hyped to see it continued, thinking that it'd be, same song and dance again. Let me just put those fears to bed. It is not. This movie, I think, is much, much better. Another thing that I think is working against it is how quickly it's come out since the last one. It's only been 6 months. I think it's 6 months, somewhere in that general ballpark. So it hasn't even been like a full year since 28 Years Later. So I think a lot of people think that this is like fucking DLC or something, or behind the scenes look at 28 Years Later, and marketing hasn't exactly been stellar for it. So I definitely understand there's a lot of contributing factors for its less than amazing performance so far on the box office, but I just need you to know this movie is like really good, and it would be really just a sin to not see this story concluded, because there is still more to the story, and the way that this one ends, I actually sat there and said out loud, holy shit. I am very, very curious to see where they take it, and I hope that we do get to see the finale of it, even if this doesn't, start picking it up in the box office. I hope they've just already got it in the can and are ready to ship it, because if nothing else, I really want to see it. So anyway, as I do now these days, I get into spoilers, so here's your spoiler warning. Alright, we're in. At the end of 28 Years Later, I mentioned a very silly, out-of-nowhere scene where you had basically the blonde-haired Power Rangers drop in and save our protagonist Spike out of nowhere. They come in and they just start, massacring some zombies using, like, fucking kung fu on them. One of them's doing, like, flips and shit, and it's just so wacky and tonally different than a lot of everything else we'd see in the movie. This film picks up right where that one leaves off. It's the cult of Jimmy, and Spike is now given the opportunity to join their ranks one of the fingers if he can kill one of the members. It's do or die, and he is getting toyed with by the Jimmy that is fighting him. But Spike is able to pull it off. He kills that Jimmy, and now he is forced into this lifestyle in the cult of Jimmy. It's led by Jimmy Crystal, who is an extremely entertaining villain. Like, I thought it would just be, like, super goofy, over the top, and, like, cheesy, which has its own certain charm to it. But while he has, like, the characteristics of, like, some kind of cartoon villain, the way that it works in the universe of 28 Years Later, I think is just perfect. Like, it's menacing, it's charismatic, and it's clear, like, there is a lot of fear that he is able to generate through just being so, like, unhinged and so, like, grand in, like, his performance and stuff. So, like, the whole thing is Jimmy Crystal is communicating with old Nick, Satan, and he and his hand, which is the 7 fingers, are going through and just offering charity to Satan, which is basically just killing people and torturing them, letting their screams be the music to old Nick's ears. And Jimmy Crystal is just like very theatrical in it, like, "Oh, Nick, I can hear you in my noodle. What charity shall we provide? Ah, the shirt." And like hearing me do that, you're like, "Oh, that sounds fucking stupid." But the performance here from Jack O'Connell, I believe that's the actor's name, is extremely good. So like when this is happening and they are torturing people, and it's gruesome, by the way, they do not pull punches on like the torture, they go fucking hog wild. It's like actually very intimidating. And you can see why the Fingers like are afraid of their leader, whom they are convinced is the son of old Saint Nick, the son of Satan. Like there's fear, there's respect, and like the charisma. Like it's very, very well done. Jimmy Crystal was a surprisingly interesting villain. But I would say the heart and soul of this movie is Dr. Kelson. So Dr. Kelson, whom we met in the last movie after Spike takes his mother there, we follow him a lot. And he is deep in study and theory around the alpha zombie, whom he's named Samson. Samson is the zombie from the previous film who we saw just like rip people's skulls off like trophies. He's like brutal, huge, imposing. His fucking cock is slinging all over the place. He got fucking meat flapping in the wind. And he is the alpha in this territory. Dr. Kelson is studying him. He has this blow dart that puts him into an opiate-induced trance. And he's in like a fugue state. And while he's there, he's calm. And he becomes addicted to it, Samson. So now, in this film, we see Samson is actually approaching Kelson. Of course, not like friendly, like, "Oh, hello, neighbor. May I have some more of that morphine cocktail?" But he approaches him in a way different than other zombies. Instead of like charging at him mindlessly, he charges at him, but then kind of stops when he notices that blow dart that he knows will put him into that state. So Dr. Kelson picks up on that and starts administering this morphine cocktail to him, and Samson keeps coming back for more. And over time, as he's getting more and more comfortable, they become like friends. Not friends in like the traditional sense, but Dr. Kelson is now treating him as he would any other patient. And it's so fucking fascinating. I would say the main character of this movie isn't Spike, like it was in the last film. Spike is a big character here, but he takes a backseat to every other character. In fact, I wouldn't even say he's like the most prominent character in the cult of Jimmy. I'd say that belongs to another one of the Fingers named Kelly, who kind of like protects Spike because he's not the strongest warrior. He did kind of just get lucky in killing that previous Finger, and he doesn't want to be there, and she notices that and tries to like protect him. She, I would say, is actually like more prominent in the Fingers than even Spike. But again, I really think the main character and the beating heart of this film is Dr. Kelson. And I didn't expect to be as drawn into this narrative of like maybe curing the infection as I was. Because in a lot of other zombie things, it's like this one eureka moment where they just like kind of cure the infection. But here, it's very interesting because Kelson's not setting out to cure the infection. He's setting out just to try and better understand it. So he starts to wonder like, well, does the virus replace the mind or does it just cloud it? What are they seeing? What is Samson seeing when he's murdering babies and shit? Because the babies don't pose a threat to him, what would be compelling him to start murdering them mercilessly? And he starts viewing it more as like a psychosis and trying to treat it as such. And we see Samson still very much infected, still very much the alpha. He's able to start being less clouded and actually gets out a word. He starts remembering things from before the infection. And it's just such a gradual shift that doesn't feel silly or like, you know, just for the sake of plot convenience. It was really fascinating and it was done super well. I just, pretty much everything in Bone Temple, I think is an improvement over the last one in every possible aspect. I think it's a lot more gruesome. The action is a lot better. I think also does a better job in the horror department as well. I think it's more unnerving. I think you get more invested in the story that's going on because you care more about what's happening here. And it feels like it's setting itself up for some huge conclusion with the way that this one wraps up. It's very exciting. The first film, I felt a lot of it was style over substance, where they tried to do these very like artsy, almost like pretentious shots that don't really do a whole lot in the context that they're used in. Here, there's still a lot of great style, but there's a lot of good substance too. It's a really interesting journey that I think fucking crushed it. And there's a really, really fun section with an Iron Maiden song and like a crazy choreographed dance and shit. It's so good. I really thought Bone Temple was amazing. And it is so sad that it's not doing well. I hope that like word of mouth will help it pick up and start to perform better, because it deserves it. But now, I don't want anyone going into this thinking that it's a perfect film, because it's definitely not, especially when you put it in the framing of this being the second film in a series. It becomes kind of questionable why they're so like kind of disjointed. They don't fit super well together because, like, for example, Spike's father, who was a very big component of the first half of the previous movie, he's not even mentioned in this one at all. And this isn't even really Spike's story anymore. We're exploring, you know, true evil with Jimmy and his gang. And also, you know, Kelson learning about the infection. But I don't think that's the biggest deal in the world. There is something that I did kind of find a little disappointing. The fingers, I understand there being a bunch of them. You can't really like flesh them out. They are kind of just one-dimensional. I get that. But what I really didn't like is that it's established that these fingers, the other Jimmys, are extremely strong. The strongest people that he's come across. And in order to even be one of the fingers, they have to pass the initiation, which is killing a previous member, which is supposed to be very, very difficult because they're very adept at surviving and fighting. We saw them dispatch of zombies easily. They completely just massacre zombies. They massacre people effortlessly. There was even like a duel when they came to a small settlement where one person, Jimmy said, you can join us if you kill one of the fingers here. Choose your fighter. He chose someone, and the girl completely outclassed him and annihilated him. So they are established as like really strong fighters. But towards the end of this film, they are easily killed. So like one of the fingers is able to kill all of the others with like single moves. And I'm not talking like elaborate moves or anything. It's just like this and like this. And it wasn't like surprise attacks or anything. I guess one of them was, but the others weren't. It was, you like slapped one of them, then stabbed. And then the other one stabbed. And it's like, that's underwhelming because this whole time we've been led to believe these fingers are maybe not equal in terms of fighting prowess. Like maybe this one finger that's betraying them is more talented than the rest, but it should still at least be some kind of fight, some kind of like climactic showdown, I would have thought. It just feels like they were strong when it was convenient for the plot, but then really weak when Spike needed to survive or when they needed to wrap a certain thing up. That just felt a little deflating to me. I would have liked to see them be able to show why they're even fingers in the first place about being strong fighters. And there's a couple other individual scenes I don't think worked overly well, but it's really not like a big detriment to the film or anything at all. Like I said, I think the movie slaps overall. I was very impressed and pleasantly surprised at the big improvement between the previous 28 years later and now this one. And like I said, I really would like to see how this story concludes. Anyway though, that's really about it. See ya.